Here's my face. I'm here. Hello, hi. Um, thank you for being here. Yeah, baby. You are indeed first. Small peanut. What topic is first? I can't spell. I hope it's the youth detention first. Actually, it is a youth detention first. We are going to do that one first. Small peanut. Thank you for being here. I hope you're having a great day. Um, and anyone else who might be here. Kidoke. What am I doing? Yeah. So we're going in, joining up. Holy crap! Is everyone here? Looks like everyone's here. Oh, most people are here on time. Never mind. Oh, most of them are here on time. Anyway, yeah, that's good. Excited about these questions. Going to be a good time.
Christian logic, right? If they're going to suffer, we can just take them out now.
No, whoa, what? What? Who are these people, bro?
But the question is, will you mount their head just like the deer's head? That's the question.
Or would I mount the homeless head? Probably not.
Yes.
I get arrested, I'm pretty sure, right?
Yeah.
Oh, is that the only thing that's stopping you? Is the arresting part?
No, of course not. There's other things.
Such
That's one of
as?
them.
He don't want to get his booty played
That's
with.
definitely an interesting way
To start?
No, yeah. I'll tell. I come in the room and my good friend Lactoid is
Talk about his trophy hunting. You know, his on his bucket list of what to hunt.
The most dangerous game.
Man, it's the most dangerous to me. I was just about to say.
So I think what you're doing, Corey, is you are justifying to me that I should get the next gun that I have on my wish list in order to improve my proficiency, in order to increase my logical reasoning.
It definitely scales linearly. The more guns...
It was actually exponential, actually. It was...
Logarithmically, even.
So you definitely inspire confidence in your scientific interpretation abilities.
Hey, all I need is one paragraph from, I think, page 7. The rest of the study's irrelevant, okay? That one paragraph, that's all I need. I'm going to now cite that for the next 20 years as to why we should all have guns. And thank you, Corey. I appreciate it. In fact, I'm going to say a left-winger gave it to me and conceded. That's what I'm going to say. Ooh, even better.
That's fine. I will take it. You know, you're technically still, ever marginally more informed in some way. So, I just provide the information, and what you do with it is up to you.
Oh, I will abuse it. I will do terrible things with this information. I appreciate it. Thank you.
And I would say you abusing it only serves my ultimate purposes and showing you as a bad actor than it does for me.
No, I'm a good actor because proliferating firearms increases logical reasoning, which is a utilitarian end. It's a good in of itself. Right.
And we both agreed, or at least you were on board.
What?
Basically, it's abusive if you don't give your child a gun, like from birth. Like once they've survived the abortion, you give them a gun, right?
That's what the study would seem to suggest.
Survive the abortion?
Oh no, we're just going off of science, Smooth.
Yeah,
okay?
Exactly. Rigorous scientific research.
Rigorous, yes, absolutely.
I wanted to ask a question.
What is this, Sparta?
Come back with your shield or on it, okay?
I want to ask you a question real quick. So this is relating to the second topic, with P. Diddy or whatever the fuck his name is. Did you get a chance to?
Like 10 years. My bad.
Did you get a? I know he's been as the name. I know that's his name. Shut up. Did you get a chance to look at the legal complaint that I linked? I know you didn't have much time.
Yeah, I didn't. I looked through the article, but I did not. I'm going to be doing that now while we're chatting.
I bring this up because I had a conversation with Bam about that article, that document. And we were a bit shocked about some of the parts in there, right? That it seemed interesting, the wording, Bam. In fact, you're here. Why don't you say what your thoughts
I
are?
was about to say,
Oh.
it came off really unprofessional to me. It didn't seem like I was like, is this how we like? I mean, I get it's a civil like lawsuit, but
Even just the picture that they use of it seems like it just randomly extracted a random picture.
like I was like, is this something that you would submit to a court? Like, is this the norm?
Yeah. So my
So-
my argument. Hold on. Let me just. I want to say this one thing, and then go ahead, Smooth. My argument to Bam had been that like it doesn't really matter because this is just like a declaration. This isn't like them submitting. This isn't like submitting evidence like within the trial of itself. So it may not matter exactly the verbiage. You could be like more bombastic. Like if this is basically not just for the court, but like for the public's consumption, then you can just like be more bombastic in that declaration. Is that correct?
Yeah, so with complaints, you can generally be pretty bombastic. Most of the time, the complaints I see are just lazy. They'll just be alleging like, injury, like, 3 sentences, 3, line items, injury without specifying what the injury is. Certain states require more specific pleading depending on the type of injury. So
I was about to say
For
an
this-
example of this because you're just not reading through it. Obviously, like an example is instead of saying like the city of Chicago, Illinois, it just says like the Chi, Windy City. And I'm like, would you submit to a court like this happened in the
wait,
Chi?
what page does it say that?
I'm not sure. It was a while ago. It's in his biography, which it says like
Yeah.
he's a great guy. It's probably in like the top 2 or 3 pages.
Yeah, the
It's like, this is
biography of the complainant.
There's like, man, he was a musical genius as a kid from the Chi, and like he
Yeah, I
grew
seen
up in
that. I
church.
seen that.
Oh.
I seen that, but like the lawsuit to me, although there's probably some grounds for it to be like, in some instances, maybe factual. I feel like it more so indicates that guy was willing to do whatever he could to get to the top versus actually like him actually suffering actual harm. Because it seems like he lists multiple instances where he didn't have to come back the next day. Like
Well,
if for instance, if you fondled my booty, you know what I'm saying, and I don't like that, I'm not showing up the next day.
Uh-oh.
That's it.
I don't know. I don't like the
That's
direction where this is
no,
going.
No, that's a
This is-
verbatim. That's verbatim from the thing. He said Diddy, Sean Combs fondled my booty.
Yeah, I know. That's not the part that I don't like.
I'm trying to help you. I'm trying to help you on staying monetized and shit.
Well, to be
So
fair, it
That's
was
not what I'm
anus.
talking about at all. But
No. I'm saying that to say the level of like whether it's unprofessionalism or just lack of like regard of care for the actual like instance itself. Like I just feel like he didn't care. Like I feel like this was haphazard. They didn't think it would actually go to court. They thought he would settle. You know what I'm saying? And it's just another plea for him to get more money, bro.
oh boy,
Like looking at this confused already. What are you saying?
let's save that part of the discussion for later because that's something different. But go ahead, Lactoid.
Oh, my fault.
No, it's fine.
So I guess depending on the claim, different claims require different levels of specificity in how you can plead them. So for like some claims like defamation, for example, or like IP, you need to plead them pretty specific and get really in depth in your complaint. But for other things, it's like general injury, you don't. You can be pretty general, and that's obviously going to be also state dependent. I've never seen a complaint have this many pictures in it.
That's the other thing, and it was also like
a
it's
lot
like
of pictures.
like a Bing page halfway through it, like a screenshot of like just a not even like a website, like it's just like ads in the middle of it, and I was like, would you just turn this into a court?
Yeah, I mean you could. I just don't know why there's so many pictures. I don't know what it seems.
This is a problem.
Like it was meant
Maybe
to me. It feels like it was meant
gonna-
just for the public to see it. Like they're turning this to a
That's
court,
probably
but
part
it
of it.
feels like they're like, oh, okay, we want this to like stir up attention, so you settle really fast. Like it seemed like it was made for public consumption.
So I do want to ask you this, Lactoid. Do you feel like damn, I lost my train of thought. I give up on my life.
On your life?
Please
The whole
don't.
thing.
Please don't.
Oh,
A lot to live for. You got a whole panel to get through.
Do that on your own time.
Yeah, I'll do
so,
it right now. Like this.
but
Wait,
like,
am I lagging or is
Hey,
everyone lagging?
no, you're
It's
not
just
lagging.
No, it's you.
Oh, I mean, I'm not. I don't see you lagging. Maybe
He's
you are
lagging.
I don't
lagging.
see it either.
Yeah.
It's this high tech chair, you know, that's what's causing the lag.
And he'll hear that in a minute. But anyway, maybe he's already left the. All right, I don't know. And okay, so we're waiting on one, maybe two other people. Actually, I might have overstuffed this panel because we did have a lot of
Who the
interest.
heck is Doobie?
No,
said
no one in
who?
particular. No one in particular.
Oh
Really.
wow, you don't even know, dude.
No. I know who Doobie is. I'm just being funny because he's not visibly here.
Oh,
I'm just joking with him. Like,
I'm gonna
he
say,
knows I
yikes,
know
my
who he
boy.
is. No, I didn't met Doobie before.
I wish I didn't.
He's still a frog.
Indeed he is. Indeed he is.
Okay.
But
I just want to make sure I get his identity straight.
yeah, but like that complaint, I think it's interesting. Like how it's written, but I don't think that like it invalidates. That was your argument, Bam, that it kind of like invalidates itself. Or go ahead.
Not necessarily invalidates. I just felt like it felt so childish and cartoonish that I was like I don't know if this would be taken seriously as a legal document. Like I was like maybe he's like, it seems like something that's like, oh, okay, we turn this over to a court, but really what we're actually going to do is wink wink release this to the public and make it as like easy to read, so like he gets some bad PR and hopefully he settles really fast, just because he settled another case really fast earlier this year, or I guess towards the end of last year. So it feels like just a quick money grab. Like, and people are saying that like, oh, there's pictures, so this is incriminating. But technically, none of the pictures in of themselves are incriminating. It's just awkward positions. Like the arm wrapped around, like Cooper Gooden Jr. with the arm wrapped around. Technically, there's nothing in itself that's like incriminating about that. It just looks weird.
Oh, bro. The other hand is in his lap. Like, let's call a spade a spade. That's kind of weird.
Yeah, in a like freeze frame. But like, does that mean that like, oh, he was fully sexually assaulted in there? Or did they like find a picture of Cooper Jr.?
That's where my hand goes all the time. My homies, my hand goes into her lap.
I'm saying, like, what if he
you will never catch me dead. Not even with my father, with my hand in another man's groin area at all. You will not catch me dead. Okay,
I mean,
the only way my hand would get
like
there is if it was surgically removed or cut off from my body.
Like, I mean, if he's like massaging him after a game, maybe like as a licensed professional.
What?
A game?
No. Like
he's the producer.
No. I'm saying, I know. Obviously, I'm saying like, if that would be the case, like a sports like therapist, right? They do that. They,
it's
like,
not. But it's not even
groins.
that deep. It's not even like a sexual position. Again, I feel like it could literally have been like the most harmless freeze frame in the world. And the other thing is that the Stevie J picture has already been proven false. Tells me that like they was just looking for whatever they can.
Well, they said they had video, so
that
we'll have to wait
that got proven false like after this came out. Like, so that was something that had to get cleared up.
False before.
Yeah. So his story was like, oh yeah, I got this directly from Diddy, sent this to me, and this is what happened in this picture, and I know it 100%. And it was like somebody came in like, no, none of that actually happened. So now it's like, okay, but the other stuff did, and it just feels like, oh, okay, like I don't think so.
It wasn't even the weird part about it was like the guy in the scene was like, no, that's my scene.
Yeah,
like I did that. Like, that was bizarre to me. I was like, oh, okay. Like,
did he think he wasn't gonna say nothing?
Wait, y'all were already talking about the Diddy thing, right? Is that what we're talking about?
We're not talking about it, but we're
yeah. So the reason we brought it up is just because of the wording of the complaint, right? I wanted to get this part out because I knew it was going to come up previously, and we were asking Lactoid about his professional opinion on that.
Oh, what I wanted to ask Lactoid earlier was the way that they handled the redacted names. Have you seen that handled that way before? Because it seemed like there was no point in even doing the redacted names because they specifically gave you everything you needed to point it to somebody. Like, got into an altercation with a Bohemian or whatever Bahamian, whatever her name is, whatever that thing is.
Rifle.
billionaire. Like that's the billionaire is Rihanna, obviously. So that must be Chris Brown. Then it goes was a Philadelphia rapper that dated Nicki Nicki Minaj. Well, that must be Meek Mill.
Yeah. So first of all, I'm seeing the actual redactions appear to be over the photos, which again I haven't seen a complaint like this ever. It's definitely overdone. I agree with Bam that this is likely a big part of it has to do with like public shock value. That's like part of the intent of like, yeah, we're going to file this, and then we're also, we're going to blow it up and put it everywhere. In terms of like the names, maybe that's just like an attempt at avoiding some kind of defamation suit or some kind of like I'm not going to name them.
Like we tried to redact it, but we're gonna make it like really easy for you to point to who it
but
is.
those internet
like,
sleuths, they figured it out.
Yeah, like it would be like in this conversation.
The other billionaire, yeah.
Yeah, I'm not gonna name any names, but the guy I'm about to say,
Well, the guy
there might be a guy with
at this
an
time.
American flag behind his, back with a Hawaiian shirt on, and it's like, oh, okay, I know you're talking about.
But it's actually Canadian.
This complaint is pretty ridiculous. I can see why people are.
But the point is like, is it fine to submit that in court? Because my discussion with Bam was that like, well, yes, he convinced me that it was more ridiculous than I initially thought. But like, can you just like submit this? Does that invalidate it in any way, or yeah?
I don't think it would invalidate it. I can't see why.
Yeah, so
I'm looking to see if there's some kind of in New York, because I'm not a lawyer in New York, if there's a page limit. I know that with some filings there is a page limit, or there is a certain, like sometimes they'll do word limits. But it's not. I'm looking here and I'm seeing that I'm not seeing anything about a complaint having a word limit.
But so you can just submit. Basically, you can turn in literally anything.
Well, the argument would be you would have to, as with any legal document, it has to be like a good faith like legal document. And so if you, for example, like just submit the brothers Karamazov as a legal document, you're probably going to get yelled at, and you're probably going to get in trouble, and they're probably going to sanction you. And so is this that? Probably not. I think the lawyers will probably be able to defend themselves and say, hey, we had to include all this information to, to really make the argument, to really make our point, to really accurately plead all of our points. You can always argue that. Maybe if a judge is having a particularly bad day, they might say, well, this is just ridiculous. Give me a shorter version. That's not going to happen though.
And they also like pick and choose where they use legal names and where they use like just star names. Like for some people, like they decide like, oh, okay, P. Diddy, aka Sean Combs, but then like, what's her name? The girl you're talking about? Carisha. Yeah, they say like Carisha's cousin, and I'm like, Carisha's cousin. That's the only description we could do this person. Like that's strange. Or like Nicki Minaj is just.
Well,
Nicki Minaj.
I think that for the cousin, they wanted to like not because they were a minor or something. They wanted to not name them.
No, there's minors in different part. The cousin was an adult.
Okay. Well then, excuse me. I'll go ahead. Corey, you want to say something?
Just like out of curiosity, like other lactoida. So I understand probably varies state by state, but other general guidelines like formatting, as in like everything has to be like typewritten. Can you actually submit something in like actual handwriting or like cursive?
The only times I've ever seen it is for people in prison. Sometimes they'll submit stuff by handwriting, and I don't actually know the exact rule on this, but I will say that I've seen those be validly submitted, and oftentimes like decorum and rules on like how you can submit stuff for prisoners is pretty relaxed, just given their limitations on how they can do shit because they're in a fucking prison. But like if a lawyer was to just like try to submit something handwritten, I don't think a court would accept that. I think they'd be very upset, and they would definitely chastise you.
Interesting. And you could actually be like, even because like I assume whatever this is reasonable, like because you mentioned good faith something. And so like, there's obviously a lot of extrapolation there. Like if you were a lawyer and let's say, you have some really nice calligraphy, like is that like not going to...
Yeah, the response would be like, well, you had the opportunity, the means, and you could have done this in typewriting, and that's what our requirements say, so you should have done that. But then for a prisoner, their argument is going to be like, well, first of all, they're a prisoner and they need justice, and they don't have access to the same kind of computer materials that we do. So I had to submit this via writing. a judge is probably going to let that slide. I'm probably going to let that happen.
But like technically speaking, if that judge is like by the books, like they could just like reject it.
Well, they could, but then what I think would happen if they did that is there's going to be an appeal based on, hey, my fundamental rights to defend myself were violated, or because I'm in the custody of the state and they had to provide me these things and they didn't, and then I did with what I could, and then that was rejected because of XYZ. I just don't see it holding up, because
Okay, yeah.
otherwise the outcome's going to be people in prison can't file things.
Yeah, that's what I was getting at in terms of like how is this gate kept, as in like could pretty much if they're not if like a judge is like strictly upholding like these standards, but not everyone has access to fulfill these standards, and like some people not be getting justice would be my ultimate concern.
I've seen prisoners get away with filing just the most ridiculous shit because a judge is going to let them do it. As they should, honestly.
Yeah. Okay, so let's get started. Everyone's here. And we might have an extra person. Again, I might have overstepped this one. But we'll see. But thanks all for being here. This is Reverie Roundtable, which we have Mondays at 8 p.m. Eastern. Got a fantastic group of people, and I think we're gonna have like a very fun discussion. Well, I mean, as fun as you can have on the topics for today.
It's a good topic.
Fun in the debate sense, and that we'll say words at each other, and yeah. Anyway, I'm just gonna move past that. That's awkward. But anyway, thank you. Thank you all for being here. We got a great group of guests. So I'm going to start by introducing them. Our friend Lactoid here once again. How are you, Lactoid?
Doing great. How you doing?
I'm all right. I played video games all this week, and Final Fantasy VII Rebirth came out, and I put 75 hours into it already. Like I'm not
75. You have a problem,
and I'm still not done. I'm still not done. It's so good.
I know you're not, because I have 33 hours.
It's so
you may
good.
also have a problem.
Yeah.
When did this game come out?
Hold on. No, I don't have a problem. 33
last
hours
Tuesday?
is not bad. It's not bad considering when it came out.
That's a day of a week.
It hasn't been a week. It hasn't been a week yet.
So it hasn't even been.
Yeah, I think it's like
It's
Tuesday
less
when it came out. Right?
Well, 76. That's like 3 days, pretty much.
3 days straight. Actually,
of 4 days. Like
I mean, I did skip a few. Okay. Well, yeah, I was like literally.
That's what I'm
Saturday,
saying. There's a couple nights I didn't play.
You skipped what? You skipped a few what?
I skipped a few
Xbox
days within that week, right? But like these last 2 days, it's just what I did. I woke up and game. I ate because like I literally had to, but then I went right back to it. And I fell asleep and.
No, wait a minute. Okay, this deserves like 30 seconds of time. What day did it come out? We could do the math on this. How many? Let's see how many hours.
I don't know exactly.
Saturday?
No. I can look it up.
There hasn't been even 72 hours since Saturday, so like
Yeah,
that'd be
this
very
came out on
impressive.
Tuesday.
Saturday. No, not Saturday. I said last week.
Nah, it came out. It came out on February 29th.
Was it February 29th? Okay.
February 29th.
Okay.
February
Yeah,
29th. It's
Well, then,
available.
Ron, you're
at
behind the
midnight,
times then.
At midnight. February
You don't
29th.
actually love the game. If you didn't buy it on 29.
Okay.
I only remember that because I bought it the day before.
Okay, so that's so that's 12 days ago. 12 days gives you.
I skipped a
12
lot of
times
days.
24. It's 288 possible hours minus 76. That's like a third of existence during that time.
I can give you the exact number here.
So look, I've done 33 hours. I can tell you that 33 hours in like some minutes.
That feels
Yeah,
bad.
but you bought it like
I played
average
for
of
30
6
minutes
hours a
before.
day, Prime.
6 hours a day. So so I'm looking at the my save file here. It's 78 hours and 1 minute.
It's even more than 72 hours.
That did not get better. That got worse.
Yeah.
That's fine.
He's playing it right now. I'll say.
If I could. Oh my god. Oh my god, if I could. Like, oh my god, so good.
He got it on pause. That's what he does. He got it on pause.
Oh well, I mean it's a PlayStation, so like it
he said
saves
points.
the game
It's fine.
state. It's
Hey,
If this was
you
PS2
ain't got a lot of
days,
me,
you wouldn't
Prime.
know.
You ain't got a lot of me, Prime.
okay. All right. So anyway. That's how I'm doing, Lactoid.
Good to hear. Good to hear. Well, regardless, thank you for having me. I'm happy to be doing the show today, and congrats on the wonderful game that you've been sinking a lot of time into.
I told Bam before it came out, like, don't ask me like where I'm at once this game drops. Like, I'm playing this game, that's where I'm at. Like, okay. Anyway, Bam, how are you,
Yeah.
friend?
I'm doing great. I have not played 76 hours of a video game this week,
Eight?
but
Excuse me?
78. I'm sorry, don't disrespect you. Yeah, I have not played 78 hours of video game this week. I haven't played any hours of video game this week, but I think now that I'm like late to the show, I think about to just suck it up and get Baldur's Gate. I keep hearing different things from different people. Just like, okay, do it. But outside of that, I am good. Work's going well. Got some cutty last night. No complaints.
Cuddy? What's Cuddy? Sorry, I don't know what that is.
Don't worry
You know.
about it.
All right.
You know.
Moving
What
on.
it is.
Is that sex?
He was living his best Diddy life.
I
It
didn't
is. That's
is.
what it is.
Fucking knew it.
Cuddy.
Knew it.
I've never heard this particular term. All right. fair
Panky
enough.
panky.
Let's go to our friend. I thought it was food. I thought like immediately that I assumed it was food.
It is food. I did eat it.
Where do you think Kid Cudi got his name from? Come on.
For how many hours? 78?
Mhm.
Okay. All right. Here's a lady presence. And like, let's clean up our language here.
I
fellas.
said the clean version. I tried to move on.
You did? Yeah.
Let's go. Corey won't embarrass us. Corey, thank you for being here as well.
Yeah. Thank you for having me. Always grateful. I'm doing well, although daylight savings is doing a little bit of a number on me, but maybe I'm just a giant baby. And I also have to apologize that, this group of people was assembled to interrupt your gaming session. I hope that it's over as soon as possible so you can get back to, you were clearly having fun, and that's a good thing. But yeah,
It was
looking forward to getting into it.
It was a thought in my mind, right? It was a thought. It's like
We're going to end like the 4-year streak now.
yeah.
That's why he over invited people. If he can get another person to show up, he's going off cam, and in the debate, we just be talking to ourselves. And be like, what? Oh, yeah. Whatever.
I'm going to be looking real closely at your portrait to see that there's consistent movement. So it's not just like a picture.
Okay. Well, thank you. Thank you very much for being here, Corey. Next we have our friend Smooth, who this is your first time on the Reverie? It might be.
No, it's not. It's
Is it?
not.
Okay.
My first time on Reverie, I don't know what the hell you put me in, but I was like, yo, who are these people and what is going on?
Was Scott there? That probably would make sense. Yeah.
No, I mean, no. So Doobie was there. That's the only person I remember from the time I was there. Doobie was there. It was 2 years ago, dude.
Only person worth remembering. Okay. Yeah. All right. Fair enough. But how are you doing?
I'm fine. I'm fine. I need to stop reading the Twitch chat because that disturbs me. But I'm fine. I have, like, you've been playing Rebirth. That was fun.
Oh, good.
I've been enjoying the game. I just got the gold saucer. Like, I just got there. So I've been trying to, like, 100% each area
Me
as
too.
I go. Like,
Mm-hmm.
I'm not, because I don't like going back. But the thing I don't like about is the gold saucer area. That area is, you have to go to gold saucer first before you can finish the whole thing. So, like, I got a quest that's undone. I got towers that I can't go to because it's blocked off by wood. I was like, what is this?
You
supposed
should
to
have
be?
just done them before you moved on to the next story, the main quest part, right? Obviously, but don't do a main quest thing until after you've cleared out all the side quests.
No, but that's what I'm saying. Like, they literally set it up to where you can't go to the desert.
Yeah, I know.
Nerds.
Okay, all right, we'll deal with this later. Anyway,
Right.
New debate topic.
Yeah.
New
Yeah,
topic.
but I want to say I'm happy to be here. What's up, y'all? And I hope we have a good time.
Yeah. So you and I, let's talk about it afterwards, right? It's good stuff. Next,
I'm gone. I'm gone from that area. So no matter what you say, it's over. Like, I'm in Gold Saucer.
no, I'm saying that, like, let's talk about it, like, and just
Oh, the
like,
game.
how
Yeah,
we're having a
yeah.
good time. Yeah.
Oh yeah, for sure.
All right. And next we have our friend FQ. FQ, thanks so much for stopping by. A fantastic, one of our best guys, honestly. I want
Thank
to
you.
say it, right? Yeah.
No.
Yeah.
Yeah, no, I really appreciate being here. This is one of my favorite shows that I've been on. I've had a really lot of fun. Thank you so much for having me on. Really enjoyed my time. I'll make you feel a little bit better. So, you said you sunk like 75 hours. I haven't, I don't know how many hours I played this week. I have sunk 1,800 hours total into Stardew Valley. I've spent a lot of time constructing this farm, finding all the wild berries, all the salmon berries, fishing. I hate the fishing game. The fishing game is the worst part of Stardew Valley. So I do feel you. I understand the need to invest when it seizes you, when you have a new game or a new book or new series, okay? You have to binge it immediately now before the moment is lost. I have a question for you, Prime, okay? Here's my question for you. Do you think the way that you behave in a video game, does it have any moral weight to it?
Oh boy.
Yes.
Interesting. I think that's a question you should ask to Lactoid in particular, of all the things we learned about him. But do I think it has any moral weight?
So I'll give you an example. So in Stardew, you can marry anyone you want, but you
Okay.
can also cheat on your partner, okay? This is a
Oh.
fictional world, okay?
Yeah.
And I've never cheated on my partner, to be clear to all people watching. Me and Elliot have been married a solid 20 years in Stardew and still going strong, okay? But I've always wondered, like in games, like even like so Sid Meier's, it's another one I've dumped a lot of hours into. Like I've never aggressed on another country. I've never attacked another country unless they attacked me first. There's a strategy you can use where you can
In Civ?
conquer a city. Yeah, in Civ 5. I've never conquered like a city state to steal their worker to bring them, because that's a strategy you can do to just take the city state. Like, what do you think about that? Do you think the way that you behave in these video games matters? Does it not matter? Can you be a psychopath and cheat on everyone in Stardew Valley? What do you think?
I think I think I think it's how our fantasies are certainly a reflection of ourselves, and this is just a canvas for our fantasies, right? And so like it does say something about your impulses. Now, does it say the most, right? Like as long as you aren't doing this against other moral actors, right? Like thinking human beings, and there's a very limited amount of data that we can draw from, but I don't think it would mean literally nothing, right? If you were just a complete and utter psychopath. Yeah, I guess that's my answer. My short answer to that one.
Just so you know, 1,800 hours is 75 straight days, day and night.
That's
Over
nothing.
2 months.
Hey, listen, I love my Stardew Valley, okay? Nothing can take me away from my
That's a
cute
fairly
little
old
farm
game,
here.
right? That's like years old.
Well, I mean, that's not even that bad. That's not even that bad. I have 248 days in Halo 5 on just one game type. Like, that's like not even counting other game types. So, like, I don't want to hear
Yeah,
these
Almost a
weak
year of your life.
numbers. Yeah, I mean, it's more than a year when we factor in other game types. So, like,
So
I wanted to answer the question.
yeah.
It depends on the gender of the video game character, whether or not cheating is
Oh.
right or wrong.
Oh, okay. However, you would agree, though, that it would be worse for the society of video game characters, however, if the man was to cheat as opposed to the woman, right? Just worse for everyone else generally. Like, so in fact, the harm is greater, so therefore it would be worse for the man. So I guess I do
No.
agree with you. It
No,
does
I saw a
depend.
study. This video simulated venereal disease is more common in female video game players, so it's be more likely that way from happening.
Really? Well, that
Please
might
send me
be
that
true.
study ASAP, Blactoid.
But
Absolutely.
we've had this argument before about men cheating versus women cheating. That's why this is coming up.
I figured. I imagine there was some history behind these words. But
I would love that conversation.
two things, and we're just because everyone came in on time, surprisingly for the black people. So we have a little extra,
I was off
few extra
today.
moments here, so I'm letting the introduction go a little longer. But okay, two things. One, like, do they have the ability to like give you to make a factory farm for 1,800 hours? Like you have built an industry by now, right? Like you have like a mechanized solution to your farming process. No,
my
you just-
farm doesn't look mechanized. My
Okay.
farm full of flowers and like places to get honey, and there are places for the sheep to hang out. Okay, there's an apple orchard.
Before
Okay, this
you-
is a wholesome place that is Stardew Valley. Okay,
Chickens
you
before
only
they're
get the
slaughtered?
mechanized stuff if you sell out to Joja Mart. Okay, and who could do that?
You know, there's
Terrible.
people who haven't put like that much time into their like actual businesses. Like, people have not put like 75 days of. So, you know what? Congrats to you.
Yeah, and I always see your Discord notification, your Discord status, and it says Stardew Valley. I'm thinking, oh, maybe she just left like the game on, and that's why. But no, you're there.
I mean, yes and no. Like it's usually just there in my background, but I will go over there and tend the fields and say hello and do all my stuff in Stardew. I like Stardew, so
Okay, fair enough. And like I said, the other thing I was going to say, a Lactoid, a genuine maniac, inventing new ways to kill hookers in GTA. Like a new and creative ways to do that. So if you want to ask someone whether these things have moral weight, like, he's the person to ask.
And don't get started on his treatment of Teletubbies. That's just a whole other.
Being the bad guy can be fun sometimes, okay, in video games. It just right because it's like, it's like a new flavor. It's a new food.
I don't like it though. I don't like so I've never really been into the shooting games, to be honest with you. Like there are some strategy games I've played, like Civ 5, just because I like it's a game of chess. But I've never liked like the Call of Duty. You go out, you're the bad guy, and you're gunning down all these people. That's never been my kind of game, to be
The
honest.
last thing I'll add
Technically,
is
you're a
that
hero.
like Fable is a no game now. But the original Fable, the director, Peter Molyneux, he made a statement because in case you're unfamiliar with it, it was like a middle-aged type fantasy setting, right? And the director said that most people like actually didn't have the guts to go full like evil route, right?
Mhm.
Because you can make a bunch of different choices, and it did have an effect on gameplay, and even your appearance too. He's like, yeah, most people just didn't have that choice. When I first did it, I did it like completely like a hero, a paragon, right?
Mhm.
But then once I heard that challenge, right, they had re-released the game, and I replayed it, and as an absolute evil bastard, I didn't much like it. I don't want to be awful, even to like game. Like I felt guilty, to answer your question. So I
Yeah.
don't know.
I have a problem when they do that in games where it's like this SWOTOR is really bad about this, right? So like you'll pick an evil character and you'll be doing like an evil character run, right? And like sometimes it doesn't make sense to kill the person. Like say you're like a Sith Lord, right? And it's like, oh, I'm gonna the most evil option you'll get dark side points is kill this person. I'm like, yo, this guy just created a virus. If I'm really evil, I'm gonna like keep this guy alive and
Promote
working
him.
for me. Yeah, promote him. Like, yeah, you betrayed me, but now you're my bitch. And so like I hate when like games like, oh, you can either do the light side, the dark side, or like
They're
have this
very
middle option that
simplistic.
and get nothing. And it's like, well, no. Y'all need to have like a little bit more nuance to this shit. Like then
There was okay. Last absolute last thing. Mass Effect. Mass Effect did actually a much better job of this. A much better job. And there was this moment in time in the video game, because there was Mass Effect 1, 2, and 3, and it was revolutionary at the time. Your save file would carry over, and the choices you made in the past games affected the future ones,
third
right?
one.
Yeah. So the more decision, the characters were killed before are still dead in the second one, right? It's an ongoing story. And at one time, you get a choice about like what to do with this alien race that has been a problem, right? But then you get backstory as to why this alien race has been a problem, and like you're like, okay, what should I do? Should I, and I forget the exact more choice because it's been many years
Rewrite
since I
them.
played.
You gotta rewrite the gap.
Rewrite them. Okay, yeah. Either rewrite them, like rewrite this, like their whole minds, right? And so like now they'll be docile, or like just let them be, And it's like a big choice because of like their impact in the story. And I really stopped. I stopped and like I had to like consider this. Like, what kind of person would I want to be in this situation? But there was criticism from one video I saw online, and like the way they set this up, because there could be other choices, because you were stuck again with like the Paragon way and like the evil way. There was I forgot what
Well, then in the end, it didn't matter. That was the big criticism
Well,
of it.
before
It
you
didn't
even
matter.
just don't worry about that part. We don't talk about the end of Mass Effect 3. We don't discuss that. But anyway, the fact that it was a binary choice was actually a bit of a problem. That it limited like the way you could think about this, right? Like because it wasn't binary, right? Like these people, this race was a threat. And so, like, they could have deepened it in a way they didn't do it. Okay, we're gonna push past this. You want to say something? Last thing.
I have one more question. We could not answer it, but okay. Does it matter how realistic the gameplay is? So imagine I put you into Westworld, okay? So now the people don't look like 3D images on a screen. You can actually talk to them. It's like you're talking to an actual real person, even though you know it's really a robot. Is it any morally different to be an evil person and to rampage and to murder everyone in the very realistic village? It's indistinguishable from being real. Is there any difference between that and you sitting in front of a screen and playing a video game and doing the exact same thing? And it's slightly less realistic. It doesn't look real, quite as real.
Smooth wants to say something.
So the way I look at it is this. Okay, a game is a game. No matter what it is. A game is a game. Now, what happens to your own psyche looking at yourself kill what seems to be real people, that's a psychological study that has to be done. Like if it's that real, that psychologically they have to do a study of what happened to you after you chose to annihilate that whole village. Like because it looked like you were really doing it. You might actually have a problem. You know what I'm saying? Like if you're in Westworld scenario. But if you're just playing GTA and you're dropping a plane on a hooker, like, okay.
Well, that's a lot of fun. That's a ton of fun. But like,
It is.
What
it
if,
is. I've done it too.
What if the bad thing is racist? Does that make it worse?
The bad thing is what? Racist?
Yeah.
Racist,
What if you...
right? So Red Dead Redemption, there was like a controversy where people would dress up like the Klan and go like throw ropes around black people and drag them by horses, and like it was a big deal because
in the game.
Yeah,
in
you
the
can
game,
kill
yes.
the clan in the game.
Wow.
Okay, they got a problem.
Are you saying that if racism happens in the woods and no one's around to hear it, like does it make a sound? Is that what we saying?
That's so
What if it's a white person playing a black character who then gets killed for racist reasons? Is that as bad?
That's a
What if
trendy
it-
thing right now. There's a Civil War game where people pick the South, and
I love that game. You're talking about War of Rights. Yes.
Yeah.
It's and people are incredibly racist on that game. Absolutely. But it also adds to the authenticity a little bit.
There is an
I love that game.
The authenticity.
We need to uphold racism to uphold the authenticity.
I forget which game it was. It's like a small minor game. I know this intro. These were still in intros. I'm sorry. But like there's a small minor game. But I'd heard that they had these avatars, right, for players to walk around this world, right. But they didn't give you a chance to like pick how your avatar looked. So like it was like randomly assigned to you, and you were stuck with it.
That's Rust, I'm pretty sure, right?
I don't know. I have no idea.
No, Rust, you can
maybe.
make a person.
But like, yeah, you were stuck.
customize the Rust?
Whichever it was, you were stuck with, right? And people were like getting like black characters, and then others were being like super racist to them. And they were like, you know, this is a white person talking, of course. Like, this is the first time I understood what racism is, right? Like, but it did give them like an exposure to that, which is interesting in and of itself. I don't know. That's a statement of white person.
I couldn't imagine seeing somebody I like virtually, like you see brown skin and you're like, you know what? F them N words. Like that's crazy. Like that's crazy. Like to see it virtually. Like if a real racist in real life saying the hard R, I'm like, all right, cool. Like I get it. You just hate me. Like, but to do it in a game, it's like you're sick.
It's way more fun than a game.
Like,
there's no consequences.
Nah, bro, you got it. That's different. The rope scenario that he gave, like that's excessive. That's a lot of work. There's a lot of thought that went into that. Like, who found out they could do that?
Rust is one of my favorite games, right? And the race wars in Rust were fucking amazing. Okay. If you've never played Rust and you've never gotten into like a full race war with all the Asians or all the white people, and you're making like pacts between players just because they randomly generated an Asian or a white person or a black person, right? like this is like it's my favorite game of all time. Okay, like you should never ever shit on Russ ever.
So what side did you pick? Because I know you could like blend.
Russ is great.
Hold on, I randomly generated a black guy. Okay, so what we did in our little clan during the race war is, of course, the leader of the clan was whoever had the biggest dick, because that's also something that was randomly generated, right? Your dick size and your boob size, if you were like a female, totally randomly generated. So we'd go around measuring each other's dicks in the game, and whoever had the biggest one was the leader. And you just run around murdering all the white people. It was really fun.
Makes perfect sense. I couldn't see it any other way.
Wholesome as fuck. It's beautiful.
back when America made sense. Times were better.
America was free.
Go do me. That's wonderful.
Free and wild.
How about we go back to selecting our leaders that way?
This is what Ray was.
I don't think it ever worked that way.
Right? There's a time when America was free, right? That's what we're trying to.
Men were men and women were women. Okay. All right. Well, I don't know.
Probably the best introduction Doobie's gave in a while.
Yeah, that's literally the best. Literally the best he's given ever. Like they're all the
I
same.
don't understand gamer culture. Okay, that's the problem.
Is
I'm
there
still stuck
actual
on the,
dick size in this game?
Is there actual what?
Dick size, is that an actual thing? Or are you joking?
Yeah, it's like full nudity. So
Prom was like, wait a minute, I know my next game.
Vaginas and dicks, yeah. And whether or not you generate with like what kind of pubic hair you have, how big everything is, all that's random, and you can never change it.
I mean, the server owner can definitely change it though, but like,
no, they can't. It's attached to your character, which is attached to your unique Steam account.
Anyway, okay, so we're gonna move on past this. FQ, my answer to your is the final question is pretty much the same. I think it's just you can draw more data off of a more realistic environment where you like act like a goddamn maniac. Yeah. But that's a really interesting question. I'd like to talk to you more about it later on. Yeah, and I'm not holding up a show for this. So we have our friend Admiral Gibbs. Thanks for being here. Admiral Gibbs, always nice to have you. How are you?
I'm good. I'm glad to be here. I gotta say, I'm really stuck on the one part of the thing FQ said, which was she's never attacked anybody in Civ. I make sure I find the people that aren't attacking people, and they're my first people I take out. Because listen, it's actually immoral to do stuff like that because you're not using the full game mechanics that the dev put all their hard work, sweat, and tears in. So if you can cheat in a video game, you absolutely should cheat in that video game. Because
there are so many other ways to win.
No, because that is immoral. It is immoral not to use all the features.
It's immoral not to win with science or with culture or diplomacy.
Yeah, that's not how humans work. You know, for democracy, and then I'm down.
I never played Civilization, but I'm like her in another game, Clash of Clans. I never went out and people don't believe me when I say this. If you know the game, right, then you know like how difficult this is. I never attacked another village. Right outside of like war, when like the clans like warred, and then you just have to like participate in that. But like you're supposed to like practice and go out and attack other village. I literally never did that, and I got to like Town Hall 10, by just like collecting like the passive income, over the span of years. So like if you never played the game, you won't know exactly how difficult that is. But yeah, I did the same thing that she did. When I did it, I told my friends it was immoral. So that's why I didn't do it. I'm sorry.
I will say this for my gameplay. I don't attack first, but if I do get attacked, then I go in and I annihilate the city, and I take all of their cities, and I don't stop fighting until they are done.
You might be mad. You commit genocide?
Walk softly and carry a big stick, okay? Teddy Roosevelt was right about this.
Any incursion will warrant an extermination campaign. Understood. All right. Let's go to our friend. Well, I mean, Doobie. I mean, you've said a lot of words, and hopefully you'll say more here, Doobie. Doobie, how are you?
I'm doing well. Thanks for having me.
All right. Well, back to usual. And finally, we got a friend Ali, who's here, who was doing some cultural stuff before this. And I'm glad you were able to make it. So how are you? Muted.
I think you're
Okay,
muted.
great. All right, silencing yourself. Silencing Muslims on Ramadan. Oh, wow. Like,
The
you
first
have no
day too.
shame?
I think. Day one.
Wow.
Oh, I
It's
thought I heard you for
Discord,
sure.
bruh.
Yeah. Hold on.
Your
Let's see.
Discord muted, bruh.
Yeah, you're muted on Discord.
All right, there we go. We better now? We good?
Yeah. Uh-huh.
This whole time I was muted. I didn't know. Yeah. So
He was answering all the questions this whole
I
time.
was I was absent of mine. I hadn't eaten all day. I just ate right before coming on. So happy Ramadan, guys, to all all of you, my fellow Muslims. It seems, right? You guys were all fasting today, right?
Indeed.
Right. Cool. Yeah, it's a pleasure. I'm glad to spend the first.
Food.
I'm glad to spend the first night with you guys. It's not the food but I can go all day without food. It's the water. It's the water.
Wait, you can't drink water on
Yeah, I
Ramadan?
didn't know that.
Not during the day.
Well, yeah. So from like sunrise to
Really?
sunset.
Sunset.
Mhm.
Yeah.
Although, so I obviously don't know your location, and obviously don't really reveal it if you don't want to. But like here, locally, Ramadan for the next like 4 years is gonna get easier and easier. As in Canadian
Yup.
winters, it's like it's like 4 hours of daylight.
Yup. It goes back every 10 days. It goes back 10 days every year. And so yeah, in the February months when
Wait a minute.
Ramadan's
Canadians daylight works on years.
No. Well, I don't.
He's saying for the
Yeah,
next
that's how
4
that works, yeah.
years.
Yeah.
No, I mean he's saying for the next
It's
4
because the Earth
years,
is on an
the
axis.
days are going to be
It's
shorter.
science.
No, because as well, I'll let Ali explain better than I do. But yeah, Ramadan moves back, as in like last year. Okay, I have close personal friends that practice Ramadan. It's like it starts whatever it was in like March, April. Then next year it's going to be like February, March, and then next year it's going to be whatever January, February. As in since it's moving back, and in winter in Canada, it's like in winter it's like 8 hours of daylight, or even sometimes like 6 hours of daylight. Where it's like it just gets easier.
No, I'm not. My question wasn't as dumb as it sounded. I'm saying that like, does like
I know. I didn't understand your question, so I have no
that's
idea.
what I'm saying.
it
That's what I'm
sounded pretty
repeating. I'm
stupid.
saying
I
that.
didn't understand
That's what I'm saying.
that.
Like, is daylight shorter, like for years in Canada? Like you say, like
no.
for the next 4 years, we're only getting,
Depending
like,
on the
4
time
days
of year,
sunlight.
the amount of sunlight varies.
Right? Yeah, with that, like everywhere else. Okay, I thought you were saying that like, oh yeah, Canada's like a little different. Days are short for like a long time.
So
So also in Canada, in the Yukon, there's seasons where it's daylight 24/7, and that's
I know that. Yeah, the 30 Days of Darkness. That's a great movie if you haven't seen it.
Okay.
Yeah, but I was talking about 30 Days of Sunlight, but sure.
Let's get started. Are we good? All right. Listen.
that's that shit funny as hell, man.
Thanks all for being and to my audience, if you enjoyed. Oh, thank you, Nina, for the kind raid. Hope you're doing well, Nina. Yeah, shout out to our friend Nina. And guys, if you liked our preamble, like Black American Mate did, well, then consider gifting a sub, or sub to your channel yourself, or anything else. Or Admiral Gibbs, thank you for resubbing. Hey, really kind of you. But yeah, if you liked all of that, it was a lot. Then consider subbing to the channel, getting bits, getting subs, hyper chats, super chats, all that goodness. All right, so we're gonna jump into the topic. First topic. Maryland youth detention centers are under fire for.
I'm sorry, you just said it. You said Maryland. Funny. You said Maryland.
That's Merlin. Maryland, the merriest land of all. The youth detention centers are under fire for decades of alleged abuse. Under the Child Victims Act, adult survivors can sue for crimes outside the statute of limitations. The lawsuits have described horrific abuse at the hands of correction officers. This begs the question of whether youth detention centers are needed at all. Are youth detention centers inherently abusive, or can they be reformed? Should we find other ways to deal with teens who commit crimes? What if those teens really are a danger to the public? This question, I stumbled upon an article through another article. But I've been thinking about this particular question as to like what we do with kids and how much power should we allow like adults to have over them for like a very long time. And I'll go into more detail on this later. But yeah, so these detention centers, I mean, they're prisons, are just like a prison, and like I think the idea is that these are kinder, gentler places, but from what I was reading, it doesn't quite seem to be the case. But it is true that we have some very dangerous individuals for whatever reason, right? Maybe they're abused, maybe they're not, I don't know, whatever, right? But they might be a danger to the public. And so how do we handle those things? So start for our friend Blackwood.
Yeah, so there's a couple elements here. I've talked before about my skepticism with removing statute of limitations. So I understand they remove the statute of limitations, and you have a whole bunch of lawsuits that are happening. Yeah, I'm not going to speak as to the merit of any of the specific lawsuits. I don't know which ones are true and which ones are not. One of the problems with removing statute of limitations is it does create the opportunity for a cash grab. A lot of people treat the justice system as sort of a lottery of I'm going to put some coins in and hopefully I get a whole bunch more coins out. And it's even better for plaintiffs these days because most plaintiffs attorneys use just go on a retention of a split, basically split award agreement where they'll get a third or sometimes a fourth of the winnings, whatever it is. So there's plenty of lawyers who are looking for work, plenty of lawyers who are going to try to get money out of this. As to the question of juvie as a whole, because youth detention centers, this is just juvenile hall, right? And so should we have it? I think we need to have it. I think if you have kids who are disrupting everybody else around them and are committing crimes, there needs to be some kind of consequence. And the main consequence I'm looking at here is to get them off the street if they pose enough of a threat. But I've also looked at some of the data on this, and the data shows that kids who go to juvie, that juvenile hall has a negative effect on people, them specifically, their psychology. Now, so the question is, okay, so there's going to be a negative effect there. Is the overall benefit of keeping them away from other kids worth the psychological detriment to them? That's going to be a case by case basis. For some kids, I can see that being the case, but for some kids, no, right? If a kid is doing something that is not particularly harmful, maybe they're caught with, the famous low level drugs or whatever, I don't think juvenile halls is a good idea.
So much. Bam.
Yeah. My grandmother actually used to work for a YDC. It wasn't her main career, but she did it for a period. And I think the reality is like the argument for like should they not exist. I don't know. It just doesn't really hold up in a society. Like it's better than any other alternative you could come up with. If you have children who is like obviously violent and dangerous people are like part of the issue. But the other issue is if you have children that are like constant runaways, basically that like they can't be expected to be held up in any like foster system. Like if they have doors to escape, they're going to run away. We can't allow minors to just be in the streets. Like children do need structure, and if you do have children that are threats to be runaways, you do need places that can detain them. Now, what those detention centers look like and what their goal should be, that those should be changed. But I think that should be true of our adult jails as well. I think that especially dealing with children, there should be and there should be like an incentive to re-educate because there's these children who do these things usually struggle in other areas like reading and arithmetic and like basic like all types of like educational skills, which are big predictors of a lot of the negative outcomes that I'm sure Lactoid saw in the study. So I think that there should be well-paid teachers in all these facilities. We should be not just checking these kids to see if they have any like um mental issues, learning deficiencies that could be corrected, and see what actually, therapy sessions and see what led them to the path that they're going down. Because a lot of these kids could be from abusive households and whatnot and just need help. So yeah, reiterating, they not only should exist, they probably have to, because the alternative would be throwing children in adult jails, which we can't have. And what they do at these facilities could be improved and probably should be improved on. Yeah.
Let's go to our friend Corey Campbell.
Yeah, I do echo some of the same sentiments that Lactoid just went through in terms of like, well, so I haven't done a super deep dive on the data, but from the very limited data that I've seen, I pretty much echo the same thing in terms of like, yeah, pretty much sending kids to juvenile detention has an overall negative effect on them in terms of their overall long-term well-being. But I could be, again, I haven't done any sort of deep dive. And like, I can understand, as sort of Bam pointed out, like these being necessary to exist, but I lean towards like, yeah, like overall they're probably overused, as in like I recognize that there are children that are actual dangers to society, but I think like generally speaking, my guiding principle is like, unless you're Macaulay Culkin in The Good Son, like you probably don't need to go to a youth detention center, and we hopefully have better ways to rehabilitate children, or at least treat them better, or at least to ensure that they're not abused. And that's my guiding principle of like I think they're probably overused, but I haven't done a deep dive on that data either. And I'll leave it there for now. And also, yeah, The Good Son is a great movie. Not an overly uplifting movie, but a good movie.
What a reference. The Good Son. Oh my God. Wow.
I don't expect many people to get that reference, but
it's an old movie.
The Good Son.
Yeah. All right. Thank you so much. Smooth, please.
Okay, so I don't think that they are inherently abusive. However, I do feel like some guards and some people working there need more training in dealing with the thought process of, yes, this is a bad individual, but this bad individual is still a child, and there's still a chance that they could really be reformed and turned into something better for society. A lot of people make mistakes as kids, and I think you don't need to be faulted for life for a dumb decision you made as a kid. Now, some of them are sociopaths, and that's just what it is. Should we find other ways to deal with them? I'm okay with the system that we have now for it. I just think that they deserve a bit better treatment and a bit more push towards rehabilitation. Like the adult jails are bad, and the juvenile jails are just as bad, if not just a smidget better. I feel like they should really try and reform that whole model and give them better structure and put them on a better path of life, to where it's actually like rehabilitating them, as others have stated earlier. And if that person, if that child, that young woman, young man is a danger to society, they're probably already facing a life sentence anyway. I would hope so. Because if you're just a menace, if you're a sociopath, a psychopath, there's no getting you out of that. Like, there's nothing we can do. You're done. Like, and it's kind of sad to say, but you're done. Like, we just got to keep you away from human beings, other people, and sharp objects, and other things that you could use to harm other individuals. That's it.
Thank you for that. That smooth is great. Let's go to FQ.
Hi. So, to the first question, are youth detention centers inherently abusive, or can they be reformed? I don't think that it's inherently abusive to have a youth detention center. As Corey, as Lactoid, as Bam, and as Smooth have already stated, the sad truth is we are going to have teenagers, we are going to have children who do present a clear and present threat to society. And the reality is we do need to have a detention center in some place to put them. So the sad truth is, like, we are still going to have, what is it? Is it no, it's Dylan Klebold and Eric Harris. We're still going to, we need to have a place to put these people when these types of events happen. But I do think, and this is the only take for those of you who know my other take, who have heard my takes on the prison specifically. This take is specific to children. It is specific to children who are in juvenile detention centers. Okay. So it's specifically only with children. I do think that there should be reform. I think that like when you look at the data, it's very obvious that like you are more likely to be readmitted. The recidivism rates are high. You're more likely to drop out of high school. You're less likely to finish high school. You're more likely to have poor mental health outcomes. You're more likely to be diagnosed with depression, with PTSD, and with anxiety. And you're more likely to be exposed to drugs and to other violent forms of behavior. One thing I will say that I have found, just briefly looking at the data regarding youth crime and youth victimization total, like over the years, it does seem to have dropped. There seems to be fewer the rates of youth homicide, the rates of youth violent crime, the rates of that's not a crime, but the rates of teen pregnancy, the rates of even sexual victimization within youth detention centers specifically. All of this seems to have dropped over the years. Now, there's some inconsistent data. There is one study that I found that seems to go against the data that's on the Office of Juvenile Justice and Delinquency Prevention's website, which I can send to you, and you can tell me why you think there's a discrepancy. But generally speaking, it seems to have dropped. It seems that we have fewer rates, the rates of victimization, of sexual victimization within programs, within youth detention centers seems to have dropped. So whatever it is we're doing, whatever the reason for that is, and I'd be curious to hear why you think that, why these rates, why there seems to be a decline of youth homicide and youth violence total. I'd be curious to hear why we think that's the case. Should we find other ways to deal with teens who commit crimes? I think absolutely. Here are just a couple of suggestions. One of them is advocate or mentor programs, such as youth advocate programs, where you can assign a community resident to work intensively with young people and their families. Therapy, CBT, we've already mentioned that a second ago. Credible messenger mentoring programs, which hire community residents with a history of involvement in the justice system who provide intensive support to youth and their families, et cetera, et cetera. And it does mention restorative justice. I'm a bit iffy on that, specific to sexual assault, but we can get into that later. But generally speaking, I think that there is a clear and present need for reform. There's plenty of data to suggest that it's bad for kids specifically to go to juvenile detention center. So anything that we can do to keep them out of the jail door and to find some other program or some other response, barring the extreme examples of rape or murder or something truly beyond the pale, I think that that's appropriate, and I think that that's necessary, and I think we should do that.
Okay. Gibbs.
Yeah, so I'm actually going to take probably the opposite take on some of these. I don't think that this stuff is harsh enough. I don't think the sinners are harsh enough.
Put the drones in.
Yeah, so the drones is. I mean, yeah, I know that it's surprising that I'm taking this stance, but really, so the reason why Fairy Queen's right that we have seen a downtrend in crime on the kids because people don't want to charge kids. We've gotten soft. We've gotten soft as a nation. We're not doing it. You know what? There's all these kids are coming from fathers' homes. These kids aren't taking ass beatings at home. You know, when I acted up when I was a little kid, I got an ass beating, and I didn't go to a juvie center. These jail centers, you know what? We're pampering them. These kids are coming out. Oh no, it's so terrible. If they were getting whoopings, they wouldn't be wanting to go back. It's pretty simple. Like, take them out behind the woodshed, pick a switch. You're not gonna want to do that again. Let me tell you, it's real simple. But no, we want to coddle them. We want to sit here and wipe their diapers and go, oh, it's okay that you just robbed $12,000 worth of stuff from the Apple store and we let you get away with it. Oh, it's okay that you burned down grandma's house with grandma in there and her pet pig had to pull her out and save her. It's so sad. Like, I'm so sorry these things are happening. You have such a terrible life. No, these kids, we do need reform. We need to stop being so soft. We need to start giving out more whoopings to all these children that are terrible, and they need to stop being such bad kids. It's really simple. I don't know, like they come from fatherless homes. There's no nuclear family anymore, and that's what the reform needs. We need family reform and not jail reform. And if we do need jail and youth center reform, it needs to be harsher, much, much harsher.
Speak the truth, brother.
Okay.
I want to agree with you now. Jesus.
Admiral Gibbs, I don't know how you do it, but like literally in every interaction I think I've ever had with you, you've somehow like managed to like crowbar the word whoopings into it. Like
it makes sense.
I feel like there's like a 78% chance Doobie's about to say agree.
All right, we'll find out. Doobie, please.
I like 75% agree. I don't agree
Close.
with beating children, unfortunately. But
So not the whooping part.
Yeah, and it's not for any like moral reason. I just think that it seems to be like not effective, right? So, but I think that I would shift a lot of the blame or the anger that Gibbs seems to have toward the parents. I think that at some point, if your kid is fucking up enough, right, it's an indicator that the home life is fucked. You're a bad parent. You should be ashamed of yourself. And I think that along with their induction into rehab or juvie or whatever the fuck it is, I think there should be mandatory courses, bare minimum parenting courses attached. And that's bare minimum, right? And if it happens again, mandatory fine, mandatory community service, and you escalate that up and up to the point where they actually go to jail for just not giving a fuck about their kid, not raising their kid properly. I think that if you do things like that, it'll force these people who I'm gonna like the reality is that these people just don't give a fuck about their kids. You can say, oh, they don't have enough time, but plenty of parents work 3 jobs and still have time to make sure their kids aren't pieces of shit, right? Like, so it's not just that they don't have enough time; they don't give a fuck, right? Or they don't care enough. So I think that at some point you need to shift that blame to them. You need to shift the consequences to them, and that's the only way you really see like long term any changes happening.
Thank you. Let's go to our friend Ollie.
You said what I was gonna say, Doobie. Except, I think from the first right off the first offense, it gets charged to the parents too. I think you need to incentivize the parents to be involved in the kids' lives. And like to Gibbs's point, right? There's a lot of fatherless homes. Well, if the father's on the birth certificate and the father's going to get fined, or the father's going to have to go to court every single time the kid has to go to court and suffer the same punishment, well, then I'm pretty sure the dad's going to be more involved in the kid's life. Because we're sitting here, we're talking about like punishing the kids. Kids are going to fuck up. That's what they do. Obviously, youth detention centers are like are shitty. Jails are shitty. Realistically, youth detention centers should be more like boarding schools, right? Like it should operate more like a boarding school with that type of standard. But obviously, if there's murderous, 14-year-olds, you gotta put them away. But yeah, I agree with Doobie. I think we should just start charging the parents with the same charge we're giving the kids. The Oxford case in Michigan, I think that is like a great example, and I think that's like the best way to help prevent anything, because like the only way you're gonna do like reacting to the issue is gonna get us nowhere. Kids are always gonna fuck up. You got to prevent it, and the only way to prevent it is if the parents are involved. Yeah.
All right. Open to the public. I love the idea of charging more people with gun crimes. So
All right.
Let's go to Corey and let's go to Bam.
You might see a drop in the IQ then, though. Sorry, go ahead.
Since someone mentioned whooping children, that tends to incite something in me. So I'm and your line of thinking is super interesting, Gibbs. Where it's like I think you used your own personal example, like whatever. I didn't go to juvenile detention. I received whoopings, and like that's the connection. So I'm curious, like, what do you think the association is between childhood corporal punishment and obesity?
I'll tell you. It's real simple. I mean, I can tell you. I know growing up, my mom, like whenever she was getting too fat, my grandmother would be like, "You're getting fat," and hit her with a cane. And then guess what? She would would go work out more, or they would go eat. So guess what? My mom to this day is not fat.
That doesn't answer my question. That was not my question. I didn't ask about your mom. I didn't ask about your mom.
I can only give you an anecdotal example to that because I don't have any stats in front of me.
Granted, I'm asking you to speculate. So just give your best guess. What do you think the association is between childhood corporal punishment and obesity, and just overall health status as adults?
I mean, overall health status. I mean, as far as like obesity, I don't know. I don't know what the correlation is. I don't have any data on that, so I mean, I can't really.
Well, how about I would
say probably not much.
What do you think the lactoid? What do you think the association is? If you have to guess.
Well, there could be correlation, but can you prove causation?
No, that's why I said association. I used specific word. So what do you think the association is?
I would think, given that the southern United States is by far the most obese area of the country, and it's the most religious part and conservative part of the country that uses corporal punishment, I would assume there's a correlation between the two.
Yeah,
no,
and that also holds
cooking, which because we have the best cooking. I don't know if you've eaten anything fried lately. It's amazing. Like we got fried chicken, we have fried chimichangas. I mean, this stuff's amazing. Let's get that out of the way.
Children that aren't hit, they don't like good food. They don't develop a taste for good food. That's definitely how.
I mean, I know that we don't live in Canada and have to run from bears all the time. All right, like that's not a thing that we shoot them down here. Like I mean, that's the problem.
Aren't you running from hogs like 24/7 in your?
No, we shoot them.
So Corey,
out of helicopters, machine guns.
Corey, are you implying that beating your children makes them fat? Is that what you're implying?
No, there's a strong association. Now, whether it's actually causative, we unfortunately haven't run the randomized controlled trial of like intentionally beating children and have a control group where we don't beat them. But yes, there's a strong association between.
Parents will apologize with sweets. They'll apologize with
probably.
I want to push back on that. Actually.
Children, wait, one second. So children who grow up in poor households are also much more likely to be overweight and much more likely to face physical abuse. right? So like it could just be those two things. It doesn't need
Yes,
to be that.
there are
You know, it's
confounding
About to say, imagine
factors,
if you put it on a global scale.
and in
there's
the
probably
data,
people who
those are
kidding it.
controlled for as well.
I mean, you could also
How
look at,
did
like,
wait?
professional-
How did they control for that?
You can do a whole bunch of statistical analyses, and you could also have
But
you
even
can
but
so
even poor
you
children
you can't have a true
aren't
control
eaten
group
are
in those
more likely
studies.
to be
I
overweight.
have a control group for
Do
you.
they
I mean,
control for
look at-
race?
That I can't remember offhand. I'd have to look.
let's use like professional football players. Most professional football players come from the South. There's a few exceptions like Ohio and like I mean I can't think of anything other than Ohio and stuff. So maybe California, but most professional football players come from the South. Most D1 football players, even at northern schools, are recruited from southern schools, and they perform better at a higher level. And a lot of those kids, they have very strict parents who are giving them whoopings all the time. And like if they do bad at the football game, beatings, and then or they have to do something else. So these kids are coming out more
They're
athletic.
big and strong. Yeah.
And they're big and
Yeah.
strong.
Yeah,
So
I
there's
also know
definitely
my
correlation
grandfather
there.
who chain smoked for his entire life, and he like lived or whatever. Like, yeah, I can extrapolate certain cases where
Smoking
smoking
is
is
bad for you,
We're
really.
talking
yeah,
about
yeah,
data.
that's how it works. Absolutely. If
My
Smoking
I-
only
grandpa,
keeps
Can I make a
too.
point about
He
that?
still
I mean,
allegedly smokes.
I'm from the Arab community. Like '90s kids definitely got beat, and you got a bunch of doctors, everyone's doing great, man. A bunch of people, majority of the people doing great.
Bam, go ahead.
Yeah. So I wanted to respond to a couple things that were said. One was to Smooth about this was just a point about like people being sociopaths. Like I mean, I've seen there's being a sociopath actually doesn't necessarily correlate that high with like violence and criminality. Like as high as you think it would. There's like there's people who can been diagnosed as sociopaths who like have children, have families, and they're aware of the fact. And they're like you can have conversations like, oh yeah, like you have a kid, like yeah, I actually don't care about this child at all, but I
So-
understand the social, like I
Okay.
understand socially I'm supposed
Thank God,
to,
yeah.
so I'm not going
So-
to hurt my child, but it's not because of
Otherwise,
like a love. Yeah, no, but I'm
So
saying that's a real thing.
so what you're saying is factual, but when we're talking in the context of Lil Johnny is now in juvie, he has a fucking problem, and he already is a sociopath on top of that. Like
Sure.
we're talking about the kid has a mental disorder and is already in juvie. Like we're not talking about just other sociopaths. I didn't say that. We're talking specifically about sociopaths already in jail. So
Right.
we know they have a problem already.
I got
So we
you.
don't have to list your example.
Okay, but that was just actually broadens out to the second point I wanted to talk about is when we speak on like what children are actually in youth detention centers. Like everybody was like, yeah, there's always like we got to stop the violent criminal kids. But reality is I think I was looking, the vast majority are just considered are runaways or considered generally unruly. It's actually not like that many violent children in youth detention
well,
centers.
unruly is a very broad definition, and it,
Yes,
it
but-
definitely encapsulates violence.
But it doesn't encapsulate violence. No, actually, I looked in like 3 states and it doesn't. I looked in Georgia, I looked in California, I looked in New York, and unruly.
Wait. What kids are being sent to juvie for like non-violently being unruly? What does that even mean?
It's like parents' offense. Basically, like unruly. Unruly says that includes things like truancy. Basically, like their parents are sending them to school and
Okay.
they're like leaving. It encapsulates underage drinking, or like just generally not listening to parents. Basically, but it doesn't necessarily mean you like hurt someone. It's just saying
Yeah,
that like
that seems
my
excessive.
child. But the thing is, to some degree, I understand why it has to be. Again, if a child has made a decision for whatever age, maybe they're 17, 16, whatever, and they've come to a decision that like, oh, okay, I'm not gonna do what my parents say. Like that's like, and like you move them to a foster home or like, oh, okay, I'm not doing what you say. At a certain point, like especially if they're like constant runaways, at a certain point, like we can't just say that like, oh, well, this kid gets to just be in the streets. Like that's not safe either. I understand like it's a detention center. Like we detain them. We put you in a place where like, oh, okay, like you have to have some level of structure until you're 18 years old. Like,
and what did Gibbs say again? Bring back whoopings, right? Like,
Yeah.
I think that would solidly fix that. I think it'll do them a solid.
Yeah, sure, that's great when we're talking about 7-year-olds, but like,
no, it's great for talking about 14-year-olds. Look, see, I got this big dent on my forehead, right? From it's this side. I took an elbow there from somebody who whooped my ass. Guess what? I didn't go talk smack to that guy no more because I have a dent in my forehead to this day. Like, I mean, I'm just saying,
Yeah.
you can get ass beaten,
Sure.
you learn a lesson.
Gotcha.
I
Okay,
mean,
but
who'd
the,
you
the,
piss
re-
off?
the
We
biggest
Superman
reason,
Jr.?
That's what we
I'm-
got to do. Just fucking dent him, and they're not gonna miss
Hey,
school
he's
anymore.
not wrong
Fucking kids.
with enough brain damage. You can't really do much at all. So
Sure,
you know,
no,
you just
so
beat them
so
to
I'll
pulp
just
color.
just let me finish my point. I'm almost done. Literally, the only the point I wanted to bring up in this conversation is like, can we have the conversation from the perspective of the majority outside of like the sociopathic like murder kids, like the reality of
Yeah.
the
No, so
reality of
just
kids that
a
are just
No.
so Bam, just a quick point. Okay, so I would actually like if you could link that study, that would be great. Because I'm here.
Yeah.
It's the Office of Juvenile Justice and Delinquency Prevention. So I'm looking here at like the estimated number of youth arrests. So this is the number one. The number one is all other offenses except traffic. That's 85,000. But number two on the list, about roughly 71,000, is simple assault. And third behind that, where is number three? I think number three behind that is larceny theft at like roughly 47,000 arrests. And then if you scroll down here, drug abuse violations is the next highest at 42,000. Roughly.
Yeah, I'll send you a thing because it had the highest
I
I've seen
can
is like
send it as well.
6% is violence. But yeah, I got you.
Yeah, because
Yeah, I mean,
here it seems like
and-
simple assault is like the number one actually listed. The everything else is like the under the all other offenses except traffic, which is the 85,000 number.
And I would argue that a lot of those kids that you see on videos fighting in malls or fighting wherever they end up fighting at, like they always end up getting arrested by the police. Whether somebody agrees or disagrees with the fact that the kid got arrested, that's the fact of their life. They got arrested, you know what I'm saying? And they end up going to jail. Like that's the causal step behind it. Now, whether they're able to bond out due to their family situation is a whole nother thing. Like, is there a class aspect? I don't know if there's a class aspect to whether or not a child is sitting in juvie for long periods of time. I don't know. You know, a class
Almost
aspect.
assuredly.
I mean, I would just
Yeah, of course.
Like, how often do you hear? I mean, I know this is a trope, but how often do you hear like I know my nieces and nephews have done this, and there's in my family there's the nieces and nephews that take whoopings, and there's the ones that don't. And I can tell you at least on several times how many times it's always the ones that don't get spankings that are sitting here going, oh, like what are you gonna do? You're not gonna do anything. What are you gonna do? There's these little badass terrors that think they can get away with anything, and they grow up and now they're like 13, 14-year-old badass terrors. You'll be in public like, what are you gonna do, old man? What are you gonna do? And like, you know, like all these things. And it's just very clear to me that the correlation like between this is like there, and it's definitely causation. Like there's all these people are coddled. These like the DAs now don't want to charge kids for crimes, and when they do, they're like, oh well, it's got to be egregious. And then these kids just like get this idea of entitlement and safety, and they can do whatever the fuck they want and not have to worry about any consequences. And that's what it's what it is. It's they're not taking whoopings.
So again, like so Gibbs, it's I understand the need to rage against the youth, okay? And I understand feeling angry that they're out of control and they just need to have their heads dented in a little bit with an occasional elbow to get them in line, okay? I empathize with the feeling, but it bears repeating. Like overall rates of violent crime for amongst youth, according to what I'm seeing, seem to be down. Now, there was a sharp spike in the 90s, so this is the estimated number of homicide victims. And
it's going to follow general crime trends, right?
Yeah, like so there was a big spike in the 90s and then it went down. There was a small bip in about 2007. It went up in 2020 for reasons we can all probably guess. But generally speaking, the rate of actual homicide seems to be down. And it's not just homicide. It's homicide. It's teen pregnancy is also down, significantly down. Overall rates of crime seem to be down, right? It seems to be generally speaking across the board.
It's because they're not charging you. Just look at Pittsburgh right now, right? Pittsburgh just announced this week that they're not even going to be charging people with crimes or sending police officers out, except if it's like a murder between the hours of 3 and 7. So if you're like a little teenager kid who's going to go out in Pittsburgh between 3 and 7, you know that you can do whatever the fuck you want.
But it's not just. But it can't just be that, Gibbs, because
it's got to be partially that.
But it can't just be that. And like specifically with this, right?
Why can't it be that?
Because this is estimating the number of victims, of homicide victims, of juvenile detention, of people. So this is the number of bodies of people who have been killed or stabbed by people in juvie. This is the number, okay? It's not the number of people who have been accused or who have self-reported as murderers or as people have committed homicide. This is the total number of people who have apparently died as a consequence of somebody in juvie like killing them. That's like what this number, and I can post this number too. But then again, the rates of of teen pregnancy, that's another one, right? That's not something that you can account for, like, because it's literally, you have the evidence right there. It's the baby, right? Rates of teen pregnancy are also precipitously down across the board. Like, they've significantly down. We haven't seen such low rates in many years.
Up, though? You know what else is up though? Mental health issues are way up. You know when we didn't have mental health issues pre-1950s. You know what has happened? Whoopings. Like these kids were getting them. No mental health issues.
The whoopings will bring back good mental health. I'm gonna knock your head
More
back
dent
into
in the forehead. That'll
I'm
solve all the mental health
Sadness
problems.
out of them,
okay,
right? You can't be sad anymore.
It's the happy paddle, right?
Listen, I'll give you something to cry about. How many times have you heard that? You know, it works. You
Is
stop
that
your crying.
etched into the paddle before you smack them across the forehead?
So with the teen pregnancy one, like I feel like everyone's realized the fact that because overall pregnancy rates are also down. I feel like that's an economic thing. When people are more economically stable and feel safe, they actually feel more. They feel like they have a better ability to have a child. Like they feel like it makes sense. But they know that their parents can't take care of them. They can't take care of, you know what I'm saying? So they know they can't take care of a kid. So in that regard, like it's just a logical next step to just not get pregnant. Also, you have more widespread use of contraception, whether it's birth control, whether it's birth control or whatever it is. And then you can also even factor in like abortions. Like it's more readily available. People can actually just go get it done. So therefore, you are going to have less rates of teen pregnancy because they ain't got no babies in them.
But hold on.
Less people are also having sex. Less
Less
people are also having sex. Less teens are having sex, and
Yeah, but like, does teen pregnancies work the same as adult pregnancies? Like in the
same concept.
And the creation, and the creation. Yes, I understood.
When a man loves a woman,
right?
Yeah, but you were talking about the economics of it all. But like is that how teen pregnancies work? I mean, I feel like it's not thinking of the economics. It's like how you end up in
No, so in this particular scenario, like yes, it does because they're looking at it because they're also getting socially reinforced from whether it's TikTok or wherever to say, look, there's more information available, so everybody's more educated. So they're like, look, to have a child and to raise this child, this is what I need. I need XXXXYZ. Therefore, children aren't stupid. They go, well, damn, I ain't got none of that. Let me hold off on that. Like, oh, I want to go to college. Let me not have sex so then I don't have a baby. So then I'll have to take care of a baby and try and go to college. Like whatever, people have like actual goals now. Like back then, people were just doing stuff because no, it's not that they didn't have goals. It's just it wasn't.
Their goals was
when you look at the previous generation that was raising them,
they had the same teens.
Yeah, so yeah, huh?
Teens in the today and teens of the past are not the same teens.
Yeah, because I mean, when you look at like
indeed.
our great grandparents, right?
No,
when you look at our great. So
as in when you grew up in the 90s, you didn't have TikTok. You couldn't get millions and hundreds of thousands of followers by the time you were 16. Most of these 16-year-olds, they're making a lot of money, so their choices are different. They're seeing this thing.
Do you think that do you think that TikTok itself, like having a platform, acts like a contraceptive, and so that's why? Like,
I'm saying the platform
it probably
itself
does a little bit actually.
The platform itself is doing two things. One, people are seeing a lot more stigma around being a single parent, around being being a teen pregnant, and then two, these teens are on different modes, right? So some of these teens, they're going into being 13, 14, thinking, if I can get 100,000 followers on this app, there's a different trajectory for them completely versus the teens of the past who are just bored and fucking.
The reason is they're focused on the app. They're focused on the internet as opposed to like going out and socializing and getting laid. And this is the kind of the double-edged sword here, which is like if you turn everybody into social hermits, you're going to reduce the teen pregnancy rate. You're also, like Gibbs very astutely pointed out, going to dramatically increase the mental health issues that we have in the country, which is what we see happening as well.
People approach each other via online. Like one, there probably is some truth to the reality of like if people aren't willing to speak in person, like it's probably harder to like you're creating like a lot of social pariahs, basically. People who do have no desire to walk up to a girl in public. They rather just talk to one in line that lives across the country. The other thing with that is there's probably a difference in and life expectations. If you were born in a city in 1970, you knew within a certain degree you were probably going to live your life and die within 40, 50 miles of this city. And I'm probably like being generous there. So your option for mates was simplified to like, oh, okay, this is the boy in my town that goes to my high school. It's probably going to be him. He's the best of what's available. Now, like, you don't have to like anybody that goes to your high school. There's no reason to like think that this is going to last forever because I have a idea of going to college, or I have this idea of that, I have this dating app and I talk to this guy that lives
Going to
in
college.
six states away that sends like dirty text to me. And that that's enough for her. Yeah.
So I wanted to back up.
Also, I posted the stats. Like I said, the thing is showing like 8% as the for youth violence, and that's
So
on my high end. Sorry.
I wanted to back up what Smooth was saying, because what Smooth is saying is right. In large part, a huge reason why teenage girls don't choose to become pregnant and avoid teen pregnancy is specifically because they have a path after high school of something to move forward towards other than getting married and other than having kids. They want to go to college. They want to get a job. And because they want to have these things, they value not getting pregnant while they are in high school far more, as opposed to a teenage girl who is not doing so well in school. Her parents aren't really paying attention. She doesn't have a lot of friends. She's kind of socially isolated. But then there's this creepy 22-year-old at a gas station who says, we could be a family. You can come and live with me, and I have an apartment, and and now you're not lonely anymore. And it's just true. There are lots of teenage girls, especially teenage girls specifically, who are in poverty, who will look and who will use the fact that this guy, this older man, is offering them, oh, come live with me. You can have a baby. Won't that be so great? And so they choose to sleep, and they deliberately choose to get pregnant because they think that this is their way out of poverty. And so a huge way of trying to reduce teen pregnancy is to try to offer teenage girls, a pathway of getting out of poverty that doesn't have anything to do with getting married or having babies or having sex. It has to do with achieving your educational goals.
I'll put it back on the deliberate.
Jeff to OnlyFans.
I don't think young girls are deliberately getting.
Well, isn't that also like reducing the fertility rate of the whole country, though?
Wait, what?
Do you believe in having kids at any cost? Is that what you're saying?
I also want to say, I think a lot of
Lactoids are part of the quiverful movement, but go ahead, Gibbs.
Well, I brought this earlier with the fatherless homes, right? And I actually, it's interesting we're talking about this today because I went to a crawfish festival yesterday, right? It was a big family.
Of course you did.
Yeah, tie this together. I want to see how you tie this in.
I am. So I'm at a coffee. It's a family event. So like, there's families walking around, right? And I was out with this girl, Destiny, and we're sitting here, and her father is very involved in her life. And so we're walking around and whatnot. And there was girls walking around, 15, 16-year-olds, and they got the whale tail, high tail, just like they used to have in the 90s. And she goes, I can't believe these girls are walking around like that. If I'd walked outside, my dad would have whooped my ass. Yeah. Whooped my ass. And I was like, that's a good point, right? Like, and I was
60s as opposed to now, right?
Were the teen pregnancy rates lower in the 50s and 60s than they are now?
No. Here's the thing. The other part that I was gonna get at from what I was saying, and I'll let you go. I'll let you go again. That our great grandmothers, they were getting pregnant at 14 and 13. Like that is a generational thing as well. Sorry, Faye.
That's true.
So I'm asking the question. The question is, do you think that rates of teenage pregnancy higher in the 50s and 60s? Do you think they were higher or were they lower?
Well, I want to say they were probably lower. However, I think there are exceptions to that because, like Smooth just said, like my grandmother got married at like 17. So I mean, she popped out like 3 kids. Like
she was a child.
Do you mean unplanned pregnancies? Do you mean unplanned pregnancies?
Substantially higher.
Were they all unplanned, or is it just teen pregnancy like to Smooth?
So I'm looking here. So it does. So the data I'm looking at says nothing about unmarried, being married or unmarried. It just says teen births. Okay, and I'm really glad you brought up the marriage point because that's a really good important point when we're thinking about teen pregnancy. Okay, is the unmarried question because it's often like used as a synonym for unmarried pregnancy, and that's not always true, especially in states where where child marriage unfortunately is allowed, is allowed by the purview of some senators. But this is like from 1955. Okay, So the rates of teen pregnancy 15 to 19 years old, it looks like the birth rate, like, and I can post this like in the side chat. But so this is the birth rate is per 1,000 females. Okay, it was a high of like 96.3. Okay, in 1957. That right now is all the way down to, it looks to me like a low of middling, like between, it looks like 15.4 in 2020. Okay. So the rates of teenage pregnancy have dropped a lot. And I think you would probably agree with me that like there probably were more stable families, there were more two-parent families, single-parent households were far less likely to exist in the 50s and the 60s, and yet we see a higher rate of teen pregnancy in the 50s and the 60s nonetheless.
There's a big reason for this that you're overlooking. It's the same reason that there was probably a lot more teen pregnancy in the 1400s and 1500s, and life expectancy in the 1950s is I think 46%. You know, people are getting pregnant because they just come back from the war.
No, not life expectancy and lifespan are two different things.
I just
Googled.
Googled
get pregnant because they're coming back from the war. What are you talking about?
I'm talking about. I Googled life expectancy right now in 1950, and that says
you got a
life expectancy. No, not 46. It's 46 years. So it's like, so I'm looking at it. If your life expectancy in 1950 is 46 years, I mean, of course you're going to be getting knocked up at 2050.
Life expectancy.
I just Googled it.
Life expectancy is different from lifespan.
I think
life expectancy basically like also includes all like child deaths. It doesn't childbirth. But once you survive the age of 5, they were still living to be like 70s and 80s. Like,
I'll just post the link I found on a quick Google search. But that's what I was saying.
That's a Bing link.
Yeah, whatever. Bing link, whatever. I'm just saying.
I really question your research methodology.
Don't worry about it. The point is, though, life expectancy is a lot lower, you know, back in the day. So, of course, teen pregnancy is going to be a lot higher.
Wait. First of all, it wasn't in the 40s. It was in the 60s. All right. But first of all, like 60s years, like 66 roughly.
So
you're right. It was lower, but Bam makes a good point, which is that life expectancy is like very different than lifespan. When you account for the fact that a lot of children were lost in childbirth that simply aren't lost today, the lifespan was much more comparable than you think, right? It was people generally living into being older age. Most of it was just we had different.
So we
had different culture around like having kids at a younger age. That's what it was.
66.5 for men, 71.8 for women. That was the number in the 1950s.
Global life expectancy, as in he's
oh my God.
That is neither here nor there, right? It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter.
Explode.
We're counting like the Africans, the Papua New Guineans.
Are they not people too?
I don't think they are relevant to the discussion of what our juvenile detention policy should be.
Nobody at 15 thought like I've only got like 12 more years to live. Probably like that's not how life works.
They might have.
I'm not exactly sure how much any of this has to do with juvenile detention centers.
Yeah, I was about to say.
All right.
I want somebody to push back against my thing about kids not being violent.
Well, so hold on.
Kids not being violent?
Well, not the kids in youth detention centers.
Well, here, let's do a Fabian.
Bro, we already did. I thought, how are we still on this?
Because I posted data showing it's not.
Is it global data?
Let's do a
specifically.
Yeah, kids are
no, I'm just saying that like I'm just saying that when we put kids when we're putting kids in there, it's not because again we're not dealing with because I mean honestly it should be expected. Like adults in jail aren't that violent, even though that's what we associate jail as. Like most people aren't in jail because they're gonna kill you if you stand next to them.
Wait, that's not true. Most people in prison are there because of violent crimes.
Yeah, define violence though, because I feel like theft is violent. Do you think theft is violent?
Well, no,
if you use a weapon.
So taxes are violent. Taxes are definitely
taxes are absolutely. Thank you, Prime. Yeah, you're right. Good point.
So if I go and like tax the grocery store and like steal like $500 worth of stuff, like that would you not?
That's what the IRS does. I mean,
I know it's violent. Taxation theft. You know. See?
Oh, okay, yeah. So it looks like it is in like the mid 40s for adults, but yeah, for children it looks to be less than 10%.
Well, okay, but then like how does that square again like with like the source that I gave you like off of the side chat that shows like the different like types of assault,
It's from the same source.
I understand that. Like, this is what I'm trying to square, because I've also found like this is a study again from like the Office of the Bureau of Justice Statistics, and it also says that there has been like an 89% increase from the 1,300 cases of like sexual victimization reported in 2013. But when you actually look at the stats, like in the site, you actually see that there seems to be a decrease in like in the rates of like sexual victimization within juvenile detention centers from staff. So I don't know how to square it. I'm just telling you. I'm asking you to square it, okay? Because that's not what I'm saying.
Well, I think
hold on. No.
His, right now.
No, his
how?
thing is, it says 6% is the percent of change, bruh. That is the percent of change. That is the number of change.
No, that's not what it's saying. So I'm looking at the stat. It's saying 8% of youth arrests involved with violent crime. That's probably true, but the arrest rate is going to be different than the conviction rate.
Yeah.
So you're going to have kids arrested like for being out drinking or being delinquent or whatever, but they're not going to go to juvie. The question is, what group of people is going to juvie? I would think the people going to juvie are going to be overwhelmingly violent criminals. That's my intuition. Fairy Queen saying the data supports that.
Okay. Yeah, go ahead. Sorry, Ali.
Well, you were saying like that you were saying that the violent crimes were reduced as well as the sexual
Yes,
abuse?
there seems to be less homicide committed by youth. There also seems to be less opioid use amongst high school viewers. There are fewer high school students who say that they own or use a firearm. Like, we just see like there are fewer high school students who say that they are, like, over time, and I can post the link here. Has the proportion of high school students carrying a weapon changed over time? And that seems to have dropped as well. That's dropped since the 1993 from 11.8% all the way down to 2.8% in 2019. This was carried a weapon on school property. It's also just carrying a weapon in general. So that's dropped from 22.1% in 1993
They need to
down
boost
to
their logical reasoning
2019
before math class, right?
and 13.2%.
Well,
so let's see. Risky driving, is that changed? This doesn't show over time, though.
Well,
it just seems that overall, when we're looking at risky behaviors from the youth, we seem to see a decline over time with a spike in 2020. Again, that's the one exception. There doesn't
it's following all crime, right? All crime is generally going down from the 90s because the 90s were fucking crazy in terms of how much violent crime there was. And there was a bunch of confounding variables that all kind of came together that dramatically dropped the crime rate. And now, here we are, thankfully.
Well, I heard that is also actually pointing to arrest. I don't know. We don't have to go into that point. It doesn't actually seem to be specific. What you call this?
I was gonna say, what if the kids going to juvie are just more afraid of the things that would happen to juvie and therefore follow the rules better and then try to get out because of the fear that would relate to staying in there?
I don't think that's
abused in there by the guards, and then
I understand the impulse to blame social media or that kids are smarter today or that like we've done such a good, but I don't think honestly that's it. I think probably it has to do probably more social isolation. So probably more kids are probably staying inside and are not going outside. Here's another statistic. You're less likely to have your driver's license. Gen Z is less likely to have their driver's license as opposed to millennials, right? So these kids are probably less likely to be driving out, going anywhere, to have sex, to do drugs, to do anything risky at all. So of course they're probably less likely to enact in violent crime, but there probably is some other bigger social influence or reason as to why this is happening, but I'm not sure what that is. I'm just guessing it's probably
reduction
isolation.
Of lead.
There also seems to be like in our jails in general, but even more so.
Lead.
I need someone to explain that. Why would that have to do?
Gasoline.
Yeah,
what?
So lead is a neurotoxin, and it's a specific neurotoxin in that people who are exposed to lead have heightened levels of aggression. Like it's a brain damaging chemical that specifically makes you aggressive, and so
like in paint.
Yeah, we removed it from paint and we removed it from gasoline. And then surprisingly, about 18 to 20 years after that, we saw a pretty dramatic drop in the violent crime rate. Kind of a coincidence, but I mean, or some might argue it's a coincidence, but to me, like when we know lead has
control for all variables there, lactoid and all the data there.
I don't think there is, right? But if we know lead has this effect pretty dramatically, and then we got rid of lead, and then we saw a drop in the violent crime rate. seems pretty obvious to me. But
I mean, the places it's most likely to remain is probably in places that have had little upkeep over the last 20 years.
Urban areas,
The hood.
Yeah. But
the hood, yeah.
Another thing related to the issues of like youth reoffending is probably, and again, I can't prove this statistically. This is just from experience. It seems that like with our adult jails, but even more so our youth detention centers, there doesn't seem to be a level of like professionalism to it. Like there's not people who like go their whole life to specifically go into these industries to protect these children. Like there's people who are specialized in these things are usually either social workers or they're educators. Like the people who get hired to work in YDCs or in, juvies are anybody off the street who's willing to do the job for a little bit of pay. So you're probably going to have higher rates of abuse and assault just based off of that. It's not a job that we're doing a good job of like skimming for the top applicants.
I've heard the similar things, Bam. I actually spoke to someone who works in corrections earlier today, and what he said, like a major reason, like why like juvie is bad, it's because like the people who are paid to work as corrections officers within those facilities aren't paid very much. So it's exactly what you're saying. So you're not getting the best officers, you're not getting the best of care for these kids, like when they're arrested and when they're sent there. You're getting people who are there for a paycheck and who aren't being paid very well. And so it's probably makes sense why you wouldn't be getting the best quality of people to work there.
I mean, I don't know that that's a problem though. I know everybody wants to harp and say
worse people. That's what we need.
No, people are saying that. Yeah,
We
sure.
need more violent people. More
We should
violent people.
intentionally hire one rapist,
just
like
saying-
they just walks around, like they just keep the kids on edge. Like
This
don't
is-
let me get to you.
Fear, right?
Yeah,
Don't mess
yeah,
up.
you're not gonna want to go back to that detention center if they got Michael Jackson walking around. Let me tell you, I'm just saying,
Michael Jackson.
I'm just saying, it's really a thing. Y'all are sitting here. Everybody wants to talk about more paychecks. These are guards. They're guards. You don't need Albert Einstein walking around guarding children, bro. That is ridiculous. What you need is like someone with a 70 IQ that's 325 pounds, that when someone comes up and is like, oh, I'm going to stab you with a shiv, he goes, ha ha, and laughs it off. Like, that's what you need. We don't
Those
need
are your two options: a 70 IQ individual or Albert Einstein.
Typically Einstein.
I'm just
Only
saying,
him.
Nothing else.
I'm just saying, like, you want to talk about guards, like that we need, we need geniuses
For
in there.
kids, specifically to work with kids, okay? We're not just talking about a jail. We're talking about a juvenile detention center, right?
So
Wouldn't it make sense to want to have people who are specifically trained to work with youth to be in those facilities?
And Admiral
Because
Gibson
you're
might
working with
need
the
to
youth
wield the club
population?
and swing it. They need
the
Bam Bam
person
from
who's-
This is the
Play-Doh.
only education you need.
Make the
Listen,
detention centers
listen.
boarding schools.
Oliver Twist learned not to ask for more. I'm just saying, you don't want, like, it's real simple.
Wait, who said that as a joke? Because that's actually, I think the youth detention center should act as like boarding school.
It wasn't a joke. I'm being serious. You can still have you can still have
I'm being
guards
serious
and everything, but just
I think they should be
act
like
as a
a
boarding
summer
school.
camp.
yeah.
Like, we send them to camps. That's my belief. Yeah.
Oh, wait, hold on.
Well,
Okay.
The camp.
So I wanted to. So
100
what
miles away.
FQ
Like
said.
holes.
They can go
It-
dig holes. Yeah.
Oh my god! What FQ said, it sort of relates to like the reason I've been thinking about this particular topic, right, and things around this particular topic for years now. So you talked about like it's because they aren't paid as much. Sure, fair enough, right? And I think that's probably a stressor on this. So fair enough, right? But it's definitely more than that. Because it's not just juvie, it's anywhere where adults have power over children who are left unaccountable.
Yeah.
All of them. We're talking about the Catholic Church with the nuns and the priests. If you're talking about the Boy Scouts, if you're talking about there's a few more other examples.
Schools.
School. I think schools are more accountable than others, but I can see it happening in schools as well. But
It does happen in
yeah.
schools,
There is
unfortunately.
there are troubled teen camps. This is where like what first got me thinking along those lines, right? Like those boot camps, right? Boot camps are like usually more for guys, but like there's version of these for girls. There's NBC has been doing these articles for years, right? Following these different camps and just like the wild abuse, physical and sexual abuse that happens on these troubled teen camps. You just send your kid over there because of whatever reason, right? And like they're like in these rural areas, and they put them in like states with like loose laws around these things, and who like awful things take place.
This is on Netflix too.
I
haven't
seen that
documentary
on
this. Yeah,
I haven't seen a documentary, but I'm sure. Yeah, exactly that.
Yeah.
But the point is that like we see this replicated in every sense, in every place where adults have power over children and are left unaccountable. I would just literally, it's like a law of the universe. I would just assume that there's going to be abuse if you let that happen.
And
So
it's
that's
probably
like-
going to be
yeah.
more likely to happen in a juvenile correction center. Like, as at least in a school,
Yeah.
you know, you have the option to go to the principal, to the counselor, to your other teacher. You have you are with other students. Like there's a protocol, there's a standard. There are places you can go. That's not nearly as true when we're talking about in juvie, where you can be put in solitary.
these kids
right?
already
And the
don't have parents half the
prejudgment.
time, and there's like
Which is why it's more likely to
these kids have
happen. These are
fouls
bad
or
kids.
expected to be liars. Like
Mhm.
Yeah, these are
I
bad
will
kids.
say I will say this too, like looking just, and again, this is just based off of the data. I was told earlier today that that actually youth on youth sexual assault is more common, like within these correction centers, but that actually doesn't seem to be true when I'm actually looking at the numbers. What the numbers show is that adults sexually abusing minors within correction facilities seems to be more common and seems to be more likely, but it's not as violent. Okay. That's not how it happens. When you look specifically at violent sexual assault, so being grabbed, being assaulted, being pinned down, that's far more likely to happen in a youth-on-youth sexual assault as opposed to an adult sexually abusing a minor.
Well, I mean,
So
it makes sense
seems,
statistically. Like, like every adult sexual interaction is going to be considered an assault versus with
Right.
the youth. Like,
well,
whether
for
it was
obvious
consensual
reasons.
or not. I mean, yeah,
Well,
but I'm just saying that like I see why the stats would say that.
Well, I just wanted to say, like, the way that this happens, like in these facilities, it doesn't seem to be, you know, somebody's grabbed and then pinned down. That doesn't seem to be like what's happening. What seems to be what's happening, my guess is that there's coercion, that there's a quid pro quo, that there's a lot of grooming, that there's a lot of lead up, don't ever tell anyone or else, or if you do this for me, I'll give you this privilege. That seems to be more of probably what's happening. But I just wanted to talk very quickly about like high school. So, and like specifically regarding making prisons into schools. So I remember when I did my student teaching in 2020, I remember I had a student who like did go to juvie, and we had a program, and the program was called Horizon. And what Horizon was, it was, you know about Horizon? Yeah, it's an online education program. Okay. So if one of your students is arrested and if they go to juvie, they're supposed to do their homework assignments on Horizon, on this website for them to complete this work, right? Well, do you want to know how many of my students, if they went there, finished their work on Horizon? Guess how many?
None.
Like none of them. Like none of them. They didn't do anything, right? The only way when they came back after being placed in juvie, they had a pile of work about this high that they still had to complete because they just didn't do it while they were there. So even if it's the case, and I hear you, and I agree that it probably would be better if we turned juvenile correction centers into schools, into having more programs, and into being more rehabilitative. I'm with you there, right? I question how effective that actually would be in practice, even though I agree with the spirit of it. So here's another data
But
point,
no one
right?
does school online.
No.
I'm telling you that like when my students have gone,
No,
they
but I'm
don't
just
do
saying
it.
that.
They
No,
ignore
I'm saying
it.
that
And-
like no one does. I'm saying like in COVID we learned that like no one was doing school online.
well, but the point is like also like just another point about therapy. I don't think court ordered therapy works. I've looked at like some stats like regarding like specifically when the court orders you to get therapy. I from what I've seen, I've spoken to Scott about this, and he stated that this isn't as effective as like we might. It doesn't work. It doesn't work in the way that we wish it would work. So I wonder, would this? But that was specifically with adults. That wasn't with kids. So I wonder if it would be
finish your
different.
point, FQ. Then we're going to Ali and
Yeah,
Debbie.
I'm done now. Yeah.
Okay, Ali and Debbie.
All right, so anecdotally, I went when I was like 8 or 9. I went to school in Lebanon. My mom took me to Lebanon. It was like a second class school. I wasn't able to get into the private schools. This school ran like a fucking prison. Okay, you walked in, they checked your fingernails to see if they were cut properly. You went to class. Now, this was, mind you, this was like 15, 20 years ago, whatever. The teachers could hit, like the nuns, they could hit you with like a ruler on your hand if you were like disrespectful. The teachers were smoking cigarettes in class. The parents gave the teachers full like autonomy. They're like, hey, you guys can like essentially raise our kids for the 8 hours that they're here. We give you like, call us if there's a severe issue. Less of those kids decided to act up, right? And when I was there, I acted up because I was used to this type of schooling, right? When the teacher hit me, I fucking snapped. I was like, who the fuck do you think you are? My dad doesn't even hit me. You're gonna fucking hit me? And I acted up. I'm saying that for like these detention centers, if they like, there has to be some like level of intimidation for them to like continue the coursework and do that. It can't just be like you take these kids and then put them in like a literal school setting. It has to be something a little bit more corporal. And that's kind of what I'm saying, is it would act something similar to what I experienced in Lebanon, but not to the severity. Maybe they can't like hit the students.
That's an interesting thought. I want to think about that. Doobie, go ahead.
So I've been listening to you guys, and I'm wondering, like, what do you guys think could be done about kids who like might be too far gone, right? Might be, they're raised in a really bad environment. They hate authority. They're violent. All the bad shit, right? Maybe they're involved in gangs already from a very young age because it's just the lifestyle that they were raised in. Like, if court order therapy doesn't work and the home life is shit and there's no way to make it not shit, short of taking them from the home and putting them somewhere else, and we know how all the problems with like adoption and things like this, what do you do for those people? Like, how the fuck do you save them from their, not only their themselves but their environment?
Military.
I don't think you can ever make that call on minors. I think it's like too soon of a time developmentally.
Well,
to ever decided like, oh, this kid's too far gone. Outside of like, there's 17-year-olds and 16-year-olds that sometimes commit murder and we charge as adults. But realistically, like, oh, he got in a gang, like he's 15, like he's done, like cut him, like life over with.
Are these military schools bad, or are they like what's the rate of abuse in military schools? Put them in military schools.
I think what you call it just said that it was pretty bad.
I mean, the military is not known for its like sensitivity on the subject of rape either. So I don't know why you would think they were particularly safe there.
Well, the school I would say would have a little bit more.
So my answer would be you have to provide them a pathway to success where they can be successful. And I think that this is why I think that role models in schools are especially important. So I think that for kids who are truly struggled, like somebody mentioned the military. Ali was mentioning military school. I don't know if I believe in like sending kids to like a military school, but it's just true. There are lots of kids who struggle in high school, who are rowdy, who don't pay attention, who don't listen, but then they go and they join the military, and it is good. And the reason why it's good is because you get benefits, you have a job, you have to learn like it. I've spoken to so many people who work in the military who will talk about how gross their new recruits are and how they have to train them to like wash their clothes, to take showers, to eat on a regular basis. Like but the reason why that's important isn't because of the beating aspect.
It absolutely is.
It's because it provides you a pathway to success. It's because of the future. You have something to work towards. You have role models, people to look up to. That's what you need. You need a pathway to success.
Absolutely incorrect. Absolutely incorrect.
There's also the violence.
Pregnancy.
Bro, imagine if you talk back to a drill sergeant, what happens to you? Bad things. If you're doing a live fire exercise,
can they actually assault you?
They can do all sorts of other things. Like, I mean, it might not be a literal physical aspect, but they can punish the living shit out of you, right? Like you might be over there cleaning the toilets with a toothbrush for the next 6 weeks. You might be over there like cleaning the floors.
That's not corporal punishment.
I mean, but here's my point.
Treating adults better than children.
But here's the other thing. Here's the other thing you don't forget to mention is if you don't listen to these people in the military, you can literally die when they're doing a live fire exercise and they say crawl and they're shooting over you and you're like, no,
and
I don't want to crawl.
You're got the Starship Troopers.
No, this is a real thing they do in the military. This is a literal thing they do in the military. They do live fire exercises and you have to crawl. If you're like, no, I don't want to do that, stand up, bang! Like,
yeah, but that's not the reason like why joining the military in the long run could be a good thing. The reason why it's good is because it allows you to pay for college. Okay. It gives you a pathway. It gives you a job. It gives you friends. It keeps you out of trouble. It gives you a structured life that
can your list include intimidation as well? Wait, can the list also
Hold on,
include
hold on,
intimidation?
as-
Because that is a factor. The people that don't want to listen to authority figures don't just go to the military and all of a sudden have respect for these authority figures. There's a huge intimidation factor that you're gonna get severe punishment if you don't listen to
Right,
these
but it's not
people.
just intimidation, right?
That's
It's
a big
also the
factor.
fact that
That's a
the
big-
reason
it's a
you
large
accept the
factor.
intimidation is because of the fact
No.
that you get these benefits and
No.
because
No,
you
no, no,
told
no,
them.
no.
Absolutely
Hold on,
not.
Otherwise,
hold
they
on,
Not
hold
only
on,
that,
hold on,
because you
wait.
get intimidation from
Wait.
your peers and from
Wait.
drill sergeants and whatnot. Like if you do something
Oh,
bad,
okay,
everybody gets
okay,
punished.
okay. Y'all are, I think, by, well, okay. To not sound completely ignorant, I think I'm like probably one of maybe 3 that have actually been in. So to speak about the military in and of itself. So one, because I heard something earlier. One, generally speaking, the military schools are better because they're a better resource because they have multiple pools to draw money and resources from. They have multiple pools, so therefore they're able to get more and do more. Two, they have a better and more ethical talent pool. And that's just because of typically it's people that are retired from the military that go into this and they actually go into leadership positions or whatever. And it's typically people that actually care about children and want to better children and give them a better path going to the future. And it's not even, most of those kids don't even join the military afterward, which is crazy. Like most of them don't. There's only a select few that actually after that then go into the military. All right. And that's just what the reality of it is. Somebody said something earlier about what was it? So I guess the intimidation factor thing. Yes, that's a big thing. That it's just unfortunately that's just the way the structure is, and it's not just intimidation from this drill sergeant. It's the fact that you're making everything worse for everybody else. You know what I'm saying? They build that sense of community within those kids. So therefore, if you're somebody that's sitting on the ostracized and out on the outskirts of those kids, it's because you're not helping the group.
Can I ask you a question?
You're literally somebody that's literally being unethical.
Smooth, you were in the
Like,
military, you said, right? Let me ask you a question.
yes, that
to
is
prove
correct.
this. So you just brought up the intimidation factor by the group, right? Say you act up. The drill sergeant can't physically do evil. If say you act up, are there? Can you think of any times that were potentially maybe the group took it upon themselves to maybe haze somebody for acting up like a
What,
bad
they hit him
person?
with soap in the bed?
I mean, beyond that wild abusive example. All right. Yes, the people are going to take it into their own hands to make sure you get in line because everything you do affects the group. Therefore, most people they feel like you're literally dragging them down and you're hurting them and their chances of going to be better. You know what I'm saying? Being more in the military. There was something Fairy Queen that you said, and I wanted to agree with you and back you up. I just cannot remember what you said, and I'm sorry.
I was just saying that I think like the best way to try to help kids who like seem to be struggling, who seem to have grown up, is to give them a path, to give them a future, to give them something to work towards. If you can to give them a role model, somebody who they can emulate in their own lives and who has been through those same experiences. It's the same thing with teen pregnancy, right? Like if you know that you can find success other than like,
Yeah.
like be getting into trouble, then you will choose that. You just it just has
Yeah.
to be believable and achievable for you.
And that's a lot of what the military does. It gives you a structure, it gives you people to look towards, and it gets you in touch with people to where you can actually go forth and do more. And I'll let Social go.
So Ali, go Ali, and then I want to hear from Jibby because this started off with Jibby's question. So, but then we're gonna have to go to the next topic. Ali.
So I want to agree with Fairy Queen that I do think that giving someone a path to a better life is the best route. But we're also talking about people who don't respect just that notion, right? So like although I agree with you, I kind of want you to agree with me that intimidation for these individuals almost specifically, does come into account, and it is a big factor that you do need. Like these people aren't afraid. They have nothing to worry about. They have nothing like there's no reason for them not to do something if all we're going to give them is nurture, right? You need the intimidation factor. Unfortunately, I'm not saying it has to be beating specifically, but it does have to be like there has to be some type of punishment and a fear of that punishment, and that punishment does have to be severe enough to where like these kids are like, or these individuals are like, whoa, I don't want to do this. But once again, I still think you attack the parents, you don't attack the kids, so punish the parents.
Attack them with knives.
Mm-hmm.
So Doobie, I don't know what you had to say, but I wanted to follow up with something that I just found that I remembered from a few years ago.
Sure.
Go ahead.
So this is something that I remembered from like a few years ago. I didn't prep for this, so forgive me. But I remember I was looking up specifically soldiers and whether or not they had higher rates of psychopathy. So would somebody with antisocial personality disorder, would that person be the ideal soldier, right? Because theoretically you'd have a cold-blooded killer, right? He doesn't care. He's out there shooting in droves, right? Theoretically, this person should be the perfect soldier, right? But I'm looking here and I remember reading this article from a few years ago, and there are actually good reasons not to have somebody with antisocial personality disorder like as a soldier, right? Because while it's true that they're able to keep calm in stressful situations, they're able to pick up and shoot, they also can't, like, I'm reading here and this isn't the most scientific article, but I can send it to you. Like, it basically talks about like how people that have worked with soldiers with ASPD, they tend to not make it. And they don't make it because they don't make the unit cohesive. They tend to fight, they tend to lie, they tend to steal, they tend to cause problems like within the unit. And while it's true you need people who are killers, you also need people who can work together cohesively as a unit. And if you have somebody who is diagnosed with ASPD, they are less likely to be able to do that. They're more likely to talk back to authority. I would assume they're probably more likely to try to buck authority and to probably try to challenge authority and to try to mutiny against like the commanding officer.
Mutiny.
Which would be another problem with having somebody as a sociopath. So the sad truth is that for some people, there may not be the military may not be the answer for someone like this, right? Like, I don't care how many times you beat Patrick Bateman over the head and you tell him that it's wrong and evil for him to want to chop women up into itty bitty pieces. It's not going to remove the desire. He is going to be every bit as much Patrick Bateman before you start beating him with the spanking paddle as he is afterwards, right? It's not going to. It's like.
You throw him
No,
in
but
the
I'm just
chute,
saying, like, some of these problems, like with ASPD, is so ingrained. I'm sorry.
Well, then-
the meanest drill sergeant is not going to be able to train that out of the person. It's
then
still
that
going to be there.
person just goes
So-
to jail. I don't really care about
Well,
like
that's-
that individual.
Sorry, we got to move on. Let's go to Doobie. Lactoid, I'll give you the final word if you want to.
So, I mean, given that some of these people, Fair Queen, are like they have this ASPD thing, you're not gonna be able to fix this person with beatings. I don't know, like, how do you give that person a path, like a path forward or a path out of this whatever conundrum they're in, that doesn't involve taking them out of the household permanently if they get involved into the criminal justice system as a child, and then further, how do you like undo the fucking like decade or two of or almost 2 decades of like of parental neglect and what that does to a child, because we know that, you know, ASPD typically isn't something you're born with. It's something that develops, right? So a lot of these children develop it because of the environment that they're in. So now that they have this thing that they got from this environment, I don't really know how you fix a person like that. So what I was wondering is if you guys would be more, because to me it makes sense to just take the kids out of the household very early if there's some indication that the parents can't take care of the kid or aren't taking care of the kid or teaching them terrible things, or the child is selling drugs and gangs. And I know I think Bam earlier like downplayed, oh, they're in gangs, but it's not just that they're in a gang. It's the kind of mentality that circulates in those kind of groups, right? This idea that it's okay to rob people. The idea that it's okay to beat somebody up, or if they like insult your like fucking shoes or something. This idea that it's okay to like so if you see somebody get knocked down on the floor, it's okay to run over and stick your hands in the pockets and take their shit. Like this kind of mentality, it comes from these groups, right? It's something that they learn from watching other people. So now that they've seen it happen, and this is something that's become ingrained in them as part of their personality, I don't know how you break that. Now, I was watching something with my fiance last night, or the day before, a couple days ago, called The Program, where a bunch of parents sent their kids off to what's basically like a military fucking cult thing with no military. Mm-hmm. They hadn't committed any criminal offenses. They just thought these were troubled youth. So they inducted them into a program, and this program required them to basically behave like robots 24/7 to earn privileges and to earn their way out. Right? It was something crazy like, oh, if you smile, you lose points. If you pass gas, you lose points. Right? If you like look out the window, you lose points. Right? And if you had to like work your way up through the levels, and eventually, yeah, Ellie knows what I'm talking about, right? Eventually,
they made them do this for fucking hours on end, and just like up, down, up, down. It was insane.
Yeah, and eventually, work your way up. You get to talk to your parents for 15 minutes a month. And if on that phone call you complain about your treatment, they say, "Oh, but you're manipulating your parents," so the phone call's immediately cut, and now you lose access to that, and you're knocked back down. Right? So it's really fucking intense, like fucking suffocating, like set of rules, right? That I think was meant, according to these people, to kind of break these children down, break all those bad habits, and to like remake them. Basically, is it basically a form of brainwashing, right? But and it's according to the people who are in this documentary, the results are terrible. Right? So plenty of people being physically abused, sexually abused, just as you'd expect in this kind of thing, right? Many parents had no fucking idea what was going on. They'd just been sold this idea that, hey, you send your kid to this place and they come back a good kid. So but given that, the intention of the people who ran this place was allegedly to brainwash them, yes, but to fix them, right? And there's a part of me that feels like, how the fuck do you fix somebody or you break somebody of all these terrible habits I spoke about earlier without subjecting them to something like that totally breaks them down and remakes them as a person? Like, there might be something to that. I just don't know, like, where. I don't know how how you do something like that in a way that's ethical.
I'd say it was military school. But
I think Lactoid wanted to respond. I'll hold off after he says his piece.
I mean, I think Doobie, you're asking a tough question. I sort of agree with what Bam said a while ago, though, which is that they're a little bit too young to even make the call of like irredeemable, right? Barring some kind of like crazy circumstance where they're killing people, but generally we're going to put them in prison anyway for doing that, right? I mean, even in my state, there was 2 girls charged with as adults. They were 12 years old, right? I mean, charging kids as adults can get pretty damn young in a lot of places. I'm not on board with that for other reasons, but if you have a kid who's just like a little shit, yeah, we can Clockwork Orange them and send them to this fucking crazy facility, the Doobie that you're talking about, and like turn them into robots. We could, keep their eyes open and shock them while we're showing them like pictures of bullying. I don't know, like there's things like psychopathic shit we could do. I just think that like the research we have now indicates that among kids who do the same kind of crimes, the kids who get sent to juvie do worse and have worse life outcomes. And so the question is, how do we separate this person from society? Because we don't want them to have a bad influence on all the kids around them. That's an important factor of this. But then how do we also prevent them from having terrible life outcomes? I don't know the full answer. I think it's probably going to be a balanced case by case situation. But I do think that I'm serious when I said like a summer camp. Like, I like the idea of sending them off into like the fucking woods or whatever. Like, and they have to they're under some kind of like supervision, but then they have to like fucking care for themselves and they have to like learn how to fucking get fires going and cleaning meat and preparing food and growing vegetables. I think if prisons who have like vegetable growing programs, like that's pretty effective too, right? It gives someone like a task that they have to do that's generally productive. What I don't think is a good thing is keeping people in a cage with a bunch of other kids that are also bad, because that's just going to create a feedback loop, and the evidence seems to demonstrate that too. We got to keep them busy. We got to keep them working. Their mind always has to be occupied. I think most of the time, not all the time, but most of the time, the biggest problem with these kids is that they're bored and they just don't know how to deal with being bored. And so because they were never taught, or maybe they just have poor strategies, and then they take out that boredom in terrible ways.
Mm-hmm. And if you like just give them sometimes, like I said, a lot of times they're struggling with reading and like a lot of the other educational things. Like if you place them in a space where they're actually getting a little bit more support and they're not being compared to the other kids at school, like they can kind of rise to the top with some level of like positive reinforcement. Like, wow, you're doing really good with you're out reading everyone in this juvie or whatever, or at this camp or whatever. Like, yeah, you know what, I'm helping out. Why don't you tutor him? Why don't you help him out? Like, giving people purpose works, regardless of age. Make people feel like they're doing something positive. Because the thing is, the reality is, almost no one wants to be a bad person or consider themselves to be an irredeemable person, especially children. Children, like, they can think they're different or whatnot, but if you give children are very easily influenced if you under the right circumstances. It's a reason why, like, children from certain backgrounds have lower rates to even be in any situation. Like, socioeconomic backgrounds just don't even get into these situations to begin with, because we know what, like, social influence can do to a child.
Okay. Let's FQ, I guess you want to respond, and then we're gonna move on as soon as you're done.
No, we can just move on. I was just trying to find a study because I'm pretty sure I've heard of a camp specific to like what Lactoid was referring to earlier.
And they had the
but
worst
but the reason I remember it, I think it failed, as sad as it is to say, and I think it failed because of the fact that these kids were socializing with each other within the camp. So like when they specifically went to this camp to like improve their behavior, it's the same as the DARE program, right? So they were introduced to all of these other kids who were also little shits, and so it only increased like their apparently it only made them worse, like because they were constantly socializing with each other at the camp. But I don't disagree. I am largely in favor of programs like that in Church for Kids.
If they're growing carrots, they can't be talking to each other. I'm just saying, right? We just make them grow carrots all day.
A vow of silence as they're growing carrots.
We remove their voice box, then send them.
No. Hold on a minute. And then we can and then we also have like it's more food production too. Like we can make this economical, and then the camps can survive off of a percentage of whatever.
And we can
and then we don't need to import any Mexicans.
Close the borders.
This is what I was thinking of.
Okay.
Whoa, huh?
Okay.
Here,
So
then there goes the kids, though. So we can't do that.
Oh my god. Okay. All right. Let's go. Keep going. Let's move on. Hey all. I hope you enjoyed the first part of this discussion. We have been talking about juvenile detention centers. I thought it was a really interesting discussion. I didn't think you guys would. I was happy to see you guys take to this issue. It's something, again, I've been thinking about for a while. And it's like, adult power over children and like the outcomes there. And I keep looking around for examples that they don't end well. But this was a really interesting conversation. Thank you so much, guys. And if you out there appreciate it, consider supporting the channel. Ico Rich gave 100 bits 19 minutes ago. It says, send Bill Cosby to the schools. Okay.
Bill Cosby would actually be fantastic.
That's not what I expected from Ike Out.
I mean, he's actually great with you. He doesn't have any history of being bad like with you.
Just don't put him in charge of the food or the drinks.
Let's not give him a chance. How about that?
Yeah,
he's got decades of it. We've got decades of history to know that Bill Cosby didn't abuse children. He was actually a great influence on children's lives, for better or for worse.
I don't trust the data. I'm sorry.
He just liked adults a little too much.
I'm about to say he attacked adults. Good for him.
Women. Who cares about them?
A strong correlation there.
That's why I specifically chose Michael Jackson for my example. You know what I'm saying? Like he's over here giving him the Jesus juice.
Oh God.
I could have used R. Kelly as well, but I chose that.
Hey, consider supporting the channel. Subs to the channel. Give bits, give subs. Or consider using. Hype chats apparently aren't a thing anymore. Which we learned last stream. But super chats on YouTube, they help out. Help out this channel so I can keep doing the things that you like to see doing, the things that keep you coming back. So consider helping out this community. You get your emotes to get after your viewing. No stupid ads running here. We hate that. So support us. Okay. Topic 2. Candace Owens has recently made waves by drawing attention to an explosive lawsuit filed by Rodney Jones against Sean P. Diddy Combs, where Jones accuses Combs of hosting drug-fueled gatherings where sexual assault and other crimes took place. She references Cat Williams's claims of elites pressuring black artists into compromising situations and allegations that Jeffrey Epstein was involved in a government-backed scheme to gather blackmail on powerful people. These claims shed light on a purported secret Hollywood network, leveraging blackmail and exploiting underage prostitutes for control of influential celebrities. Do you think there is truth to any of these claims? If so, what should be done about it? If not, how should the entertainment industry, law enforcement, and government officials confront these disturbing accusations? And shout out to my man Doobie, who put forward this topic, and he even wrote the question, which I love that. Like, the less of me thinking, the better. But yeah, he did it.
More gaming time.
And more gaming. Okay, I woke up today and I literally thought it was Sunday, and I was okay. Anyway, thank you, Doobie. Doobie did such a fantastic job. In fact, why don't we have him start and then we'll go around. So, Doobie, please.
I think it's all true. Okay, I think all of it is true. I think that maybe not all of it. Okay, but I think that there's something really kind of sinister about rich people in large numbers. And I think that's the problem in Hollywood. You have a ton of people whose egos are on the fucking top of their world because they're artists or entertainers. They're actors. You have people fawning over them 24/7. These people develop massive egos, have lots of money, lots of access to just about everything, and I think this makes them feel potentially like they're untouchable, and it seems like in some cases they are untouchable. Now, according to the allegations within the case that I sent, and I think you posted in the group chat, the guy accuses them not only of getting away with like drugs, sex trafficking of adults and minors, forcing people into sex, sexual assault, and murder, even like full on fucking murder, drugging people against their will, all kinds of shit. And I know that this has been something that's like kind of circulated around Hollywood for a very long time, right? You had before this, you had fucking Cat Williams come out and talk about how producers in Hollywood, people with a lot of influence in Hollywood, if you're a black man, at some point they're gonna try to make you wear a dress, right? It's gonna happen. They're gonna try to make you wear a dress to emasculate you, and this is part of the way that they intend to like reduce the masculine identity of black men or some shit like this, or put forward black role models who are less masculine, right? Who are like, who are seen as like weaker or something, right? So I think that I think Cat Williams named some names in his thing too. Before that, you had obviously with the Me Too movement, you had a ton of people coming out about this, pointing to various producers, including the guy who he plays he almost rapes Cat Williams in it was Friday After Next, ironically. I forget his name, the bald guy.
Terry Crews.
Oh, Terry.
Terry Crews, right? And he had similar stories, right? People were groping him without permission, and that just came out, and it just seemed to like go under the rug. The Cat Williams shit went under the rug. The last allegation against Diddy, I think he paid that girl off. This guy, they said that initially, and that wasn't just like nothing. That was fucking full on rape, like gang rape, basically by multiple people, and that's gone now, right? So he throws some money and now it's gone. This guy, thankfully, initially he put forward the case with like a $30 million demand. Now he's I think as of last week he's removed the demand, so he's not even demanding money anymore. So he it seems like they wanted to go to trial, right? And he claims he has hundreds of hours of evidence, of like video evidence and audio recordings and photos. And I wonder, like I said, I think it's true. I think that it's just it's a consequence of just rich people with big egos. And I wonder like what people who don't think this is true, like what's the alternative? Is it just like something that is fun to make up? Like I don't I don't know. That's where I'll leave it, I guess.
Thanks so much. All right, let's start with live to work our way around.
So, and this is actually I'm somewhat relevant to the topic. Bill Cosby was absolutely accused of abusing children. Two 15-year-old girls, Judith Huth and Renita Cheney Hill. So they're both 15, and they both said they were drugged and raped by Bill Cosby. So no, keep Bill Cosby out of the schools. We don't want him there. He's going for the kids too. Obviously, terrible guy. And him doing that shit, and rich people, famous people, Hollywood generally having this issue of sexual abuse. I agree with Doobie that it absolutely is the case. I think this is likely true. I'm going to make a very broad statement. I think this is likely true when you get a bunch of people who are artistic types. They're going to be disproportionately have personality traits such as openness. They're going to be overwhelmingly narcissistic. Probably have very high rates of NPD, BPD, shit like that. Psychopathy, right? Ultra successful, hyper self-absorbed. Per people, I don't think it's a surprise that they're also probably going to be doing terrible shit every once in a while when they have the resources to do that terrible shit and to get away with it. So I think that you're just going to see that happen. When you're saying, especially among artistic types, I just theater majors, like I've met a lot of theater majors. I'm sorry if any of you are theater majors. I have a low opinion of theater majors personally, but it's just a general trend I see. Are there people who organize situations to blackmail people? For sure. I'm sure this happens. I don't know how prevalent this is. And I also don't have a reason to believe that it's targeting the Black Hollywood community specifically. Apparently, that's something that's mentioned. I think it's, again, just more likely going to be people who are narcissistic, self-absorbed, open to new experiences as well. They have that kind of personality trait. And then especially if they come from a background of crime too, they're probably going to carry that with them and then do crime again when they have the resources to do crime. So doesn't surprise me.
Yeah.
So, okay, first of all, I looked up the case. Not that it matters, but not that it's okay.
Trying to clear Bill Cosby?
Not that it's no, I'm not clearing Bill Cosby. Just of the sexual assault thing. First of all, the girl said she can't. She misrecounted on the year. At least one of the girls said that she mistaken on the year, and both of them happened to be Playboy bunnies. So this happened in the
not
Playboy
at 15.
Exactly. That's the point. They weren't 15. They both agreed that they were Playboy bunnies when this happened.
No. Renita said that she was on Cosby's show picture pages.
At the Playboy Mansion.
He was having his show at the Playboy Mansion?
No, this is...
That's where
I'm looking at Judy
Huth.
I'm looking at Judy Huth. That's one of the girls that alleged. I don't know the second one.
Minors could have been at the Playboy Mansion. I don't know.
No, but I'm saying that, like...
I guess it's possible, yeah.
As in not minors. But
at Hollywood sex ring.
The second thing actually relate to the topic. There is a few things. I think 90% of it is fake, or if not fake, like true in a way that doesn't really matter. I don't believe that there's I don't believe there's a broader conspiracy. I think that I don't think there's a broader conspiracy of like black men in dresses, and that's the thing that I actually used to fall into. But there you can find hundreds of like pictures of A-list male actors, like white male actors in dresses, or insert race here. Like it just seems to be whenever you get into like low levels of skit comedy, one of the easiest, funniest things they can do is like, hey, what if we put a wig on you, or what if we put you in a dress? It doesn't seem to be like racially specific. Brad Pitt wore the dress. Leonardo DiCaprio wore the dress. Insert person here. You can find a picture of him with makeup on the internet. As far as the Diddy allegations go, Diddy, it seems to be true across the board that Diddy enjoys like sex parties. That seems to be a thing that happens. When some crazy stuff happens there, I believe that as a celebrity. Is there like some deep-rooted industry thing of like he's forcing heterosexual men to like trying to assault heterosexual men for his own personal enjoyment, and he's like making them millionaires or winning them awards to like have sex with them. I don't think that's happening. Is there like, is he hiring prostitutes? Probably. Is there a chance some of those prostitutes are minors? It's prostitution, so also probably. But is it something intentional? I think he's aware of the possibility of it, but I don't know if like there's anything to say he's like seeking out children or anything like that. Like, even when we say minors, we're talking like 16 and up generally. At least as far as the case alleges. Which isn't okay.
Okay, we got to speed it up. We got to speed it up to.
Well, we wasted all the first topic. That's fine.
I know.
Yeah, got it.
Okay. All right. So, Corey, just guys go online. I gotta handle something, real quick. But go ahead.
Okay. I'll try to be brief. Well, first of all, I agree with Lactoid. Keep Cosby away from children and all people. I was suspicious of the data. Thank you for backing me up, Lactoid. But yeah. So to me, in my mind, there's sort of like at least two separate claims. In terms of like, whatever the claim of Sean Diddy Combs doing all these things. And then the claim whether this is like, a sign of some sort of like Hollywood, let's say, conspiracy, or a secret Hollywood network. And so, I guess maybe we'll find out at some point whether the claims against Sean Diddy Combs are true. If in fact they're true, I would assume based off of the claims that are being made that there's a lot of evidence. It's hard for me to imagine that, there's reports of like a lot of drug use, and essentially like prostitution and a whole bunch of other like illegal illicit behavior. And so I would hope that this is backed up by empirical evidence. And I guess we'll find out. And whether this is an actual sign of a Hollywood, secret Hollywood network. At the end of the day, like, I'll go by if there's actual evidence. So far, all I'm hearing, or what was put in the prompt, is like what Cat Williams claims. And I see no reason why we would listen to anything Cat Williams claims outside of comedy. But if they provide any sort of evidence to substantiate their claims, then I'm open to it. What I would say, okay, if there's this massive Hollywood, whatever network involved in whatever, I don't know, sexual trafficking or whatever sexual practices, would it absolutely shock me? No, not necessarily. But again, it would be hard for me to imagine where it's like, I think most people here are old enough of like, whatever, is it 90s, late 2000s, Heidi Fleiss, and like, that was like a big high profile case of just like a simple prostitution ring. And like that was easily uncovered. And so if this is some sort of much massive scale, and it's like being hidden, I guess technically possible, but it's hard for me to imagine, but again, possible that like there's just so far no evidence that I can find that it's actually occurring. Other than, some wild claims. And I'll leave it there for now.
Echo Rich had said previously, and 100%, he said the GOP replied to the State of the Union. That lady was a theater major, so there's that.
It's more evidence on my side, by the way. That was the cringiest fucking speech.
And also, we got
kitchen tables.
$20 from our friend Lawson Harrison. He says that ninja looked magically delicious. I don't know what that's in reference to. That ninja.
Diddy, it's a Diddy quote, but
is it seriously?
Ninja. Yeah, not with the word ninja.
Oh,
does that get into the Greek?
I'm not sure. Yeah, that's definitely a Diddy quote. It's been in a bunch of memes.
Thank you, Lawson. And I managed to read that in less than 10 minutes. I think it's an improvement.
New record.
Let's go to our friend Admiral Gibbs.
So can y'all hear me? First of all, also Cat Williams also talks about the Illuminati all the time, and he's saying that it happened to John Cena, like John Cena's naked at the whatever awards show just happened because the Illuminati. He hates Kevin Hart. Cat Williams is clearly turning in to the black Alex Jones. That being said, Diddy definitely did it. He previously shot a woman, got away with it. He's dangled people from balconies. Bam mentioned Cuddy earlier. Perfect segue here because Diddy allegedly blew up Kid Cudi's car. He called other dudes daddy in public. He clearly likes making people feel uncomfortable. He has Meek Mill wearing the same outfits. Meek Mill definitely got his cheeks clapped for sure. All that grinding Meek Mill was talking about in Dreams and Nightmares, we now know had a different meaning. Hell, even the title is now sus of that whole of the song and everything. If you're doing this shit in broad daylight, just imagine what he's doing behind the scenes. I mean, like freak offs. Come on, guys. I'm an avid degenerate and hedonist, and I ain't never heard of anything like some of the stuff he's described in these freak offs.
Because you would have
Clearly,
got your ass beat, huh? You would have got a whooping.
I'm saying, I would have been a bad. I mean, maybe who knows? I might have been throwing some money. I don't know. Anyway, the point is though, Diddy clearly enjoys having power over people, and so I definitely think he did it. Like it's just obvious to me that this guy is a clear menace to society and revels in having the money and the power to get away with it. And I don't know why this is even surprising. I mean, bad people come in all shapes and forms, and I think it's just like there's so much evidence in like the open daylight of like him doing this kind of like wild shit that this is like not even that far from the bar for the course.
Okay, let's go to FQ.
Yeah. My short response is it feels like a.
You're unmuted in both.
I'm unmuted in both. Oh damn!
You're echoing essentially, I think.
How did that happen?
He's unmuted in StreamYard. That's it.
Oh, it was the cat. I'm sorry. The cat hopped on my computer. That's why she's on my lap now.
Don't blame the innocent cat.
It is all her fault, okay? It's always her fault. But it feels like a kernel of truth surrounded by a conspiracy of bullshit, is what I would say. So, as other people have already indicated, I'm sure it's true that people with significantly huge amounts of money, with a lot of time on their hands, do bad things. I don't deny that, right? I'm sure it's true. I don't know much about Cat Williams, but I'm sure it's true that he's had sex parties. I'm sure it's true that he's hired prostitutes. I'm sure it's true that some of those prostitutes are underage. I'm sure I'm sure drugs were involved. I'm sure everything that Admiral Gibbs said before about even him dangling people over balconies and deliberately making people feel uncomfortable. I'm sure all of those things are true. The piece of it, and I'm not denying that there are rich weirdos who use their money to be abusive and to abuse their people in positions of power. I'm not denying that. The part of it that feels fishy to me is the conspiracy aspect. It's the idea that there is some, cloaked room where all of these people sit together and think, well, gee, how are we going to get our gallon of adrenochrome today, right? I don't know if that's the piece of it that's where I'm starting to go, well, I'm not quite so sure, right? And that's not to say that that wealthy billionaires don't do evil things. They do. I sort of question the conspiratorial, we're getting together in a group to cooperatively organize this happening. That's the piece of it where this falls through for me, in which I don't believe. I don't believe it's that well thought through, and I don't believe the conspiratorial aspect. But I do believe that he probably is a piece of shit, and I'm sure that even in the report, can we just address the fact, I thought that Candace Owens was just making up the Epstein reflection on herself. But if you look through the actual report, it even says it in the report. It mentions Jeffrey Epstein and compares this to Jeffrey Epstein in the actual report, right? Which sort of seems to indicate that whoever it was, the people that drafted this report are deliberately trying to sensationalize the material by making that reference. I don't know if that's typical for people when they're filing complaints like this. That struck me out as pretty strange. I can list the page number afterwards, but that's what I think.
Let's go to Ali.
Yeah, obviously he did it. I'm not surprised that in Hollywood there's a huge network of sex trafficking and coercion and blackmail and all that. And I honestly don't even think it's that conspiratorial or that hard to accomplish. You just you have videos of people doing nefarious shit. You go, hey, we're all doing this nefarious shit together. You can't tell on me, I can't tell on you. And then boom, it's just people keep the secret, and then that's why you're getting all these leaks. Now to the point about whether it's specific to the black community, no, I think it is to everyone. However, kind of BLM, there's a problem. Black people made black people are voicing the problem, and it just follows in pursuit. And then I don't think it's that conspiratorial or that hard to accomplish.
Okay, and finally, Smooth.
All right. So I'm gonna just start with the questions. Do you think there's any truth to any of these claims? So a lot of it has already been proven false. So you have the women in the pictures. One of them is 33 with a child, and the other one is 31 with 31. They've already came out and said that they're not underage women. You have what else? What else did he have in there? Shit, I forget everything right now, like everything that's in there. But like there's a couple of other things that have came out that have been proven to be false. Oh yeah, the Stevie J wasn't actually the guy smashing the other guy. It was actually this other porn actor that actually looks like Stevie J. It's kind of crazy, the resemblance. Like the resemblance is crazy. Like I was like, if he wouldn't have came out, Stevie J was cooked. Like just straight up. Like I'm like, Stevie J, that is you, bro. Like I'm sorry. But that's not the case. But there is some kernels of truth. But I feel like okay, and you can call me victim blamer all you want to. I feel like this is all his fault at the end of the day, because you went into a dark room with a bunch of dark people and got mad when dark shit happened. Like shit, that's what fucking happens. You went racially, to, you went to, dark, no.
That's the only way.
Yeah, you know what I'm saying? He went to Gotham and got mad he got robbed. Like, nigga, you was in Gotham. Like, you're lucky you're not dead. But at the same time, cause I feel like more of this stems from his complaints about his publishing being taken from him because he signed dumb contracts because he was just happy to be in the fucking room. Congratulations, dumbass. You were manipulated, and business-wise, you were absolutely destroyed by Diddy, who has already been shown to not do good business deals to people. It's already been shown year after year. Why would you go work with him? I don't know. Why would you work for him for a year? I don't know. Then if what could be done about it, don't be dumb. Just don't associate yourself with these people. That's what could be done with it. Like, other than that, like, are people going to stop playing those songs so where he doesn't have money? No. Like, that's not going to happen. He's always going to have money through publishing, masters, or whatever. He's going to have money. So at the end of the day, like, what are we going to do? Like, nothing. We just have to wait him out and wait. Hopefully he runs out of money, but he's not. He's not. Some other dummy is going to get into a situation with him and get manipulated. And then if law enforcement industry, like these law enforcement officials, everybody, law enforcement can't even hold itself accountable. You want it to hold other people accountable. That's one. Two, the government doesn't hold itself accountable. It's a fucking joke. We don't even have a budget. Like, let's just keep it real. So are they going to hold Diddy accountable? Absolutely not. They don't hold the highest levels of themselves accountable. Like, any organization that refuses to hold itself accountable will not hold anyone else accountable. Okay? They will only make an example of you when you become a threat to them. That is it. That is all. I guess we can all talk now.
Also, the fact that he took the money, all like Dewey was pointing to, like, somebody was pointing to, like, he removed the money, like, from the award, so it must be true. No, stuff keep coming out to make it look like you look stupider and stupider, and like this is like the first step of a process of kind of trying to climb out from under this case. You thought you were gonna post some pictures and there was gonna be a quick settlement because he had a quick settlement with Cassie last year, but like Diddy was like, no, a lot of this stuff is actually like way too far. You're not getting any money from me. Like, do something else.
Look,
I want to add though, like on top of that, it's definitely not like a black community issue. Because I mean, look at Vince McMahon. This guy is over here naming dildos after his wrestlers. Like Bobby Lashley is a black dildo. Like John Cena is a clear like dildo. Like he's over here doing wild shit. Yeah, this all recently came out, and like he's doing this. Yeah, he had a whole wild shit. So clearly,
he basically had a sex slave that he passed around to multiple wrestlers.
Yeah, clearly when you're like a rich, when you're like a rich dude that's got all this power and you're used to always getting your way. I mean, I don't think it's like the people are like colluding to getting together. I mean, maybe some are, but like, I definitely don't think this is like all encompassing Illuminati. We're getting people. I definitely think it's degenerates being degenerates. And once you have money, you can be a degenerate with money. And that, I mean, it's really that simple. Like,
so I would say this though, since they're all rich, like you hang around people in your social class, right? They're all rich. So typically they're going to hang around each other. They're going to go to the same parties. Therefore, it kind of would allude to like there being this big organization. But I think it's just they're all rich and they have nobody else to hang out with.
And to your point,
you can't keep secrets though. Like,
and to your
would
point,
be impossible.
You can keep this. I mean, the secrets have been coming out. The people don't like the people refuse to like listen or care. And like to Smoot's point, it is just like it's less coercion. There are just people who are like, I want to be famous. This is a route to getting famous. Let me go do this route, and they feel ashamed of themselves for doing that route. But at the end of the day, that was a choice. The only issue I have is when it comes to like the kids or the younger people, right? But if you're an adult and you decided to go to a P Diddy party and like suck a dick to get up the music career, I mean, what the fuck do you want me to do for you?
Yeah.
Okay. So
quit your bitching. You suck that dick on purpose.
Yeah. Okay. It's one thing if a.
That's why I said that. My only problem is the younger thing. So with like Dan Schneider being the producer over at Nickelodeon, I have a problem with it being like under.
Yeah, that's sick.
But like adults.
Yeah, hold on. So it's hard for me to judge like the authenticity of these claims, right? I don't know. I honestly don't. But if it did happen, let's just pretend for a moment that it did happen the way he said. Like we can understand coercion. We can understand that you come work for an individual, they're your employee, your employer, and they can put pressure on you. So I'm not down with like necessarily blaming this individual. If this again, it's assuming that there's a kernel of truth to what's happening here, right? But if that's the case, then I don't blame them to say, oh well, you put yourself in that position. Well, any woman that crossed P Diddy, is it their fault too if they got assaulted like those other women who made those other claims? Well, I mean, you should have known better.
So,
and so it's their fault. No,
Prime. I mean, I've been waiting. I've been waiting for Prime. So Prime. So let's look at it this way, right? At what point, if your employer does something weird, should you leave? I'm talking about if your employer is walking around naked, do you go, oh man, hey man, you should put some clothes on? Oh, did he say my bad or did he ignore you? All right, now he fondles your balls. You're like, yo, what's going on here? You know what I'm saying? Like, do you leave then? Or is that what you're into?
You're not
like, if you're into it.
I'm sorry, you're not asking any new
questions.
No,
I'm not. No, I'm not asking any new questions.
With all those women.
No. I'm talking about the man. I'm talking about the man. Those women.
What difference does it make? What difference does it make? Well, for all those women working in those office jobs, right? And the boss pinches their ass, or the boss makes comments about them, or the boss does all kinds of crazy shit, right? Like, when should they have left? And if they didn't leave at that point, was it okay afterwards?
Okay, his scenario, he was a free.
When they didn't do it? Okay.
No. He freely chose to go work on this project. He's a good women. No. But listen, let me finish all the way. He is a good producer. He has produced actually good records. He does not have to be there with Diddy. He doesn't have to do that. He could have worked on numerous other songs and made money. He was trying to go for the gusto and get to the top and be like, yeah, I'm that dude.
Yeah, there is some truth, but like, I don't know.
So he put up with.
What are you talking about?
He put up with BS.
Yeah, I don't 100% agree
with the gay for
there's some limit, there's some level of like vulnerability, like there's some truth to the vulnerability argument. Like there's people who are in more or less vulnerable positions that have more like agency over their actions. Now again, I don't know if I necessarily agree with Smooth in that perspective, but it has to be factored in. Like
Doobie want to say something, we'll go to Ali and Lactoid.
Yeah, I just think it's ridiculous to say, well, he chose to be there. He's reaching for the top, so therefore, he apparently has to put up with the shit, right? And if he can't take it, he just needs to leave it, and it's his fault if he stays there. Like, some of the stuff that's being alleged here isn't just that he, like, was being groped or whatever. It's that he was drugged against his will, and that he woke up in bed, like, naked with another dude or with prostitutes or whatever. Totally against his will, right? Yeah, so, like, so this isn't just like, oh, your boss is being weird to you. And you're in an environment, right, where there's a lot of pressure, right, social pressure, not just to go along with your boss being weird, but to take the drugs, right, to carry drugs around in your pocket. I think one of the claims was that that Diddy's staff were like carrying like a mixture of drugs around their pockets 24/7, right, just in case he wanted something, right. So there's like this immense pressure to do illegal shit, and if you don't do the illegal shit, then you're cut out. And given that the industry that he's in, and given who Diddy is and who's connected to, and given that there are a lot of record executives he's alleging that were not only aware of this, but facilitated it and covered for it, if he did pull out, right, it's reasonable for him to think that, hey, if I pull out of this, my entire career is fucked in this industry because nobody's going to want to work with me because they all do this shit.
Diddy's never really put anybody on good. Like, we got 4 seasons of making a band, and not one of these groups ever made it. Like, I don't know who Diddy's made beside Biggie. And
Biggie would have made himself without him.
Diddy's good at business. I won't say he's not, but like Diddy's not good at like making people in the music industry. I don't know how he's like got
Biggie was Biggie. Like, he was gonna make it regardless. He'd actually probably still be alive if he wasn't for Diddy.
Let's go to that's a claim. I don't know. Let's go to Ali.
So with any job, like, I would hope that someone would put in research into like the industry that they're going into, see what kind of comes with like with the industry, the expectations that come within it. So for these people in fame, like, you're choosing to be famous, and forever, ever since I was a kid, I've heard that these people are pretty nefarious. I've heard that these people do like some weird backdoor closed lights shit. And so, yeah, if you're choosing to be famous, you're going into this industry, you're communicating with other people within the industry, you're hearing all these stories. I don't think it's like fair to sit here and be like, well, Diddy's just such a terrible person. We can only put like all the expectation blame on him. He's not going to stop. He's the terrible person. But the people that are hearing about the terrible person, whether it be Dan Schneider, whether it be Epstein, whatever it may be, they're hearing about this terrible person and they're then choosing to like risk that work. So they're accepting like the expectations that come with it. I do think to an extent, yeah.
Wow.
There's a difference between trying to be a famous celebrity and going and working at like a factory.
Oh,
there's a difference of expectation of what's going on within that industry.
Yeah,
there's a level of agency and vulnerability that has to be
might be raped. Indeed,
I don't understand why you're ignoring that.
I'll deal with this later. Iko Rich said Sammy Davis Jr. blew the lid off these Hollywood sex parties back in the 60s. Interesting.
All of this is.
Let's go to Lactoid.
Yeah, so maybe in response to something that Doobie said, but then also a response to everybody. So I'm sympathetic to the argument that, well, you kind of chose this industry, and therefore there's a level of consent there.
As a libertarian, you would be sympathetic, of course.
Well, exactly, right? Like, I mean, let's think about this logically speaking, right? He hired sex workers. Did they get paid to go like do sexual stuff there? Of course they did, and of course I would argue, as someone who's in favor of legalizing sex work, and I think that they did consent to doing that job, even though that job did involve like sexual activity. You could make the same argument here for the elements of the complaint that involve actual consent. The problem is the complaint alleges a lot more than that, right? So let's leave outside for 1 second like the allegations of, well, I felt pressured, et cetera, et cetera. I agree that's like on principle, I don't think that should count. But what about like the drugging of people's drinks without telling them, and then they drink like Jill Cosby shit? Like, that's pretty fucked, right? I mean, if just the drugging shit is true, that should be enough to put Diddy in for life.
I don't know if I believe that the people working, like as a celebrity working with Diddy, that Diddy drugged him. I think he just did too many drugs. So we have the allegation with Cardi B, right? Before she got like super famous, she was working at the strip club. She would drug the guys, right, and steal their money, right? And I don't.
Yeah, she admitted to that. That wasn't.
That's her own admission.
I know. Hold up. I don't think she would have admitted to it, or it would have been a bigger thing if she was doing it to like celebrities, people who have like maybe similar power or at least a little bit of influence. So I don't think Diddy is going to be drugging these celebrities that have influence before meeting him, and then risking that. I think that's not really
what the claim is.
Yeah, I don't think Diddy's spiking
the claim
drinks.
is,
I'm gonna be honest.
That's what I'm saying.
Why don't you think he's spiking drinks?
Hold on. So my understanding is the claim is that he had like a separate batch of drinks, right? So for example, he had a bottle for the women at the party, then a bottle for his staff and his friends, right? And the one for the women was always drugged, right? It had like ecstasy, date rape drugs, etc. in it. Right, so and this was like this case of like many of these parties, and so a lot of these women were being drugged in small doses without their consent. Yeah. Right, and he said that many times, or I think he points like one specifically, but he said it happened other times, that he was drugged without his consent. right? And he had no intention of taking any drugs, and he drank something, and it was drugged, and he like woke up in bed with prostitutes or something.
Did he know that the other girls were getting drugged like while it was happening? So then, like, yeah, why wouldn't you expect that eventually you would? Like, you're participating in, you're essentially participating in
obviously he was aware of like a lot of bad things happening, right? And he was participating in all those bad things happening. But you can say there's a ton of pressure to participate, right? And you can say, well, hey, if somebody pressures you to rape somebody, you're so bad if you rape them, of course, right?
Yeah.
But that doesn't mean that the pressure's not there, right? Obviously, he's so
it
bad
it was an assumed pressure.
Yeah, so he's so bad for going along with these things, right? But if it's true that it's happening, I think it's bad enough that it needs to be investigated. And I think that someone said earlier, this isn't just like black people, obviously. Right?
Mm-hmm.
I was going to say that I think that the industry itself seems like fucked, right? I didn't know. I was looking into this earlier, right? Like even the fucking the director, the producer of Jeepers Creepers, right? This like horror movie that like franchise. That guy was like a decade or two prior, convicted of raping multiple children on set on a movie that he was working on, and then he got out of that. I think he only got like a year or some shit, or like 2 or 3 years, and he's still working and went right back to working in Hollywood, working with these massive companies, making these big movies. Right? How the fuck does that happen? How do you rape multiple kids on the set and then go right back to working like making like multi-million-dollar films?
How did Bryan Singer manage to do it? Like, I don't know.
Yeah, Roman Polanski, right? Yeah. Fucking, he raped a 13-year-old, like anally raped a 13-year-old, and this guy was in Rush Hour 3 after that happened, right? That's like a normal, like they do standing ovations for this fucking guy. Like it's ridiculous, right? So I think the culture within this industry is fucked. Right? There's something wrong with these people, and it could be like Lexwood said, rich people, tendency for narcissism, huge egos, so they think they can get away with everything. And another thing, and I just need to put this out there, when I was looking into the Roman Polanski thing, just to like refresh my memory on it, I didn't know that Quentin Tarantino went out on Howard Stern's show and justified it, so that 13-year-old wanted it, and she was a party girl. Tarantino said this.
Huh.
Yeah, on a radio, on a national radio show, and I've never heard about that. I had no idea he said that. Like I'm like, how the fuck does this guy still work? So I think the fact that he still works, and the fact that Polanski still gets standing ovations, and there's all these articles like jerking him off all the time, and you have these people like the Jeepers Creepers guy, like Bryan Singer, like the guy at Nickelodeon, all these like open secrets, like the fucking Brett Weinstein or Harvey Weinstein, open secrets that go on for fucking decades. Right, and these people are still working. I think there's a sickness within the industry. So I think, I really think there needs to be something. I don't know how the fuck you do this, but like a top down or down up or whatever the fuck, like some kind of involvement to like root this shit out. Because it seems I'm assuming if this is true, I'm sure it's not the only group like this. Right? There's been stories like this for fucking decades. So, but I don't know how you get rid of something like this. It just seems so like ingrained within the culture.
Let's go to Smooth.
So to the drugging aspect, like, yes, it is unfortunate that he got drugged. He shouldn't have been drugged. You know what I'm saying? Like, nobody should be drugged. Obviously, that's a duh. But my thing is, he was a willing participant in the women getting drugged. So I feel like it's almost his karmatic destiny to also then be drugged. You know what I'm saying? Like, you can't sit idly by and watch bad things happen to people and participate in bad things happening to people. He said he has a wife and kids at home. Bam, what were you doing? Like,
what if he had been raped? Does he deserve it because he's witnessing other people getting raped?
So again, is it his karmatic destiny to also then that happen to him?
This is like
kind of.
Come on.
Like, no, kind of. I'm not. But look. Here's the thing. It's kind of because look, if you murder people and then somebody like you have a long history of murdering people, and then somebody murders you, that kind of goes, oh well, dang, that kind of happened. But my thing,
no. See someone get murdered. That's
no. So I'll put it like this.
He didn't drug women.
Okay. Let me change it. Let me change it. Let me change it like this.
You know
So
someone's
you're
gonna
in
get
a
murdered
you're in a
and you know
criminal
that
you're in a
happened.
criminal organization. You're in a criminal organization. You know they're dragging people to the back and they're killing them. You know what I'm saying? You might not be the guy that's killing them, but you're there. If you also then get drugged to the back and killed, like
It's
they
still
do this to
wrong.
people. No,
Yeah,
no, no.
the job
It's
is the
wrong.
job.
It's wrong. But you were too close to fire. You were too close to the fire. You got burned. You were way too close. Like if I see
This
a
is
bunch
too
of
base
stuff
for
like
me. This is awesome.
no. Hey, look, the things that he's alleging in this lawsuit, there's no way.
So, okay,
There's
okay, hold on.
no. Cause look, no. Cause at what? No, my problem is at what day was it too much? Was it the roping your booty day? Was it the on the yacht and there were crazy things happening on the yacht? Was it the party day and you woke up with the strippers? Which
Great.
day
So
was
the
it? Because
question that
that
we're
all
ask-
didn't happen in
And-
one
and
day.
so what all you're answering is like whether you have sympathy for these individuals, right? Like what should society do about these things, right? So unless
Society?
you're saying once
Okay. All right.
So are you saying that once a person does a crime, then they get no justice? Let's say let's say it's as bad as you said, maybe even worse than you're implying here. But afterwards, like that person can't get any justice because they were involved in the crime. They're simply denied of that. Is that your prescription here, or can we just say that? Go ahead.
He's not alleging a crime. This is not a criminal lawsuit. This is civil.
Well, he's
If he
alleging
was,
a crime, but it's not a criminal.
but yeah, so okay. Let me. I guess I'll fix that. He's not doing this for criminal. Like Diddy needs to go to jail. He's saying, "Yo, I want money," and then he took the money off. But he still is suing him for his publishing.
I don't think he can. I don't think he can do that. I think he's past the. Like I think we can only do a civil trial.
You think it's past statute of limitations? This is
No. This is not in the last 7 years. That album just came out this past year.
Oh,
or at least in the last 6-7 months.
Correct. Sorry.
Like, bruh, he's well within the statute in whatever state they were doing it in. In America, he's good to go.
Yeah.
File the criminal. If this was a criminal,
They might do that.
Hey, but that's more respectable. If he would have came out and said, "Yo, this is the crime that happened to me. I'm pursuing the maximum justice to the maximum extent." Huh?
It's up to the DA to press criminal charges. He can't personally bring criminal charges. That's up to the government. He can just bring a civil case, right? So he's doing what he can do, which is either, seeking justice or a cash grab, depending on your view.
Wait, you can't.
But I don't. But I feel.
So pressing charges is a term that's generally used to, I'm going to cooperate with the state when they are pressing charges against this person. And oftentimes, if you decide to not press charges, the government, because if they can't rely on you as a witness, then they're not going to find it worth it to continue. But the government has full within their rights to say, fuck you, we're going to go after this guy anyway. We don't care what you have to say. Even if you say, I don't want to press charges. You see this very often in domestic violence cases where the wife comes back and she's like, I don't want to press charges. Doesn't matter. Government's still coming after him.
Yeah.
But I'm saying but I don't know. It just feels it feels like we're being a little wonky here. Like if he's alleging sexual assault, you're saying that he couldn't go down to a local policing and say that Diddy sexually assaulted me, and
he could file a report. He could file a report, and then the DA could choose to bring criminal case.
I'm just saying it doesn't seem like that's how he's going about it. I'm saying that this person's interest doesn't seem to be in the criminal.
Honestly, what it could be, frankly, is maybe he just wants money as opposed to seeing this guy go to prison, even if something bad did happen to him, right? And you see this a lot where people are. Yeah, because people want to get money out of things when they don't necessarily care about the prison sentence, or maybe he's against prison generally. Who knows?
You do have to go through a similar amount of effort, through the criminal courts, and then you get nothing out of it in the end, in terms of remuneration, right? The person goes to jail, but you go through that effort, the pain, and all that, and
there's nothing.
Yeah, it's nothing.
For sure.
Yeah,
I'm not saying it makes him incorrect. I'm not going that far. I'm just saying that where he does there's a line of actions that you could take if you were seeking criminal charges versus the actions that they're taking seems to be that they're more interested in getting money. That doesn't make it what they're saying not true, but I'm saying that the line of actions that he's taking is like seem to be in the interest of money, not like criminal charges.
It could be, and we don't know this. I mean, I'll have to look more into it. It could be that so the burden of evidence, like the standard for evidence, is going to be higher for a criminal case than it is going to be for a civil case. So maybe he just thinks that he's going to have a better chance of winning at a civil case as opposed to trying to like bring criminal charges against Diddy. Right?
If
that
he
could
says
be
he
true
has
as well.
video evidence.
My whole thing is this. If this really happened to you, like you're gonna at least report it. Like at least report it. Like so. Like
He's
at
suing
least.
him.
No.
No. My thing is, bro. If what he's saying happened to me, I'm reporting you,
That's
bro.
right. That's right. For all those,
I am
Terry
reporting you.
Terry
There's a lot
Crews
of studies on this that actually show the opposite.
Yeah, Terry Crews, who was groped at a
Black and
party,
white.
who was 6'5", fucking beast. It didn't even report it and just waited like a few years to announce it. There is a big thing with like you're afraid to lose your job. You are coerced. You are pressured into it. But like to be fair, I'm still gonna assign agency to the people who are doing it because I was in theater freshman year of college. I've met some of these theater kids, lactoid. I get what you're saying. These kids want to be famous by whatever means fucking possible, okay? And if it means going to the weird party and seeing the weird shit, they're going to do it. So like right now we have Ryan Garcia, right? The boxer kid who is going crazy saying they tied me down at Bohemian Village, whatever that fucking thing is.
Bohemian Grove.
Bohemian Grove? No way.
They tied me down. I saw everything. I don't give a fuck anymore.
Alex Jones used to report on Bohemian Grove. It was crazy.
Like I said, Cat Williams is now Black Alex Jones.
I'm gonna out everything. I don't give a fuck. He's on Twitter Spaces. He's doing lives on Instagram and TikTok and shit like that. And it's just like, well, yeah, they tied you down. They made you do all that. You waited till you got super fucking famous, made a lot of money. Now you're like, well, I want to be a fucking fighter for the people. That's suspicious to me. It seems that like if you cared, you would have said something from the very beginning, but you waited until you garnered this like amount of celebrity to then speak. Same thing to Cat Williams. He probably participated in a lot of the shit, right? To FQ's point, he probably participated in everything that he's calling out Diddy for. But now that he's famous, he has the money, he can kind of protect himself. He can, distance himself.
To be clear, this isn't Cat Williams saying this stuff, right? So Cat Williams made claims like generally about the industry.
Different claims. Yeah, I know. I'm just saying outing the ring is a pretty big deal, and you usually can't out the ring until you have a lot of money and you can distance yourself from the ring or protect yourself to an extent. And that's what happens with a lot of these people, is that they get this fame, they get this money, and then out of nowhere, now they're like, well, these people are bad and horrible. Like, well, you were working with them forever.
Sorry. Go FQ.
I wanted to ask Doobie something. So Doobie, you said earlier, and I don't disagree with what you're saying, which is that, it seems like the industry is fucked. You have all of these people who have exorbitant amounts of money, who have exorbitant amounts of power, who are engaging in sexual misconduct and are getting away with it. And I don't disagree with you that that's something that people should be held responsible for. But I will tell you, like, in the aftermath of the Me Too movement, and just based off of existing here in these spaces and what we've seen over the past couple of months, I'm kind of skeptical that there's really any way to completely expunge that problem. Because like what Lactoid mentioned earlier, that people who tend to be in high positions of power, and it's not just like people who are really artistic. So if you look at like the types of jobs, like I think the types of jobs that are most like correlated with like ASPD, I think what are they? I think the number one is CEO. I think lawyer is on there. Journalist is on there. Like lots of rates, right, of sociopathy you can find there. But right, so isn't this the kind of industry that just naturally attracts people who are probably more likely to be abusive anyway? Is that something that you're ever going to really expunge? The theater kids aren't going to stop being theater kids, right? You're still going to have the sorts of people that are likely to commit those types of acts. They will still be drawn into the industry anyway. The question is like, and then you get into the question of reporting it, making sure that people are being held accountable for it. I mean, listen, everybody here is in Twitch poll. We all know what happens when an accusation like that gets floated around, right? About a popular content creator, somebody that everybody likes, right? You might remember this from a couple of weeks ago. What happened? Even when the evidence is very clearly on the screen for you to see, you're still going to have a lot of people who are really devoted fans who will make absurd excuses for that type of behavior.
Well,
and we'll come up with all, and it's not just because of what the creator has done or what they represent, right? It's also because of the relationships, the friendships that they have in the community, right? Like all of the
that's fake news, Fairy Queen. Like when we're talking about famous creators, these people clearly have a vested interest, especially if you're talking about the one I'm thinking of. These people, like these little pedos, they all get together and they want to sit here and defend these kind of people, the lolicon, all this. It's cultivating. That's why they talk about it. They want to talk about it. They want to normalize it. You by talking about it and doing all this stuff on all these shows, it's enabling this, and it's becoming more of a norm and a societal. I disagree to these friendships.
Nah,
I mean, maybe
there were a lot.
level,
There were a lot of people who are definitely not in support of Lolly, who are definitely not, as you put it, pedos. Who were absolutely making excuses for Vosh and did so for a number of weeks. Okay.
Yes,
you guys are talking about the Vosh lolicon thing?
None of y'all care
I'm making reference to that.
About this, actually. No one cares about that stuff.
I'm just saying, I'm using that as an example, right? Of somebody who does something that everybody knows is bad, right? And yet people are still willing to make excuses for it until like.
I don't know if it's like even like comparable because like who cares if he jerks off to Lolly in his free time? Like I don't care.
You don't have to care, but like I'm just
not like. But I think comparing that to something like this where you have people actually being like hurt and is I think weird. I don't think it makes.
What about the sexual harassment with Poppy a few years ago?
That's years ago, and he's already apologized for that. So like, who cares?
He could just be good at covering his tracks.
And Poppy's fucking crazy anyway. So fuck Poppy.
We're talking.
I know Poppy. She's fucking crazy. Fuck
Nobody
Poppy.
cares.
But enough claims and enough things come out, and then it's like, oh, I was wrong about the person that I'm defending. Like you should care if you see something that comes out, and I think that's
nobody cares about Discord DMs.
Well, listen. You don't have to care about any of this. I'm just trying to.
You shouldn't. You're wrong if you care.
I'm just establishing that if we have seen when a creator is large enough, has enough professional relationships, and is well liked and has a long-standing history in a community, that people are absolutely willing to go to bat for something that for any other creator they wouldn't be willing to do so. That's the point. Right? And that's 10 times as much true for Quentin Tarantino than it is for somebody like Vosh.
Yeah, but okay, so that's not true because one, you don't see people defending like Epstein, right? Like you didn't see people coming out and be like, Epstein's a great guy. Vince McMahon, great guy.
Epstein didn't have any fans.
Yeah.
Epstein
I didn't even know who Epstein was until this whole thing
corroborated with him and threw him under the bus.
Vince McMahon has a ton of fans. So like when I hear this, I know this is not true. These people are just pedos or pedo adjacent, and they want to go defend Vosh. It's totally different. They just want to defend this kind of behavior and make it normal. That's exactly what's happening. And if you don't think that, then you might need to re-examine.
I mean, that might be true for some people, but like for Vosh's community, like the reason like what Vosh's community specifically, like they absolutely clap for Vosh when he went after other creators. For when he criticized other people, he accused other people of being Nazis, of being pedophiles. When he criticized other people, like for using Lolly, like there were people in Vosh's community who applauded him when he said that, and then flipped the switch when it turned out that he had that material on his computer. So it's not.
There's not a contradiction on anything.
Yeah,
it's not.
It's very easy.
We're talking about drawings.
Yeah, I mean. Even then, it's very easy for people to point and go, look, it's bad over there. And then like, don't look under my bed, kind of thing. That's exactly what's happening here. I mean, it's exactly kind of that.
That's the same thing that happened with Epstein. Is everyone got caught and then everyone tried to distance himself and they just let Epstein flop just so they can distance him and get away from the allegations.
Let's go to Lactoid.
Okay. First of all, commenting on this, I think it's probably obvious that some level of parasociality can kind of become a cult and people can defend people just by virtue of associating their identity with this other person. So I don't agree that every single person who defends potential pedophilic tendencies of a large streamer are themselves pedophiles. Some portion probably are. Some probably are. But there's also some, I think there's a large portion that are just fanatically dedicated to their god. And they will defend their god at the altar at every chance they get, no matter what it is, right? I think that's obviously clear as well.
And those people are just as guilty, like Toy. Those people are
Sure,
just.
no, I don't disagree.
I just don't care about other points of
I don't
view.
disagree. I think that I'm just saying, like, I think that it's an important psychological phenomenon to establish, which is that people get sucked up into cults pretty easily, and they become fanatics. And I think a lot of people are fanatics when it comes to this particular streamer we're talking about. Now, Doobie, I'm curious because you seem to indicate that you had a problem with it. Is there anything wrong with sucking dick to get to the top? Okay, what would be wrong with this? And if you think there's something wrong, is there something wrong with a sex worker sucking dick to get to the top? Right? If I hire a hooker, can I make her mow my lawn too?
I think that so first of all, I don't like sex work, quote unquote, or prostitution. I think calling it sex work softens what it actually is. Okay, it's typically sexual exploitation of mentally ill or poverty-stricken people. It's not okay, right? So there's something wrong with hiring a sex worker. I think that if you hire a sex worker, quote unquote, in the modern day, you're basically a rapist, because she's being put into this position against her will. She wouldn't be sucking your dick if she didn't need the money to live, right? Or she didn't have some kind of mental illness that you're taking advantage of.
You can describe all labor this way.
Sure. So that is wrong. Right? I think that is wrong. Now, to the claim, like, so if Lactoid, if you wanted a raise, and the way that you got that raise is you buddied up to your boss and you sucked his dick once in a while. I think that might be okay if there's no like you get into this with the understanding that this is what you're gonna do, right? So like, and this is one of your job expectations. This is when it's something that you guys agreed to, whatever. I think it's fine, right? I think that the reason I have an issue with what Diddy did or allegedly did, what Cosby did, what Harvey Weinstein did, because a lot of these things were forced. These people did not consent to this thing. In fact, many cases they were like overtly threatened. I think Harvey Weinstein. Yeah. So, but I think if that same woman, like one of these same women, was to approach Harvey Weinstein, like, hey, I really want this part. I'll suck your dick if you give it to me. I think kind of gross, but I think it's less bad. I think it's fine.
What if no, hold on. I hear you, but what if he asks, like, hey, do you want this role suck my dick? Like, what's wrong with that?
This is tough, actually. I've thought about this a lot, okay?
I bet you have.
Many reasons.
Yeah.
For many reasons.
Okay.
It's like, I think asking the question as a person in the position of power is wrong. Even if like.
So the order of the questions matters? Like.
Yeah, I think so. I think in some sense it does.
It needs to be like put in the job posting. Like this is part of the.
Yeah, I don't like this. The reason I don't like this is like. Job duties oftentimes change, right? Like if I could be working at a firm, seriously, I could be working at a firm and I don't use computers, right? And then all of a sudden, like computers start becoming important and the job expectation changes. Use the computers, otherwise you're going to get fired. Sorry, right? I think it's up to the employer to make whatever job description they want, and if they want to
job training, maybe.
Sure, and if they want to change the job description, if they want to change the job description of their secretary to include prostitute, then of course they should be able to, and the secretary can quit if she doesn't like that agreement. But both parties need it's consensual. It's got to be consensual both ways, right? If the employer no longer consents to paying somebody who won't suck his dick, you shouldn't be able to force him to keep paying somebody who won't suck his dick.
Yeah, I think I semi-agree with you actually.
I know you do.
Well, it makes sense, right? And I think I've made this argument before too.
Yeah, you have.
I think if it's in the like job description, okay, your job, part of your job is to suck my toes once a week, okay? Hey, if that's in the job description, they agree to the job. Well, then fuck, they're gonna suck your toes, and if they don't, fire them. If you decide to add this to your list of duties or whatever, and they don't agree with it, well, they can go to get another job somewhere else. Okay? I get that. I get that, right?
And including if they're a rapper working for P. Diddy.
Sure, but again, one of the, I think the reason that I think what he did is wrong again is because a lot of this was not consensual in this way. A lot of this was snuck in. A lot of it was, like a not just snuck in that in the way that he was like sneaking drugs into his drinks allegedly, but you're already there doing the job, and then suddenly he comes up and tries to grab your ass or something. There's no discussion of this prior. Right, like there's no.
So if it was overt, you would be okay with it.
Yeah.
All right, I agree. I think we're.
Let's go to Ali, and then Corey. I have lots of questions for Doobie later on.
But, it kind of seems like damned if you do, damned if you don't. You guys heard about like Lizzo last year, right?
Yeah.
Lizzo got in trouble because she would tell her, workers, hey,
bananas.
we're gonna go do this crazy sex party.
Paying bones.
Come with. And the people who didn't go do the crazy sex stuff lost out on the work.
No, it wasn't a sex party. It wasn't a sex party.
I mean,
like they went to like strip clubs, like,
and then they would do weird sexual stuff at the strip club that would make
the bananas,
workers, that would make some of the workers feel uncomfortable, so they opted out of going out and partying. I'm saying it probably could have got weirder.
No,
right?
FQ, what did they do with the bananas?
I'm not saying you have to look that
banana-
up yourself.
No, they didn't do it.
I am not.
They stuck them in places.
Yeah.
They stuck them in places.
I'm not
saying
what they did to those bananas.
Did they eat the bit like in the mouth? They ate the bananas
afterwards?
Well, that's chewing.
No, there was no consumption of these bananas. These bananas were inserted into holes.
Yeah, but okay. All right. Well, I'm sorry. Large conversation.
So the people who opted out on joining in on the fun, they didn't want to do it. They got less work because of it, right? Because now they're like the people that I'm hiring, I have this camaraderie with these people that I'm going out with. They're gonna get more gigs. They're gonna get more work. And so they complained that like, well, I have to do fun, weird shit, or I don't get jobs. And they weren't coerced into it. They were asked, and then if they said no, it was like, okay, is there a problem there? Because then I would argue all the people that went and did the coercive shit, the weird shit, they can't complain that they went and did it because they chose to do it. And that's kind of what I'm seeing is happening here, is that you kind of go into this gig. There's a lot of weird shit that you hear about. There's a lot of weird shit that you see, and then how much you're willing to accept is what you're willing to accept. I don't want to victim blame. Once again, children, I'm not talking about, but the adults, there's got to be a level of agency to where it's like you knew what you were getting yourself into, almost explicitly.
Except for the drugging, that shit's fucked.
Well, no, not if you accept that other people are being drugged and you're okay with other people being
No. But like for the women specifically, like if they brought a lawsuit, hey, somebody spiked my drink with ecstasy, of course they should be.
Oh yeah. I understand that, but I'm just saying.
And honestly, even if you get like drugged, even if you witness other people getting drugged, I don't think just being witness to a crime and not doing anything about it necessarily means that now
you're complicit in that crime. You're at the party engaging in the activities.
If I'm at a party and I see someone pull a gun and shoot somebody and I don't call the cops, then I deserve to get shot, or I can get shot and nobody cares.
So,
if you're with someone at the party and he tells you, "Yo, I'm gonna shoot someone tonight," and you just let it happen, yeah. That's kind of like definitely.
Then I can get shot too.
Then I don't care if you got shot because you.
You and your level of caring. That's exactly what Smooth is doing, right? No, what I'm talking about is like how does society deal with these things? How do we do it?
I'm just answering his question.
No. He wasn't talking about whether you care or not. That wasn't his question about whether
he said I should get shot.
Well, no. What I'm saying is like, okay. Yeah. So obviously, like the law should be able to come after somebody for doing something to somebody, even if that victim had recently seen them doing a different crime and didn't do anything to stop it. Sure. And also, second of all, if I'm with somebody and they say, "Yeah, I got a gun, I'm going to shoot somebody," I might not do anything for a very obvious reason.
Obviously, specific.
Is there a meaningful difference? I'm about to say between like intentionally walking up to individual A's drink and like slipping something in it while they're not looking, and for example, like having a punch at a party, having brownies at the party that are all spiked, that like I'm taking and everyone else is like on.
So what I would say to you, Bam, is this, right? If everybody's taking the drugs, that's a weird scenario, because I didn't need to know if everybody knows that they're taking the drugs, right? Because obviously Diddy was doing his own side batch of drugs. The problem is that he made a punch that was, this is no drugs and this is drugs.
But I don't know if that's true.
But that's what he's saying. He's saying this is the dude's complaint. Lil Rodney Jones said that he had a bottle that was for women that was drugged, and he had another bottle that was not, and that we gave the women the drug bottle.
But he also said
My-
that
my-
everyone walked
my-
around with drugs for Diddy. Like had to keep because
No. So that was his. If you read into it, that's his upper managers. Okay, other people besides the celebrity holding drugs for them. Guess what? That is normal across all celebrity spectrums that do drugs. Somebody else is holding the drugs. Why? Because you need to keep making the money.
Yeah,
you
I
can't get
understand
caught
that
with
if you,
drugs.
I understand that if you get caught, but I'm just saying that like
That's-
again,
so
I know
what-
this is part of the lawsuit, and I understand the specifics there, but I'm wondering how people feel generally about that because I know that there's things related to like sex parties and the fact of like everybody's on ecstasy because they just think it makes for a better
But
party.
that's consensually.
Yes.
Not necessarily. It's just like the party
Unless you
is.
didn't know. Unless you didn't know.
I mean, I'll tell you what. I've done some parties, right? And I was definitely doing. Let's just say we were doing one kind of substance, right? And someone decided they were going to mix substances and not tell you. And all of a sudden, you're like, "Oh God, I'm seeing wom-woms."
Mhm.
Guess what? I'm not real happy about that. You're gonna get a country ass whooping, all right? Like, I mean, that's gonna be a problem. Like, I'm just saying, like, you shouldn't be going around just because you're at a party doesn't give you like consent to be like, oh yeah, we're at a sex party. My drug of choice might be cocaine. Sure, I like raging, but somebody else they might get lip dick from cocaine. They probably don't want to do a cocaine, right? So, like, I mean, like these are real concerns people have. Like, these are real concerns. So if you think I'm joking, this is 100% thing that people have the problem with. Like, so they're over here like, oh okay, so this guy, mix my Molly with my fucking coke, and then all of a sudden, homie's got limp dick. Now he can't fuck his wife or his girlfriend or all these other bitches at the sex party, and now he's mad. Like, I mean, and that's just like that's like a happy example, I guess. I mean, I guess
Or even like a lower level thing is like I remember. I'm sure everybody has who went to a high school party. I remember I went to a high school party one time, drunk from the punch. Like, oh, somebody had slipped like a beer or something in. Like I was like, this tastes weird. I was like, and it was like, oh,
beer?
yeah, and this
the drop the Everclear, baby.
This is what you get.
My-
I was about to say what high school kids have
soak
access
the watermelons.
to.
Yeah,
Like
soak
this
the
was
watermelons.
definitely like beer. Which
I
beer is
never
gross.
went to a high school party.
But
That's
I'm just saying that like would that be
that's
like
just me.
47 cases of like child drugging? Like I mean I guess technically possibly, but
Yeah.
if
Yeah,
some high school
actually,
kid
yeah, no,
slipped
you
it in-
can
Yeah.
if you can get arrested for that. Putting
What do you mean when they gave
case,
the
Wait,
mushroom
the wedding case. Did you hear about that one?
The brownies and the I
No.
think
What was
brownies,
that?
yeah.
essentially,
What
yeah.
happened?
A wedding couple, they spiked the brownies or the cake or whatever at the wedding, and they didn't tell anybody. And then everyone took the weed brownies, weed cake,
No.
and it was like ambulances came and everything,
For
and some people
sure.
were freaking the fuck out.
Ambulances came?
Yeah, and she got I think it was the wife who was behind it, and she got arrested.
Yeah, fuck yeah.
Yeah.
Wow.
You can't
No.
drug people, dude. Some people have
and
weird.
they don't know
some people
they're
have
eating-
psychosis
Yeah,
if they
but
smoke
the
weed.
point I'm making
Especially
though-
edibles are so
Don't
much.
show here.
Edibles are so much stronger.
But they probably
Yeah,
ate a lot. Yeah, brownies are really strong. So they probably
Yeah, edibles
had no idea to pace
edibles
themselves.
breaks down differently in your stomach. Like when you're
Yeah.
when edible, like weed edibles, like they don't hit you for like 30-40 minutes, and sometimes honestly you're literally floored. It can be really severe, especially if you don't have a tolerance to it.
Imagine eating like too many of them because you don't know, and
You
then
ate
it all
like
hits
two or
you at
you ate
once.
two or
It's so
three. Oh
bad.
my god!
It's
I
really
don't
bad.
know. This isn't legal at all. This is just like because I understand the legality of that, but like I would imagine just like in my head if like Diddy's hiring 12 like strippers or sex workers to come to his sex party. I imagine if somebody's handing you a drink or somebody's handing you some food, like I would think like okay, like this setting probably controls for like there's probably drugs involved.
So you should assume that you're being drugged.
Again, again, it's not a legal thing. I already said that, but I'm just saying
That's
that like
what-
I would
that's what means
be there as
That's
an
what I'm talking
expectation.
about. That's what I'm talking about. There's not an expectation because if you're at the orgy, I shouldn't have to worry about picking up the chocolate covered strawberry and there'd be Molly in it because that might affect me a different. Oh, I got a heart attack. Like as opposed to like, oh, this guy can do coke all day long.
Orgies,
Fine.
orgies
Like,
have
I mean-
strict rules before
Yeah,
entering
like
them and doing anything in them. But there are rules. There are rules to sex parties.
Yeah, there's
At the gay
definitely like you definitely shouldn't have the expectation
Poppers.
that I'm going to do something that like
Poppers,
pop
yeah.
you're not going to
What is
hold
that?
on. It's like we're not going to go into what a popper is. The point is though, like
Google it.
I don't know what that means. That sounds like a
It, like,
firework.
Don't
Opens
Google
up
it
your
on Twitch
butthole.
though.
yeah, it makes
I-
everything like real loose and goosey. Let's just go with that. The point
Yeah,
is
it's,
though,
it's a type of drug. Yeah.
Wait.
It's a drug that was really popular in gay clubs because it would loosen your butthole.
yeah, I mean,
You-
like
it-
now it's a
It's
sex
like an
drug.
essential oil. It's like an essential oil. You
yeah.
smell
Oh
it.
God, stop! No more,
Yeah.
no more.
Yeah, you just-
I don't want to know how
It
this
It
drug
was
is
originally a
taken.
CD
okay?
cleaner, apparently.
But the point though is that, like I'm saying, there's not an expectation that you're going to take a drug you're not aware of at a party. Like that's like,
Yeah, I agree.
Can you imagine if
Agreed.
someone slipped you that instead of
well, you
the
can't
weed?
flip it. It's not like a pop. You
Yeah,
can't
it's
flip
like-
it.
No, it's literally
Yeah,
like an
it's different.
essential oil.
Here you go,
Yeah.
Grandpa Joe.
Yeah,
It's like
Here's
smelling
some
like-
fluffer for the
it smells like airplane glue. You're not going to slip.
Yeah,
slip
yeah,
someone
you
a
gotta
popper,
sniff
bro,
it.
right?
You gotta sniff it.
You definitely. That's not one you probably have to
Oh
worry
my
about getting
God.
slipped. Let me tell you, you're
Yeah,
gonna know.
that's
if
you're
you
gonna
get a
know.
popper.
know
Yeah,
what's
if
gonna
you get
happen.
a popper, it's gonna fuck you up real quick. But this has been an interesting day. Just like learning
But
from-
Gibbs, so the people at the party have no expectation of being drugged. But once again, actually, this can be for everyone. If you're complicit in other people being drugged, and you know that this person is a pretty shit person, and you've probably seen males get drugged too and females, right? Like you see both. Are you really walking around with no expectation?
understand
of
what
also
you're-
being
what you're
drugged
saying.
and
I'm saying,
worse?
so I'm saying
complicit.
legally, you probably
Legally,
still
I'm-
deserve legal protections. But again,
Yeah.
I'm just saying, like socially, like the
Legal
reality is it
protections
could come back.
aside, yeah.
I mean, if I'm hanging out with Bill
I feel the
Cosby,
same way about
It's an
anyone going to a sex
expectation
party.
that you're going in.
I
Not
mean,
a
hold
sex
on.
party,
Well,
not
I
a sex
don't even
party,
know if I
working
agree with
for-
that. I don't know if I even agree with that. Say you're hanging out with Bill Cosby and he's putting old roofies in every drink, right? I don't know
Yeah.
that I have the expectation as a male that Bill Cosby's going to give me the old roofie roo. Like, I just don't think that's gonna happen.
Fair,
Like,
fair,
I don't know that
but-
that's like.
Fair, but then I would argue
If
that
you're hanging out with like Brad, the frat daddy, and he's not.
I
in
would
the mood,
argue that
like-
you were Yeah, I agree.
Depends which
I'd argue that you were complicit, and I'd argue if
First of
any of
all,
those girls wanted to get
Cosby used
revenge,
to
that you
lose.
deserve the revenge that also comes with you being associated with Bill Cosby. That's what I'm arguing. I'm not saying that like you should have expectation of Bill, but I'm saying that the
You're literally
expectation
saying
that
he deserves it. Is that the argument?
That's not. It sounds like you're saying.
I
You're
don't
saying
think
they-
that's what he's
they all
saying.
deserve
I-
it.
It's to
I
be
know-
expected, not
I know
deserved,
what
to be
I know. It's
expected.
smooth with Ali are saying, which is that if you're okay with your boys drugging all of the women, right? And
Yeah.
then you're super mad, that you got
You got
drugged, right?
drugged,
It's
like-
not that you deserve it, right? But it's kind of like you're
But hold
okay
on.
with everyone else
Wait,
being
wait,
fucked
wait,
over
wait.
except
Hold-
for you.
hold
I mean,
on.
it's also
FQ
a problem to reap
one
the
second,
like-
guys. Hold on,
like,
so FQ and the others who were saying this, like, when do we know this person was okay? Right? Like, can we
Are you allowed
establish
to
there
do
might have
that?
been
When he has
coercion
details,
for-
when he has details knowing which
just
bottles were
because
which.
you know something doesn't mean you're okay with it, right? Like,
No.
like,
Well,
like,
hold on.
And you
for instance,
engage?
hold on. Like with the thing that Electro had brought up, right? He said, like, okay, what if my buddy comes in, let's say Doobie, right? He's a usual suspect. He has a gun. He says, "I'm gonna go shoot someone," right? And I'm like, "Hey, Doobie, don't do that." He's like, "Well, if you say anything, I'm gonna shoot you," right? Like,
That's
or
sort of
there's an
violent.
implication. He makes an implication. He's going to shoot me. If the fact that I know that a shoot is about to happen, does that mean that I'm complicit in it? Your idea
No,
of
because you're under threat of violence.
complicity.
That's a completely
Here's
different
the
situation.
question
But
I
there are
have.
other threats.
Yeah.
That's the
Bam
whole
is
point.
right here.
But that's the whole point. There's other threats. There's threats to your employment. There's Diddy is Diddy. You're talking about threats of violence. Diddy is known to use violence, right?
Yeah,
He is
blue collar.
known to get people fucked
Yeah,
up.
and you're working for
Yeah.
this person.
This
Yeah,
person
you-
never alleged that threat.
You chose
That
no,
was just adding
you're
stuff.
doing the
Oh,
job.
no.
You're doing the job. We all know
Let me
what
ask-
you applied for that job.
And
Well, hold on.
Hold
Like,
on.
that's the level of complicity. You know who he is. You're applying.
I mean,
for the
I
job.
think there's a difference
Okay.
though.
Look,
There's a
look.
difference, though.
So look.
you just throwing
so
complicity around like it means nothing.
I'll put it like this. I'll put it like this. If you went to go work for Al Pacino and all of a sudden you had like 20 pounds of cocaine in your trunk, and he told you would you be surprised if you
Why
were
would
driving
you?
across
It's Al
state lines?
Pacino?
Like,
Al Pacino's an
Scarface,
actor.
Scarface.
Yeah,
First
he's
of
an
all,
oh my
actor. I would
bad,
actually be very
Scarface. My
surprised.
fault. Y'all knew what I was talking about, man. My
Mine
fault,
were
bro.
Pacino.
But you worked for a
My
gangster.
bad. My bad. But look, so for whether that's the case or not, so Queen summed up how I feel very nicely. But at the same time, I just feel like as a responsible adult, you have to ask yourself, when is too much for me, and when am I gonna step away from the situation?
Wait,
I mean,
Like Danny
You have to-
DeVito's
you
a
have to
made
do
man.
that.
Prime. Let me give you an example, okay? So pretend for a minute, okay? You have two people, they're on a bridge, okay? And they're watching someone drown like in the river, and they're pointing at the person and laughing as the person is drowning in the river,
Like
right?
this has happened exactly.
But then the second person, right?
He's
Because
got 'em.
there's two people on the bridge, right? The other person then pushes person A over the bridge. And now that person is in the water with the other person drowning. And now he is on the bridge pointing and laughing at the second person A drowning in the water. Do you feel sorry for person A?
It's not. Jose, it's not. This is about not me being sorry, right? Like, if this is
I
what
know.
we're judging
I'm
on,
asking though. Do you feel sorry?
No. Okay. Hold on. No. Okay. My only question,
Because that's what Smooth and
is
me are
like,
saying.
yeah, I know.
We don't
and
feel sorry.
it's useless. No, I didn't get their
Really?
their moral
Why?
preferences. I understand that already. But no, that's not important. The question that we've been asking, and the thing I keep trying to recenter you guys on, is on the legality. How should society deal with these things? Not just like the individual. I can feel all kinds of ways about like the situation you pointed out, or I think you have valid points about this individual who's making the complaint about Combs, but like that's useless. That's a useless thing to talk about. How I feel about it. How should society feel about this? What should we do systematically in these cases? Because it's like the whole fucking Me Too movement talking about how people have been assaulted. They've been put in a situation in their workforce where there's pressure, right? Or there are threats of violence or implied threats of violence, and then things happen. Like, I don't know why we're talking about like what Smooth or Ali. Like, I don't care. I don't care. I don't care about that.
The legal ramifications. I already answered that earlier. Like, there's nothing society's gonna do because all these degenerates are at the top. That's their lifestyle.
Hold on, but that doesn't mean I disagree
so
with you.
look, we keep elect. Number one, we elect bad people. All right, the rich celebrities, and I'm gonna let Gibbs go. But yeah, we elect bad people. We support bad people. We do all of this, and then we're surprised when bad things happen. I think that's ridiculous.
So I want to say on the legality aspect, right? I think there's a difference like between like, oh, I'm going to a party and I know that they're putting ecstasy or Molly and all the drinks and everybody's drinking it and they're getting drugged, and like and just going, hey, we're at a sex party, they're doing this, and the girls may or may not know. I don't know. That's one thing. That's bad. You might or may not be complicit. I'll tell you when you do become complicit. This is kind of the problem I have with the example that's been given of like a homie that knew or whatever, and then he complained when he got drugged. Is that clearly he was at these parties regularly, so that means he was taking advantage of the women that were already being drugged, and he's part of this whole thing. That is complicity. You should definitely be charged on that. That's a lot different, though, than if you're like, oh, I went and I think they drugged the drinks and we were all whatever. Or like, oh, I know homie's doing it and I don't have this expectation to get drugged. I think that's different if you're reaping, I guess, quote unquote, the benefits of like, oh, it's so terrible they're drugging all the women, but yet you're still fucking them. That's a problem. Like, that's a problem.
The assumption is everyone at the party was fucking. It's not that this guy was just standing to the side and like being like cowardly. The assumption is everyone was getting down.
That's your assumption. We don't know what happened. We don't know what
That's
happened.
the only reason you'd be invited to the party. If you're not participating, then they have nothing to hold over you. That's the whole point of that's how they get people. That's how they blackmail people. Is they invite people to the party. Everyone participates, or they drug you in order to get you to participate. And then they have you filmed. Then they have you filmed, right? And now you have that blackmail on you, and so you're not going to say anything. So the assumption is everyone participated, whether it was not everyone was willing. That's like different. I'm not arguing that, but everyone was participating.
Yeah. Yeah, but your shame keeps that cycle going. We should be rewarding the first person to stand up and say, hey, we did this terrible shit. We got to, bring down the hammer.
Yeah, I agree. We were just having a discussion about honestly, we were just having a discussion about agency of the people. That's what we drifted into. And so that's what I was arguing, like, that these people do have agency in what they're doing, specifically in this case.
Okay.
Yeah, they should get a quicker death instead of a longer drawn out one. You know what I'm saying? Like, that's the benefit right there.
All right, so we're past 11:30. If anyone needs to leave, then do so. I really have a thing I have to ask Doobie, because it's been really been bothering me. But if anyone needs to step out, go ahead. This has been a really good conversation, guys. If you enjoyed this conversation so far, consider supporting the channel. It's the only way I'm allowed to do this type of stuff. So subs to the channel, give bits, give subs, and consider I keep getting hype chats on here anymore. But super chats on YouTube. Yeah. Okay. I'm not sure if Smooth meant to do that. He's left like
he's been going in and out.
Yeah. I mean, he threw it, but Deuce like he was leaving.
Oh, okay. All right. But Doobie, I just got to ask you. You still there, friend?
Yeah.
Yeah. So you said hiring a prostitute is like being a rapist, right? But then you also said it's okay for a boss to um, uh, include it within their job application, ask for sexual favors.
Okay.
Oh, okay, okay, yeah. So how is that not like hiring a prostitute by extra steps?
It is. Yeah, hold on. To be clear, I think both would be sexual exploitation. I think I agree with Lacto when you say you could apply this to the entire like job market. I agree. I think the job market is exploitation. I think needing to earn money, needing to go to work, earn money to stay alive, right? Or you end up on the street starving to death. I think the fact that the system perpetuates this is a system of exploitation. And if you're hiring people within the system to do any sort of work, you're exploiting them.
Wait. Doobie, we live in America, okay,
Yeah.
where you can get food stamps.
Not you, Lactoid.
I do. And in America, if you can't afford food, they'll give you food stamps. Like nobody in America starves to death except for like a rare administrative error. If you can't afford food, the government will give you food. Um, there's all sorts of programs out there. So it's not like death or sex work. It's like, you can use this to get more money. So in the context of a developed welfare system like we currently have, Doobie, why would you say that it's like exploitative?
Well, I don't think welfare is enough to live on. Definitely not enough to live comfortably on, or enough to like even make it to the next welfare check for most of these people. You get very little money from most of these programs, right? And a lot of them, when they are providing housing, there's limited housing. There are requirements. I'm sorry, I almost choked on my grape. There are requirements attached where you need to like go out and try to get job training. You go out and try to find some kind of stable work where they like sponsor you. Yeah, okay, but even the fact that you need to do these things, or the alternative is you don't get money, which means you don't get food, which means you don't have a house, which means you don't have clothes, and you end up on the street. I think the fact that these basic needs are not being taken care of by the system itself, and that in fact the system has made these into commodities that are like sold and traded. I think all of that is exploitation, especially given the fact that the system, as it currently stands, can support everybody in the fucking country with no need for this exploitation. We have the ability to feed everybody and house everybody.
Okay.
We don't to perpetuate.
Well,
the
we do
system of
feed
exploitation.
everybody.
No, we don't.
Yes, we do. In America,
No.
again, you try here. Find me somebody in America who like had access, like besides some rare administrative error where some senior citizen like doesn't get their food delivery or something, right? Like in America, you're not going to have people starve to death. If you can't afford food, you can get food stamps, right? Now, let me ask you this:
you don't even have to be poor to get food stamps. Like,
yeah, you don't even have to be. And by the way, I've done the math.
As someone who's abused the WIC system before,
oh, it's so easy.
I've had a house, a car, a job, and a fucking bridge card, which is a food stamps card. And there were also points in time where I needed it. They give you plenty fucking money, especially dependent on like the income that you have. I understand that your point that you're still obligated to like find work, but you are assisted through Section 8 housing, through food stamps. Maybe not all of them are the best, but some of them are fucking really good. Like there's some low income housing that I was making too much money for at the time, and it was like fucking luxury studio apartments for nothing.
Yeah,
right?
and the other thing,
there's a program specifically to do that actually.
Yeah, I was going somewhere with this, which is I disagree.
Right,
I disagree with you, Doobie, empirically when you're saying like, oh, in America we just like throw you to the wolves if you can't afford it. I think we spend, like most developed countries, we spend a fuck ton on people who can't take care of themselves and can't work for themselves. I think too much. I think too much actually. I think we spend way too much. But if this even just let's assume that this truly is like fucking, I don't know. We're truly like in a deserted fucking dune, and we have to like fucking, you have to work to survive, otherwise you die. Is your point then that as long as we get the welfare system good enough, then you're okay with sex work, then you can hire hookers, and then whatever P Diddy did with hiring the hookers is no big deal, and getting this guy to suck his dick or whatever?
I think with most sex workers are people that are not doing very well for themselves mentally and financially. There's people on the poverty line or below
That's
the poverty
definitely
line.
not the
These people,
case.
it is the case for most of them. These are people with drug addiction issues, for example. A lot of these people are being trafficked,
Yeah, prostitution
or
in
have been
particular.
trafficked
It's not just all
for
sex
years.
work.
So they got into a lifestyle, and now they're stuck there, right? So a lot of these people, I think, if you engage with any of them and purchase sex work from any of them, you are raping them. You're sexually exploiting a person who's.
No, you're taking an aggregate truth and
extremely
applying it to an individual. Like, let's say that you come across a sex worker who works for themselves. They're not in dirt poverty or whatever. They have a trust fund, let's even say, and they just like they fuck for money.
Yeah,
to
if you were
buy
to
Chanel.
find like a multimillionaire sex worker who does it on her free time because she's bored or something,
Do
sure.
they got to be
Okay,
multimillionaires, Doobie, or can they be like
well,
middle
okay,
class?
I'm going to the
Sure,
silly
okay.
yeah. So obviously we can find cases where somebody, for example, I think most porn is totally exploitative, right? I think it's exploitative, but there might be someone
What
out
is?
there, pornography.
Oh, porn, sure.
I think the porn industry is disgusting, but there might be somebody out there who just uploads pictures of his dick online now and then because he's bored. Not harmed by anybody.
There's a lot of guys.
Yeah, a lot of guys.
Exactly.
Do that.
Right? Just because he's bored, or women who just feel like they just need to put their tits on the internet now and then. Doesn't impact them at all. They're not doing it for attention or for any reason really. It's just fun, right? Sure, those people might exist out there, but given what I'm discussing here isn't those people really. It's the average person in the industry. It's the average person on the street selling their ass to random guys in dirty cars. Right? These are not people who are just living comfortably with their like OnlyFans money. These are people who are barely scraping by most of the time. So yeah, I think that is exploitative.
Yeah, prostitutes and streetwalkers in particular, like on the bottom end, they're like I think you're being dishonest if we're pretending that like this industry isn't like really exploitative of people.
What about
on the,
drug
like,
dealers?
The bottom. Bottom
Well,
of the
yeah.
Or like joining a gang.
Just let me say
That's
this
a
other
great
part.
example.
Yeah, or like
Sure.
joining a gang, like
Yeah, I think that those
You know?
people are. I think those people are also extremely vulnerable extremely
Yeah,
vulnerable.
gangs specifically
to
target
society.
people who are vulnerable.
Yeah, like I don't know if that was a gotcha. But what I was gonna say is, what I was gonna say on the opposite end of that is like, into Prom's point of like because he's said it a few times, like he doesn't want to engage with the idea of like there's levels of agency depending on like your vulnerability, like and on what's considered exploitative. Like for example, something that's probably people that probably deal with some level of exploitation is someone who's signing up like who wants to run a presidential campaign. Like you can say that like, oh, my wife and kids are now like there's paparazzi, people are taking pictures of them. Like I didn't consent to these behaviors, but if someone's in the financial and social position of being able to fund and run a presidential campaign, I think it's fair to say that like it like things come with the job you sign up for. Like, do you agree or disagree?
This is me.
Yeah, because you were saying that like, oh well, just because they like, because you were laughing at the idea earlier of the producer being in a position financially where like because of their financial position they take on more agency than someone else.
It's
like,
not that people can have more agency. That doesn't mean that they are open to abuse, exploitation. Like
again, so someone's again a presidential candidate is complaining that his pictures are being taken of his family or people trying to talk to his wife. Like, is that a reasonable complaint, or do you say that like, look, there's so many other things you could be doing with your life? You were probably already a millionaire. You signed up to be a president.
I understand that there are externalities. Is that the word I want to use here? I'm not sure. Negative externalities to any particular job, right? There, if you're a lumberjack, then there is a danger that you can, like a tree can fall on you. I don't know, whatever, right? It's a lumberjack shit. But when you are,
you don't consent to, I'm saying that things outside the industry, and that there's like it's dishonest to compare it to people at the bottom end of the industry on their level of agency versus like there's a threshold. There's different thresholds where you take on more like possibility for the external factors of the jobs you sign up for.
So he gets more successful, and so he's more likely to be abused then? Like,
no, I'm saying that as you have more success as you have more success leads to more options, leads to
No,
like
no, we can see. No. I reject this because we can see this in the Harvey Weinstein case. We can see that like actors, actresses at the top of their game, were being abused. Yeah,
yes,
it
and I think
happens.
that sure, it happens, and I'm saying that I think that women at the actresses at the top of their game take on more agency than a streetwalker in Dallas.
No, I've already said like people can have more agency. Yeah, you can have more levels of agency.
But you're saying that means irrelevant to you. But you're saying it doesn't make a difference. You're saying that like, oh, okay, it's all
not when they're being abused. They don't get to be like just because a person has more agency doesn't mean that like I can abuse them. I can say like, well, okay, I've encountered top actress Angela Jolie, right? I've encountered Angela Jolie, right? And a woman with lots of agency, so I can put my fucking hands on her. Like, no, that's not how that works. So I can understand, yes, then she has more ability to be able to inflict consequences on me or to remove herself from the situation. I can acknowledge that. However, that doesn't mean that when she's on the job, that in any case, she is deserving of those consequences, or there isn't still some level of coercive force involved, right? Because there could be all kinds of other reasons, despite like other than me, why she is still there.
So Bam, actually, Lactoid, you go, and then I'll.
Well, I was going to change top. Well, I was going to ask Doobie a follow up to the last thing, but then, so if it's to Bam, then I can go, and then I want to ask a follow-up question.
Yeah, Bam, do you think that Meghan Markle and Prince Harry have a right to privacy? Do you think that it was okay for them to sue the tabloids like for stealing the letter that she sent to her father?
No.
You don't think so? You don't think they have a right to privacy?
I don't. I think that well, maybe her, but not him. I think that he's a member.
He was literally born into it.
Family.
Where is the
exactly?
There?
That's the reason I'm bringing up the royal family.
But the point of him, but I think he as of like recently they like cut their ties with the royal family. Yeah, which I think that like.
Well, they're divorcing now, so that's news.
Are they?
Are they really?
Yeah, as of like the day they announced it. Yeah.
What?
Really?
I have to look that up.
That is
No, they deserve privacy in their time of divorce. Or do we deserve
what I'm
to
gonna
know
say
who is doing what?
I want to double. I'm not, so sure on
Divorce?
Gibbs's research capabilities. So I do want to fact check to make sure.
Yeah.
Is it from a Bing search?
I'm not
I
seeing
am
anything on it.
retarded.
Yeah.
I got it right here. Sky News. I'll post the thing.
It's on Hindu.
It says
Hindustan Times.
Signs Prince Harry and Meghan are getting a divorce. That's 4 days ago.
That's close enough.
Fact check.
Just like
Did
global
Meghan
life
Markle
expectancy close
file
enough to a
$80
US
million
topic.
Harry divorce papers?
It's coming.
that was in 2023. July 14. I've seen an article there. Prince Harry's desperate to repair marriage. This is all months ago.
So they deserve privacy, and then as soon as something happens, wait a minute, everybody, let's Google into their lives.
No.
No one deserves.
He said something.
Yeah, he made a claim.
Yeah, he made a claim.
Listen, this is very juicy. Okay, we have to know.
Yeah,
if this is true or not. This panel cannot end until we know if they are splitting.
Yeah, you were bullshitting us. Yeah, okay.
They're not getting divorced. They're not getting
divorced. Yes, thank you. Anyway, but yeah, he was literally born into it. What agency did he have?
I think you can renounce your throne, right? Can't you?
I think I don't know if they did official, but I believe
they stepped back.
The Japanese chick did that, right? She gave
I'm
up
saying
her
that
throne.
it's not
marry
just
someone
because they get like not just like family funding. He receives like state funding, doesn't he? Like they're like for his position.
Yeah, I mean, I think we shouldn't have the royals. I agree, but like I don't know.
Sure, but I'm saying they're like, oh wow, I'm taking your taxpayers' money. Like, don't take pictures of me. I don't know. It just doesn't. Again, like there's and not just like $20. I'm saying like he's a very wealthy person.
I think he like rejected that. I think that I have in my memory. I don't want to make a false claim, but I think he rejected the money.
Wait a minute. That's different. It's different, right? Saying don't take pictures of me. Yes, the royals can go to official functions because that's what they do. They just do a bunch of official functions, like a whole list of these things, right? And they get paid handsomely for it. It's unbelievable. But anyway, they go to these things. Yes, you can take pictures of these individuals. You can say you can like they are a public billboard like to a certain
Yeah, but some people
extent,
think you shouldn't. Some people think
Okay,
that like
okay.
no. But with the setting the standard, because we're talking about the standard that we're trying to set here, right? Like, and just because they are these public billboards doesn't mean that they can't have a private life behind that. And it doesn't mean that, for instance, because they take taxpayer money, that we could put like a secret camera in their room, right? Well, they're taking taxpayer money. What are they doing behind closed doors? Shouldn't we know because we're taxpayers what they're doing behind closed doors? Of course not.
Yeah, that's what I was going to ask Bam. So Bam, let me just give you this hypothetical, okay? So let's imagine that somebody, okay, goes into the Trump Tower, okay, and let's say that they install a camera, right, at the very bottom of Donald Trump's toilet, okay, and they catch the worst image of the Donald as he's sitting upon his solid gold throne, okay? Are you saying to me that if they were to take the video footage and to upload it to the internet, you don't think that Donald Trump would have any right to sue him for invasion of privacy?
No, because I think that's different. Like that's something that
Why?
But because it has nothing to do with like his celebrity or agency. I'm saying that's not.
And and the letter that Meghan Markle sent to her father does, like, it was a private letter that she sent to her father. She didn't want that published.
Well, it's stealing mail, and you can't do that regardless.
Well, that's just it, though, right?
Trespassing. You broke into Trump Tower and you hid the camera.
Yep.
Evidence of you trespassing. There you go.
Yep, there we go.
Like I said, I don't think you can like criminally offend people, but I'm saying that like there's some level of the things that come with the jobs you sign up for. There's some like outward I don't know, like I guess associative things that may happen to the job.
Yeah, but nothing's being stolen from you.
Car, I agree. That's
right?
incorrect.
Like,
but I'm saying,
or a picture
I'm just framing out my thing that Prom seems to think isn't real life. Saying that like, oh, I'm an actor, like, yeah, no, you can't assault me. But if you're saying that like, oh yeah, like assault is one thing. You say that like, oh, he was saying weird things on set that I like that I didn't like, and you worked with them for like 17 straight films as like making $20 million a film. At a certain point, they're gonna be like, oh, okay, didn't you have agency to pick to work with other people?
Like the producer's just a raging racist, and you just keep working for him regardless, and just put it to the side.
And then like after 10 years later, now you want to like have that conversation.
Oh,
I think that's a conversation I think that's something that's like, that we can question, like your agency in it versus, like I said, a sex worker at the bottom. Like it's not just why did you wear that dress or why didn't you say no? Like there's vulnerable positions and there's positions that aren't nearly as vulnerable.
And also, being an actor isn't a career like where you have to get a degree or something. Where like if you just lose your job being an actor, you can go do something else. You don't have.
I want to.
Oh boy.
I don't know. Like, yeah. So I want to push back against that a little bit. Like, so
Why?
obviously there's not a lot of like data, but there are some like cases that point to like it's not so. So a case that comes to mind is like Brendan Fraser. Where it's like he made a sexual, an accusation against I think they were like, I don't know, president of the Hollywood Foreign Press, something like that, but really high. And like there were strong indications, I don't know if it's actually confirmed, but like he's essentially like blacklisted. Like that's why there's a huge lull in his career. Where it's like after he made that accusation, just like he didn't really have work. Now whether it's actually like confirmed, absolutely true, I don't know, but there's stories sort of hinting that actually occurred, and it wouldn't surprise me if that happened to other actors as well. Or like, yeah, if like someone in high enough power, like they have the power to like blacklist you, and they can pretty much like toss you out of town, basically.
That is the coercion.
And then he decided to come back and do acting after that. Like didn't he just film a movie?
Yeah, The Whale.
Yeah, but that does
like 20 years.
What do you think that proves when he comes back and does acting?
That these people are willing to continue to do these jobs by any means, even if he outed himself went through the blacklisting.
By any means? Hold on.
Did another.
He was willing to do his craft again, and this shows what some sort of Machiavellian like a desire
if you're against the treatment of people and individuals in Hollywood to the point where you come out about it, you get blacklisted because of it, then you come back and support the same industry that you spoke out against?
Supporting the industry of filmmaking is different than like supporting this individual
I agree with that.
abuser
Like
who
Mel
happens
Gibson,
to
Kevin
be in the
Sorbo.
film industry. He didn't.
Yeah,
I don't think they're connected at all.
Aren't we realizing that they're kind of
Find me a
intertwined?
quote
That's the
that
whole
says
point.
Brendan Fraser
no.
like blasted like Hollywood, like the film industry. The art of filmmaking is abusive. That'd be one thing. He said the art of filmmaking is
The
abusive,
industry is bad.
and I don't want to do that. No,
No, he said
like,
the industry is bad.
Yeah, but
No,
there's
he's talking-
alternatives,
no,
Ollie. There's
he's talking
No, he
alternatives.
made a
about the-
specific accusation.
the
Yeah.
accusations to the abusers within the industry.
Sure, and
Yeah.
but the thing is, like,
And
even
that's
after all of that,
not and do you think he's under the assumption that that's the only person
So-
that's
no,
But
I think
hold
he's
on, hold on.
I
That
don't believe that argument. I think
One
this is
second,
irrelevant.
sorry. Hold on, no. 1 second. Like, there are plenty of other places where there's been a lot of abuse, right? Like in the military, there's lots of rape. We can understand that. There's reports of this. That doesn't mean that the military is a rape machine. Right? That doesn't necessarily mean that the military is essentially like
but we're
a
kind of starting
rapist.
to realize that Hollywood is a rape machine.
I don't
It's
think it is.
not.
He can work with people.
Hollywood,
It-
it's
Yeah, but
not.
hold on,
We're
hold
just
on.
laughing. He doesn't have to work with people who he can work with people on different movies that like aren't connected to that person. I don't think that's a good argument.
Not if you're
But I'm
black,
saying that
bro.
like even after all of that, Brendan Fraser is still worth $20 million and was just nominated for another award. So again, like saying that like, oh no, this was the like he spoke out and he had to go cry in his like multi-million-dollar mansion for the next 20 years. And
What
he
is
Wait, are you
this?
saying
Hold
wealthy
on,
people
but that's
like
not
don't
most-
deserve?
Hold on. That's bullshit.
saying you
because
saying
that's
you
not
shouldn't
most
have spoke
actors,
out?
because that's like what like
yes,
Brendan-
exactly.
but
Most
Brendan
actors,
Fraser-
there are
but
people
Brendan
in
Fraser
more
is the one-
vulnerable positions that we should care about. That's
We-
one.
Obviously,
Brendan Fraser is one of them.
obviously,
All the
I don't know why.
kids,
Hold on,
all the
hold on.
people-
I don't know why you don't want to take yes as an answer when I've already said yes. Other than
No,
that
because you
agency.
keep.
I
'Cause then
understand
you
what
say
agency
yes,
means.
but you say that it doesn't matter at all. That's what you follow up yes with.
No, because what you're doing is saying that once a person has agency, well then things are kind of up to them. I'm saying that's not the case. Just because you
To
have
a much higher
agency-
degree.
No, just because they have agency doesn't mean that opens them up to abuse, right? It
Yes,
doesn't mean
but it means we can question things more. They're held to a much higher standard. Yeah, like you're saying it doesn't change at all. You're saying agency doesn't affect how they're allowed to move in
it
society.
shouldn't
because
matter legally.
it should. It literally should.
Why
it absolutely
should it?
should.
Why
It
not?
absolutely should.
Let's talk to well then we got Lecter who's been trying to jump into here for a minute, so let's bring him in. Like if a person has agency,
It's the reason we treat men differently in sexual assault with small women. We literally do that because there's a
we
different
shouldn't.
agency.
I don't know if that's true, but
legally
I
we
don't think
do. We probably should.
we shouldn't do that.
That's dumb.
If a woman can absolutely sexually assault men, not because, well, I mean, they might be physically stronger than them, but even if they're not physically stronger than them, there's all kinds of ways that she could do that, right? That she could coerce them. Is that small, tiny woman his boss? Does she hold his future in her hand? He has more physical agency. He can push her away. He can do whatever, do all kinds of things physically, but there could be other consequences.
Sure, and those things can come into play. But if a big man says that a tiny woman pinned him down and sexually assaulted him, we're gonna hold that differently in a court of law. We're gonna say that and maybe Lectoy can disagree with that, but the same thing happens with like fear for life. Like when a man says they fear for their life, they're gonna take into account is this man versus a tiny woman like that would be considered a reasonable threat. We take these things into account. We don't just imagine humans as like blank slates that are completely equal in the court of law. And I'm saying that probably should apply to finances as well.
So you're using the word agency. What do you mean when you use the word agency? Because like when you're talking about a big man and like a tiny woman sexually assaults him, the reason why that'd be difficult is like people are going to maybe be more skeptical that a rape even took place, given that rape is generally sexual intercourse with somebody against their consent, and consent requires some element of agency. So, like to me, it almost seems like sort of like begging the question. Like, of course, agency matters when it comes to these things because agency is how we define rape. Like a lack of agency in the act of sex would be like one of the prerequisites for rape. Because if you have agency to stop it and you don't, the question is obviously why.
Well,
right?
the
implication there is
that,
that you consented to it.
Right, because the argument would be like I'm saying that with that agency comes consideration. Like, so you're saying that like, oh, you probably did have a means to like get out of this situation if like the big man was pinned down by the small woman.
Right, and
Like,
that leads to the question: that leads to the question of, well, why didn't you?
Exactly.
Oh, probably because you wanted to do it. Right?
For sure. Yeah, and then the same thing with like the actor who's worth $150 million saying that like this producer said something weird to me. Like, but you know, I had to do the movie, or how else was I gonna eat and feed my family? Like versus like someone who's legitimately
what
broke.
he would What he would argue is that he had diminished agency based on the position of power this guy had over him. That's going to be the argument.
I'm saying that
I like how you're
I'm saying that
reducing
the
it
actor
to
itself
someone
is
to
worth
say
like
someone
really
saying something weird on set, right? Like that's how we far back we've gone away from the original.
That was the Me
accusations
Too
we've been
movement,
talking about.
saying stuff on set.
Yeah,
That's
just
what
like
it's
saying
all about, right?
weird stuff on set. That's what it is, right?
Agency
it's
is
easy.
contextual.
It's much easier to make that case, isn't it? Right? Like, yeah. But when we're talking about druggings and sexual assault, and then like being exposed to nudity, these things are much bigger deals. But that's not what we want to defend here, right? Or not? You're not defending. You're not defending anything. To be very clear, you're not defending anything. But like, you are using this. So you've moved the argument into
let's talk about people being exposed on set. I'm worth $150 million. I seen the guy exposed, but I kept doing the job because I had to feed my family. Like at a certain point, you'd be like, "Did you have to feed your family doing this job, or were you in a financial position?" Versus being a girl who's like someone who's never worked in Hollywood, who actually is like poor.
So
like, I'm saying that we would treat these people differently.
So y'all brought up Brandon Fraser earlier, right? And then I think it was Ollie who he said that basically, he returned to the industry, so like, he's willing to go back. And I actually think that's wrong, and I'm going to tell you why. There are alternatives to Hollywood for filmmaking, right? Like you'll see, and like I don't know if these are good examples because they have their own issues, but like you'll see people like Mel Gibson, right? He's got his own film company now, right? And he's going to do his own thing. He's been blacklisted. Kevin Sorbo, right? He's been blacklisted by Hollywood because I guess he says he's too Christian.
He does like
right?
Christian network stuff.
Right, yeah, he does his own Christian network stuff. Gina Carano's been blacklisted, right? And she's done like stuff for like the Daily Wire.
And they've been
they were never part of Hollywood. Like Kevin Sorbo, like really.
Hold on. I mean, you don't think Mel Gibson's part of Hollywood when he made Braveheart?
No, I said Gina Carano and Kevin Sorbo, but like Mel Gibson, absolutely.
But so, okay, my point is though, like, yes, they might have alternatives and they might be wanting to do their craft, right? But there is some sense of loss of agency in this regard because, like, hey, if you're gonna go say I was Kevin Sorbo and I wanted to come back into like Hollywood, right? And I wanted to come back and make a major motion picture, well, he's already been blacklisted, and it's not necessarily even because of he got sexually assaulted or whatever. But like, so like, it's definitely like there's definitely some truth to the idea that you like might have diminished capacity or lose job opportunities if like something goes down, like with the Harvey Weinstein stuff. So for y'all to say, oh no, it's like whatever, and then when this guy comes back and makes independent films, like The Whale was, which was an independent film, there's not the same as he's knocking the whole thing. He's just going back to his craft and picking an alternative. Yeah, and he went into an alternative source to be influential, and because it was so successful, the Hollywood had to take notice of him, which gives him an alternative thing. So that's not fair to say Brendan Fraser's over here. Like,
really quickly, because I do want to get to that.
So bless him for him for having the money to be able to just go back and want to do independent films. But for the majority of actors who are trying to break big in Hollywood, they're not trying to do independent films. For the people that are doing these things, that see him, that heard him, that stood with him, now they're going to be incentivized to just go back into Hollywood, and they're going to feel as if there was nothing.
What?
Dude,
this is the dumbest argument. Oh my god! I have to deal with this later. Okay. This is the dumbest argument. Well, we gotta go. We can deal with it later. Actoid, go ahead.
I got a dumber argument. I'm about to bring it out. Check it out. Doobie, you're still here?
Yeah.
Okay. Let's go back a while back before Brendan Fraser, before the times of Brendan Fraser here. Okay. Back to the hooker conversation. Okay. So we got the hooker, and you're saying that it's wrong or whatever because she's going to go homeless and have to eat her cat and, die in the sand, etc. Right? That's kind of the thought process.
Sure. Yeah.
Okay. My question for you is, if the welfare systems of the United States are so bad that she's going to die if she doesn't get paid for sex, isn't the John doing her a favor by supporting her life? Like, aren't you just advocating for taking away the choice for her to live and for her to have a house? You're trying to steal that away from her when the John is simply trying to finance that life for
her? No. I think that if she is in a vulnerable, it doesn't have to be a she. If they're in a vulnerable position and you take advantage of that, even if you're justifying it, in your own brain by saying, well, hey, if I don't pay her to suck my dick, she might starve to death. So therefore, I'm actually helping her
Without
out.
the protein.
I think, yeah, exactly. I think that this is the kind of you know what it reminds me? It reminds me of the logic you'd hear from like a gay child molester. Right? I'm gonna say,
Whoa.
yeah. Well, hold on. I'm gonna say, this young man really has nobody to talk to about his sexuality, no way to express it, no way to explore it. I'm just helping him explore sexuality, right, by having him suck my dick. Like you hear, this is like very common from child molesters and groomers, right?
No, okay.
But actually, the child was having a sexual awakening, and all I did was help them through it. That's all I did. I think in both situations, you have people that are vulnerable, right? They're not fully in control of their environment and their actions, and you are coming in to exploit them and justifying that in some way. Sure, I guess you can do it, and I guess that'll make sense to some people, but I think it's still disgusting. I think it's still wrong.
Okay, so I think it's a little bit different with the the pedophile example. I think there's a lot of evidence demonstrates that's not actually efficacious for improving the child's life. But I almost think that I think you're appealing to what I think what is like the classic leftist paradox, which is like the paradox of consent requires an alternative, otherwise it's not actual consent, even if that alternative is simply imposed by nature. So, like, for example, like imagine a society of all the farmers said, well, I don't consent to growing food because if I don't grow food, I will die. And I don't consent to that. So I'm being threatened with death in order to so I'm being enslaved to grow food because if I don't grow food, then I'm going to die and I don't consent to dying. Like it doesn't make any sense because of course you're right. Like there is a compulsion of nature that like, unless you grow the food, the natural processes are that you will go ahead and die. In this case, you have the hooker, right? Who has, maybe you'll disagree with me on this. I think that she has no right to the money or the resources of other people. I don't think anybody has the right to the resources of money or other people.
You hear
And
that,
so
IRS?
she is simply contracting with somebody for the means to survival, just like any other fucking job does, just like the farmer does, just like the coal miner does, just like the slaughterhouse worker does. Do all these jobs. The military guy, yes, PTSD, black lung, et cetera, disease, all sorts of bad shit, but they can consent to it. But the hooker, who apparently lives in this dystopia where if she doesn't have sex with somebody, she's going to starve to death. Let's take away like your greater context or whatever, like what you want society to do for this woman. Like let's put it like in the here and now. A hooker goes up to a John, and unless he gives her $50, she will die. All right, let's just say that's the case. Would you prefer she died, or would you prefer that she got the $50?
I'd prefer she got the $50.
Okay, so the overall net good is being provided by the John, right?
Sure.
All right, well, let's take this to the rapper example, right? Like, it almost seems like, well, P. Diddy's providing all these opportunities for him. He doesn't want to step on his toes. Well, okay, so he's getting all these opportunities. Does he have a right to those opportunities, or is he trading something for those opportunities willingly?
I don't think it makes sense I don't think these two things are comparable, and I would disagree with you in saying that. I think that existing within a society, a nation, right, with citizenships and roles and rights and obligations to each other as citizens, I think that does entitle you to the resources of other citizens within that society. I.e., if there were a child drowning next to me and I allowed that child to drown, I didn't help them, I'd expect and I should be charged with some kind of crime for allowing this child to drown right next to me if I could save them, right? Because that child, as a citizen, is entitled to my labor, right? To me having to reach down and save that child. Right. So yeah, I don't think that in the same way. I think that this prostitute or anybody in a nation that actually gives a fuck about its people would be entitled to housing, to food, to clothing, to everything they need, all the basic necessities they need just to get by, right? And everything else on top of that is extra, right? If you have all those things met, all those basic needs met, and you decide to go out and be a prostitute anyway, go for it. Okay, then at that point, there's probably still some kind of mental health thing going on. But at least I know you're not doing it because you feel like it's your only option, right? Because you're doing it, or you're going to like starve to death or something right up on the street.
Okay. What if too many people? So you're saying, okay, let's say if they don't provide something, then they're just not going to be like people who don't provide a service or a good, there's an obligation of society to still take care of them. What happens when you get to too many people who are not providing and are simply taking the services and goods from other people that they are obligated to have, or that they have some right to have, and you have too few people providing those goods and services? and then you just have like a complete collapse.
Yeah,
is there a
I'd
way
agree.
that you avoid this?
Yeah, well, no, I agree. I think that so if we were like in a hunter-gatherer society, this wouldn't make any sense, right? But I think the argument that you're putting forward only makes sense in a hunter-gatherer society that's basically sustaining itself. We're in a society now that's developed far past that it does have the ability to feed and house everybody and clothe everybody, not just through the sweat of people's brows, but like through machinery, factory farming. It takes very little to produce a lot of food for a lot of people. We can do this, right? So I think that given that we've developed past the stage of hunter-gatherers, I think that when we do that, not only does our ability to output product increase, but our responsibility to citizens within the nation increases, right? And what the bare minimum baseline should be legally also increases. And so, yeah, I think it's fine to say that, hey, in the current modern day society, we do have the ability to feed everybody, so we should feed everybody. Right? I don't.
So I hear you. I just, again, this kind of goes back to the empirical question of you're right. We grow a fuck ton of food, but it still requires human labor. But we grow a lot of human labor, right? It's intensive, but we grow a fuck ton of food. But we do give out food to everybody. I mean, Jesus Christ! Like I've done the math. Like the people who get food stamps, like I've worked it out. Like for $75, you can get 115 pounds of food from Walmart shipped to your door. It's like beans, rice, bananas, fucking, it's everything, right? Everything that you need to
Be
survive.
careful what you do with those bananas, though. That's
and by the way, and like the average or even the mean or even the lowest amount of food stamps you get, it's not going to be 70. It's going to be significantly higher, and so you have people buying all sorts of like bells and whistles with that money. I just think that it seems to me to be like paternalistic to a fault to tell a hooker, no, it's not good for you to do this line of work. We're going to stop you, even if it means that you lose your house. And the hooker's like, but I don't want to lose my house. And you might say, well, I want to fight for a world in which everyone has a free house. But that's not the world we live in. So the current world is you suck dick or you lose your house. Like, and I don't see the John there as being the rapist for providing housing for the hooker. This seems like an odd, like, either you're so poor that this person is doing a major service for you, or you're so rich that it's not exploitation. So in either scenario, I don't see how it's wrong.
So if this person weren't just poor, but they were like a drug addict and mentally ill, living under some bridge somewhere, and this guy came by and said, hey, if you suck my dick, I'll give you this marijuana, and the voices will go away or whatever, right? Or I'll give you medication. I'll give you your mental health medication, your antipsychotics or whatever. If that was the exchange, you don't think that would be exploitative? You don't think that would be immoral to do?
For sure not for the drug situation. For the mental illness, I'd have to take a look at the specifics of that situation. Potentially not.
Okay, well,
especially not for the drugs,
so
right?
You because think that there's a possibility that if I went up to like some schizophrenic with no, like unmedicated schizophrenic living under a bridge, said, hey, if you suck my dick or let me fuck you in the ass with no lube, I'll give you your crazy pills. You think that would be like a perfectly fine exchange, right? You think there's some chance that's fine?
So is the argument going to be, well, like they're going to kill themselves if they don't get the crazy pills, or like they're going to hurt themselves?
It's just that they're suffering, right? They're suffering.
They're suffering, and so when you provide the pills, their suffering will be alleviated.
Exactly, they'll suffer less, right? They'll still be living under a bridge and poor, and life's gonna suck when they run out of those pills, and they might come back to me looking for my dick again. But for the moment, right, the voices will go away, or whatever.
So well, hold on a minute, Doobie. Then let me frame my answer in a question to you. Like, if you're gonna ban this from happening, wouldn't you be putting this person in a worse situation than they currently are in?
Of course.
And you're okay with them being in a worse situation than they're
in? I'd like to alleviate the situation like long term, like permanently, right? Which is why
but assume you can't.
Which is why, well, if I can, then yeah, I'll go with the lesser of two evils, right? Of course.
Sure. Okay.
Right. But what you're doing is advocating for the lesser of two evils. I'm advocating to end the evil entirely and to get us to a place where we don't have to deal with the evil. You're advocating for sustaining the evil for some reason.
Well, no, I think the lesser of two evils is not stealing from people in order to provide goods and services to other people, right? So there's a greater lesser or two evil consideration to be had. But I think we both agree that in the here and now, if someone's going to like, be substantially worse off without their crazy pills, then maybe it's a little bit of a different calculus, right?
So
No, I would still call them a rapist. They're just a rapist that is in the current situation a net positive. Yeah,
I don't
a net positive rapist, maybe.
Yeah, a net positive rapist.
a benevolent rapist. Honestly, that might be the answer. They might be a benevolent rapist.
We've come up with so many amazing terms today. Like it's really it's like incredible. I
don't know that I agree.
Put forward though because I'm thinking about these terms like exploitation. What's the line between exploitation? I think it's really interesting, and it's not as clear as like you might think otherwise. So I'm thinking about Haiti. There was that earthquake that happened like a decade or so ago, and there was this big charitable organization. I can't remember the name right now, but it's a very big charitable organization. They came and they as an NGO they set up all these services, and later on it came out that a lot of their workers were like exchanging sexual services like for the goods that they were supposed to be providing, right, for whatever they were supposed to be doing there, and it was a huge scandal. So and then like from there, like there was a larger conversation of like this is a thing that happens everywhere, right? So these NGOs come in, they have a lot of power in these like low income nations, and yeah, they solicit sexual services from the population for help. So in that case, where you have a marginalized population and like the job, like the worker from the NGO is being paid simply to provide the services and not get anything in exchange other than the money that they're getting from their company. Is that exploitation, right? If they additionally ask like a woman, hey, suck my dick, right? Maybe for expedited, bananas, right? Let's focus on bananas. For expedited bananas. And then is that exploitation?
I would say no. I think Doobie would say yes, right? Like if I'm an NGO and I have no obligation to go provide. Well, I wouldn't even be an NGO. Like
the obligation is that you've been paid. You've already been paid. Lactor, you've been paid. You're a worker.
Okay, I was paid money with the understanding that I would provide a service, and then now I'm adding like dick sucking to that. Yeah, that's obviously like against the contract I have with my employer.
Wait, so if they included it up front, it'd be fine though. If we have all these starving people, like, hey, yeah, we have all this food, but you got to suck our dicks to get it. You think that's fine? If
fringe benefits. Yeah.
Okay.
Well, I want to clarify because
how else are you going to motivate people from an NGO to actually do work? Jesus.
This is what I wanted to clarify earlier. So, like, yeah, you mentioned earlier, like, for the contract, if it's like pretty much if it's all consensual, as in like if an employer changes the job description and like whatever the employee like signs onto that new contract, I'm curious. Let's say, basically in your world, can the employer change the contract at any time? As in, like, well, you're hired day 1, and then day 2, I change the contract, and then like.
It depends on the contract, right? So if it's an at-will kind of contract, the idea is, look, there's the understanding, like, I'm going to hire you, and I can change the terms at any time, and you can also quit at any time, and that's the rules. Under that understanding, I could change the terms 18 times in a single day if I wanted to. Like, yes, dick suck, no dick suck, depending on like how horny I was, right? That's totally fine. But if you sign a contract that's like you are going to work for 3 years under these terms, I mean, you're going to have to wait until the end of 3 years before you change that contract because that was in the initial contract. That's what you agreed to.
And we got to keep this in track when you're like doing contract work, like you got to leave room in for dick sucking. FQ, I want your thoughts on this. That's a weird transition. I do apologize for that. Please don't be mad at me.
Yeah. This conversation is bananas. BANANAS.
I was wondering if you had any greater thoughts since you've been listening to us. Yeah.
Do you all think that selling sex is the same as providing any other kind of labor or service or product?
No.
Generally, no.
I think it's a little bit different. I see people. I think we've had this conversation. I see people who sell sex to be equivalent to like drug dealers, right? They're weaponizing the limbic system of their customers to extort money out of them.
Yeah, just like
I mean,
just like a farmer weaponizes like your stomach track against you. Fair enough. No, I think
kind of
it's
Weaponize your hunger cues.
Kinda. Wait,
Yeah.
wait, wait. This is actually a good comparison. The distinction I would say is that like one is good for your overall well-being of the customer, and the other one is not good. For
absolutely
the overall
getting your
well-being of the
dick
customer.
sucked is definitely
That's the
good for
one.
your well-being. It
It is
absolutely
not good.
no,
for-
actually,
from a
no.
hooker?
I'm actually being very serious about this. Like, it actually is. Like we have a loneliness epidemic. It's something we were touching on earlier, right? But we didn't really focus on it. I wanted to, but we didn't. But we're having a loneliness epidemic, and I don't think that's separate from like the rise of incels, right? Obviously, it's like they're related, right? Because people are lonelier because they don't have this contact, and it's not a fringe benefit of to being human. It is necessary to have relations, right? It's necessary to connect, to be intimate. And I'm not saying that these people are going to die, but like the level of human flourishing significantly decreases. So actually, yeah, these things are important. If they weren't important, you wouldn't drive fucking.
The oral sex part is not like connection per se. Like, we're not gonna. I'm curious.
I hear you.
Much more comparable to like a hit off opium or something.
No. It's not the same as a hit of opium. No, like as a part of normal human development, right? For most people, unless you're like asexual, right? As a part of normal human development, like a part of those milestones includes sexual intercourse, and not having it, being deprived of that, is actually problematic. If it wasn't problematic, we wouldn't see like a whole movements of people who are like malcontents in our society because of this, and they have a lot of anger, right? Because these things are important. Now you can make fun of them, right? You can be derisive about that, but this is a real thing. And if you weren't getting sex, if you've never gotten sex, then it would be a big fucking deal to you too.
Yeah. I'm sure that like in the same way, like in some specific scenarios, drugs could be useful. Like the vast majority.
It's not
of
a specific
time.
scenario.
Well, no.
It's a very generalized scenario.
I understand that you're presenting like a real life scenario. There's not a lot of research on the effects of prostitution on John specifically. The limited amount that I've been able to find actually shows that hiring a hooker has detrimental negative effects for the mental health of the John, the guy hiring the hooker. It increases feelings of self-shame. It increases feelings of abandonment. It increases all sorts of like negative emotions because like a flirt, like a random if you have an incel where they have to pay someone to fuck them, like it's more likely they're gonna feel like, oh wow, I had to pay someone, as opposed to.
Sorry, because I wasn't being clear on what I meant. I'll answer your hand there, and I do want to, because this is your topic, and I'm gonna like throw it back to you as well. What I was specifically was making a statement about was simply having sex, right? And you were saying that this is like an opioid hit. And I was specifically talking about that rather than like the industry of prostitution. Just like having this access to that like is an important.
Right. Well, I'm comparing the two industries, right? I'm saying the drug industry is actually relatively comparable to the sex industry in that both sort of feed off of the limbic system and the desires of its customer base, generally to their detriment. This isn't always true. You can have examples of people who do maybe get like a specific boost off of either or, but generally speaking, like,
I don't
the data
know if
does
it's
not.
Generally speaking. Okay, so all right, that's I guess I'm not going to argue on the specific point because I don't think we have enough data to make these cases. So I just leave that very narrow point alone. But yeah, Ali, go ahead. But then I do want to hear from FQ because it was her thing.
I was just gonna jump in on Lactoid and Doobie's thing. There's the movie that came out on Netflix where the parents go on Craigslist. They hire a woman, right, off of like the whatever wanted ads. She doesn't know what the job is. She gets there. She's 32 years old. They tell her, hey, so we want someone to sleep with our 18-year-old son because like, you know, he's graduating. We want him to feel the experience, blah, blah, blah. She then accepts the job, right? She's not like broke, desperate, whatever it is. Like maybe she's like broke in the sense of like she's looking for jobs on Craigslist, but she's not like destitute, right? And so it's like that's she accepted the thing. So yeah, to like FQ's point, I do kind of think that like selling sex is just kind of the same as any other like physical service. So like a barber, I'm a massage therapist. Like these are things where you have to provide a service for people. They take a long time. You're touching them. You're giving them a lot of energy, depending on what may be. The only difference is that there's like intercourse in one. And so like for my massage therapy, I can argue that like there's a lot of people who feel very sensual when I'm giving the massage, and therefore it could kind of like be like similar, not the exact same, but yeah.
Yeah, and I to
I
answer
have
your
a
question
hypothetical
directly,
for that.
I would say-
After I
Yeah, I was just
Oh,
gonna say
sorry.
that. No, I was just gonna answer your question directly because I didn't do it before. But like, yeah, I think it is like providing any other service. But go ahead.
Okay, so let me ask you all a question then. So imagine for a minute that I have two people. I think I may have asked you all this question before. So if I have, I'm sorry. I got two people. I have a masseuse and I have a prostitute. Okay, and you are the person with the gun. Okay, and you put a gun against the forehead of the masseuse and you force the masseuse to give you a massage. Okay, the masseuse gives you a massage, and then you go over to the prostitute. You put the gun against against their forehead and you say, "Have sex with me." And the prostitute is forced to have sex with you. And importantly, right, the prostitute has sex for money. It's a part of their job description. The masseuse gives massages. It's a part of their job description, okay? And now you're being sent to jail, okay? Do you think that do you think that you should receive a heavier charge for forcing the prostitute to have sex with you as opposed to forcing the masseuse to give you a massage?
No.
You think it should be exactly the same? You think they should have the same charge?
I think it should be with the like the more severe one, right? So if like you force the person to give you a blowjob, the person that it should be the same thing, yeah. But it should
You
go
think
with
that you think that forcing someone to give you a blowjob with a gun against their head is the same thing as forcing someone to massage your feet?
I think the problem isn't the the sex. I think the problem is putting a gun to someone's head and making them perform a service.
I understand, but the point is, right, you're being forced to do an action that you would normally otherwise happily do for money, right? And the question is, like, when you are charged, right, should the charge be the same for both of these actions?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Wait,
So no,
what?
no. I can.
Should it be treated the same in the court of law? Do you think it should be
So
treated
is it
the same?
possible to rape a prostitute then?
Yeah.
Is it possible to rape a prostitute?
You go first.
Yes.
Okay, you just don't think that they should be charged more harshly than somebody who forces you to give a massage?
I mean, once again, with the gun to the head situation, no. But then, like in coercion, I mean, I guess, but like we got to talk about specifics.
I don't understand.
Someone puts a gun to my head, and someone puts.
It's
a gun
very
to
simple.
someone else.
Gun.
It's going to be case by case.
The same amount. I'm sorry.
This
I'm
is the case.
To all fuck. And so, yeah, I don't think there's much
so
of a difference. Just because
You
one
don't
was
think there's much
sexual,
of a
one
difference?
wasn't.
Interesting. Do the rest of you agree?
I'll answer the question specifically. So, I think there is a difference here,
Why?
right? Yeah, because like these people, like just they're not providing a service, right? To like you are now engaged in slavery. So when you put the gun to the masseuse's head, they're engaged in slavery. Now we don't have a specific, as far as I know, we don't have like a specific crime for like force. I mean, we have like I guess an enslavement like crime, right? For like forcing a person to do something like that. But like there's that. But then also we recognize that the act that you're forcing the prostitute to do or the escort to do is a separate offense. Is a separate offense recognized by society as an evil thing to do. But that's not a service you're providing. Like we've moved away from the service. So,
but they're both services that they would otherwise happily do. That you're forcing them to do
this
against
is not
their
a
will.
Service, but this is not a service that they're providing.
You're right. It's assault, but the question is,
Yeah,
do you hold the person who being sexually assaulted to that person? Should you be charged heavier for that as opposed to being forced to be giving a massage?
But that has no implication. I would
yes,
give
it
one,
absolutely
rape
does.
charge.
It absolutely does.
It
absolutely is
no
that's
implication in terms of the
absolutely
services.
It has an implication, right? Like if you are going to tell me
you can't understand
that you are going to charge
slavery and actually working. But go ahead.
Wait, can I ask a question to Fairy Queen now?
Sorry, go ahead. Sorry, no, but let her go.
No,
please.
I think that if you are going to say, if you're going to be honest, and if you're going to, I think if you think that being a masseuse is no different than being a prostitute, they're just services that you're paying for, and some people are happy to do it. And, you know, if you really believe that, right? If that's something you really believe, then me holding a gun against your head and forcing you to suck my dick should be no different than me putting a gun against your forehead and forcing you to give me a back massage or to massage my feet or to do any other type of service.
Both are
if you're really being honest. But I think, and I would say that I don't think that they're the same. I don't hold those two actions to be the same. I think that like having a gun up against your head and being forced to give a blowjob is obvious, as opposed to, and should be charged more heavily as opposed to being forced to give somebody.
What if it was a hand job?
If it was a hand job?
Yeah.
What if it was a foot massage?
No, I'm gonna go with hand job.
With a hand job, I think that should probably be charged less harshly. I still think that it's not the same as being forced to give a massage, but I don't think that it should be charged as heavily as like being forced to give a blowjob or being forced to have sex with, especially if you're the receptive partner.
So there's 3 people. One's forced to give a massage, one's forced to give a hand job, one's forced to give a blowjob. They all get different.
Yeah, so the blowjob person, so you should be charged the most heavily for the blowjob, less so for the hand job, and least of all for the massage. That's what I would say. Well, I'll tell you why. So first of all, there's the level of risk, right? So the part of the issue is like when you we're on Twitch. I know it's gross, right? There is a higher probability of you receiving an STI or an STD with the first one. So there's a higher degree of risk as opposed to you simply giving a massage, which is the first problem, right? So it's not the same action. So you're forcing someone to potentially accept the risk of not just like doing something humiliating, but of potentially like ending their life. They could potentially like kill themselves by doing this. So that's an added layer of abuse that you are laying upon this person. And even the hand job, to be honest with you, I mean, I have cuts on my hands. Like even that is like, even that could potentially like be weird, right? The person could have warts, they could have herpes, they could have all sorts of things. Right?
Yeah.
And it doesn't, not to a back massage, not even to the, it's still bad, but it's not even nearly to the same degree.
On a client the other day because of how many pimples they had on their back.
Do you think that massaging a back that is full of pimples is the same thing as being forced to give a hand job that is covered with genital warts? Do you think that's the same level?
Yeah.
Do you think so? No, you're lying to me.
What if they have herpes
I'm not
on
lying,
their
I
feet?
do the job.
What if they have herpes on their feet? Then I think probably it would be more comparable because then you're accepting a different layer of risk. But I still think, given the fact that that's pretty unlikely, right? I would still say, generally speaking, the hand job is obviously for that reason worse in comparison. But the second layer to it is the social weight. And I know we've had this conversation before. Lactoid doesn't agree with me, okay? A lot of you would say that this is simply a spiritual calculation to say that sex is that we weigh it differently in comparison to other actions, right? I've heard like that statement before. The issue that I have with that is, let's say let's just accept that that's true, okay? First of all, like, the society simply objectively does not treat like sexual like misconduct or the way that we treat each other sexually as the same. It just doesn't. And like a clear and present example of that would be the way in which happens to you if you're charged with like, I looked up like the actual like sentencing laws like regarding like rape as opposed to like extreme physical violence. Like, you do get a heavier sentence, like if you are charged like as an extreme rapist, as opposed to somebody who really beats somebody senseless up in a bar. We do hold these two things to be different. I do think that and I gave this example before. I don't think a person that spanks their kids on the bottom, I don't think that should be thought of or treated as the same as like a parent that like molests their child. Even if the molestation, even if like objectively the person that was smacked on the bottom has worse mental health outcomes, is generally sadder, and is angrier at their parent as opposed to the child that like who was molested. Even if you could prove to me that like the impact was worse regarding like the spanking, and even if the physical, like even if the rate of physical trauma was roughly the same, I would still say that like the person who molests their child should still go to jail and should still be more heavily stigmatized as opposed to the parent that spanks their kid. And that's because we do not as a society treat sex as the same. We don't view it the same way. We don't prosecute it in the same way. And we hold a heavy amount of stigma and socialization regarding it. And that means that when you ask somebody to suck your dick or else I'm firing you, you're not just asking that person to give you a massage. You are asking them to do something that everyone in society understands that if you do it, it makes you a lesser being. It completely degrades you and it makes you worse in the eyes of every person that you come across.
Let's go to Corey, Doobie, and I'll leave.
Yeah. So just to ask a clarifying question, to maybe hopefully tease out the guiding principle. So, Fairy Queen, going with, let's say, your scenario, but with a twist, and like to see sort of like how you're analyzing it. So yeah, let's say, basically gun to your head, someone pretty much, asks you like for a penny, versus like gun to your head, someone asks for like the keys to your car. Should those also be treated separately in your mind?
So in this situation, you're saying that instead of like, okay, I'll give you the keys to this car if you suck my dick, or I'll give you the keys to my car if you give me a massage. Is that what you're saying?
No. I'm
No,
I'm
you're not
just
saying that. Okay.
pretty much armed robbery, one for
Let's stop
penny,
thinking
one
about dick
one for
sucking,
your
please.
I didn't bring it up. I'm not mentioning fruits either.
I see. Okay.
But yeah, just like a gun at gunpoint. You give me a penny, or gunpoint, you give me your car. Like, should those be treated separately in your mind?
Of course they should be, right? Because the
Okay,
car
yeah,
is more valuable.
I disagree, and I'm curious. I don't actually know what the law is, but like, maybe Lactoid has some clarification.
Grand
Like,
Theft
are
Auto,
those actually
right?
treated differently?
Those would probably be treated differently.
Okay.
Now, if you pulled a gun on somebody, regardless, I mean, there's going to be heavy penalties associated with that, even if it's just for a penny. But if you steal a penny compared to stealing a car, there's going to be a bit of difference there in
Yeah.
terms of penalties.
Yeah.
And I would.
And I think
disagree.
and I would agree with that there should be different penalties. It's still wrong to steal the penny, but it's not as wrong as stealing the person's car.
Now here's we can tie the two together. So let's say the penny was a rare penny that was worth more than the car. Then obviously we would agree, then you should be charged with more for stealing the penny. In the same way, let's say you had the masseuse and the hooker. Like if you had some evidence that, like, let's say that like you knew or you had reason to believe that the masseuse was going to be traumatized to like some much greater degree than the hooker, then I would think it's actually would be worse to put the gun to the masseuse's head if you had reason to believe that, as opposed to the hooker, right? So like it's all context dependent on like who are the parties in the scenario that makes things worse or better.
You could say that, and I wouldn't disagree with you in that situation if that was true, but we have to remember, and again, this is why I said there was the second layer, which is it's not just about like the internal, how you internally feel about sucking that person's dick. It's about the reality that when you walk out of that office, anyone that knows that you sucked that person's dick doesn't want to hire you, doesn't want to have anything to do with you, calls you a slut, calls you names.
Right, but that's
Your
all
parents
part of it,
don't.
though.
Yeah,
That's all. Yeah. So the
Yeah.
social harm you're talking about is all wrapped up in like the trauma that I'm referring to. So like, let's say we factor all that in,
Mhm.
and I still know the masseuse is going to be more traumatized, even factoring in all the sex like stigma or whatever. The masseuse is still going to be more stigmatized, like more traumatized. Then I would choose to with the gun to the hooker as opposed to the masseuse.
And to make it fair, just to be very clear, this is the masseuse. The masseuse is massaging the back that has the potential for herpes, right? In the same way that, like the blowjob, for instance, you're accepting a possibility of I almost say ingesting STIs, right? Of contracting an STI.
I
Right?
gotta say, this kind of
Just to
sounds like a
clarify-
false equivalency. Just because, like, I as far as what I know about herpes and most other STIs, like, no
What
offense to
search did you conduct, Gibbs? I need to
yeah,
know
like all these things, all this research. It was a very intense Bing search. I like I get the idea of like rubbing a pimply back is gross, right? Like whatever. Okay, I'm sorry, that's bad. That is not like if we're sitting here, we're actually talking about this. Like the idea that this is the same threat level that you're gonna catch herpes from rubbing somebody's back that you are from like getting fucked, like or giving a blowjob. Like we're all lying. We're all lying. It's not the same threat level. Like you can't.
We're not saying it empirically is. We're saying
Admiral
if
Gibbs, this isn't a personal attack against you, I promise.
I know. I'm
If it
very
was,
back, bro. You know,
like
it's very
the
bad.
question is like if it was, right?
Yeah.
So like
I
yeah,
mean, if it was, sure, there's a lot of things, but like this is one of those Fabian questions where like if my cat had dog balls, then it'd be a dog. Like like it doesn't make any
Well,
sense.
no,
Like,
this is
Prime
totally
example.
relevant. The reason why
I-
this is relevant is we're trying to distinguish like what makes sex unique, what makes sex important, what makes it more traumatizing to force sex as opposed to something else. And so in this case, like we're trying to identify the key issues. Yes, like risk for STIs, right? That's part of the trauma. That's part of the negative, right? That's in the calculus. The risk of like social stigma, that's part of the calculus. And in most cases, this would make like raping the sex worker worse because in most cases that's going to be worse in terms of like the
I mean,
overall calculation.
that if you literally have an organ inside of you that's somebody else, as opposed to rubbing your hands on the outside.
But you could think of a scenario in which, let's say, the masseuse has like some kind of like, they're like on a hair trigger, like they're like, if they get something stressful happens in their life, they're going to kill themselves and they're going to like freak out. Like this guy's maybe a little bit different. Maybe in this scenario, like you're doing better to not put the gun up against this masseuse and instead to be more ethical to.
Yeah, he's a benevolent slave driver. So, I mean, let's go. Let's go to Corey because he wants to finish this up. Then Doobie, he's had his hand up a while ago. Ali.
Yeah, I should be quick. So yeah, just to hopefully fully understand your position better, Fairy Queen. So let's say again, going with your scenarios, gunpoint, oral sex, massage, and so are you pretty much advocating for like a full spectrum, like so gunpoint, like kiss on the cheek, that's like a lesser sentence than like a hand job?
Yes.
Okay. Well, yeah, that's a fundamental disagreement. But yeah, that's it.
Doobie.
I don't think I have anything to add. I think that yeah, I think it's. I mean, obviously, it's different, right? I think if you disagree, you think that it's the same thing to give a massage or be forced to make a hamburger. I just can't understand your brain. I don't know how that works.
Yeah, that's an Ali question, I guess.
Well, yeah. If we're gonna be fair, right? We're gonna like prostitute. I would assume prostitute has like a more dangerous lifestyle than a massage therapist who is literally surrounded by crystals and soft music all day. And so the person who's a prostitute is more likely than not seen a gun or had a gun pointed around them or at them.
Yeah, but and think about like the rates of PTSD, the rates of like mental illnesses and mental health problems that so many prostitutes have.
I would assume the massage therapist who is not in that lifestyle, who is not a witness to any of these things, has something like that happen, and the trauma is more what I'm arguing.
And
also, we're going with the assumption.
I get that you're going for a bit, but no, it's just not true. It's
literally not a bit. This
is just another thing that's frustrated me sometimes. Like, I understand the need to think about sex workers in different categories because it makes it easier to talk about, right? We think about prostitutes, you have strippers, you have porn stars, you have OnlyFans.
They're all in the same,
and they're all in these very different categories. And when we talk about porn stars, we're not necessarily talking about prostitutes.
That's not true.
I just want to be very, very clear because I've noticed this happens frequently in conversations like these, where there's an assumption, right, that these two worlds never collide. Okay. And many of the conversations that I've had with people who have done sex work, who have worked as cam models, who have worked as OnlyFans, it's not true. It's not true. There is crossover. Yeah. It is true. There are people especially consider the fact, like, if you're somebody who's on OnlyFans and you're not a celebrity, you're not raking in tons of money. Okay. You're making what most people make, the average, which is about roughly $200 a month, right? You're probably not making a whole lot of money. The market is oversaturated because there are lots of people. Because guess what? All you have to do is to go to the internet and type giant boobs, right? And you have like 8 million pictures that you can possibly look at, right?
Some of us type in small boobs. It's okay.
So what does that probably mean? It means that a lot of these OnlyFans pages, I think there's good reason to believe, especially for the average person, they probably aren't just doing OnlyFans. They're probably, honestly, it's probably pretty likely that some of these women, these are ads for them being prostitutes. That's really probably how these women probably make money. Eventually, that's probably where it leads up to. Now, there's probably a lot of gross stuff that happens, where you're asked to like do degrading types of like maybe pornography before then. But eventually, like, it gets to the point where you have to go in person because otherwise you're not going to make any money from this platform. And you're in for a penny, out for a pound. So you might as well.
Yeah. So anyway. I guess Ali, you can respond to that.
So I think all these lifestyles are the same. So once again, you can see it's like a gotcha or like a bit, but the lifestyle of a stripper is completely different than the lifestyle of a massage therapist. And the lifestyle of a stripper, they definitely, male or female, they definitely see a lot more nefarious shit, considering the fact that a lot of strip clubs are in the hood. A lot of the strip clubs are filled with the drug dealers.
So it's worse for the massage therapist to force to be giving like a foot massage as opposed to like the stripper being forced to suck someone's dick.
At gunpoint,
I have a question.
Yes.
Can I adjust this really quickly?
It can.
So same person, right? So let's say it's somebody who works at McDonald's. In one scenario, they are forced to make a hamburger, In another scenario, the forced to have sex, which they do in their private time, their free time, all the time, pretty often, right? It's an activity they're totally familiar with. Do you? I mean, I'm assuming you don't think that this person should be the person who forced them to do either of those things should be punished the same way, right?
No, I mean, I think they do it. I think it should be at the full severity of the rape. If you put a gun to someone's head and you force them to do something,
come on,
that should why?
So if I force you to make a sandwich, I should be punished the same way as like forcing you to like let me fuck you in the ass. Like, you think that those people should get the same punishment?
I mean, I don't know what the lesser punishment would be. Like, do you want to give someone less time for doing
Well,
that?
you might get assault with a deadly weapon or like false imprisonment or something for the sandwich thing, right? For pointing the gun at somebody and forcing them to do something. But for the sex, you get rape, right? So you're saying that they shouldn't be charged with rape; they should just be charged with the with the assault with a deadly weapon or false imprisonment or whatever, just as they would be in the case of them forcing you to make a sandwich.
I think they should get charged with rape, and that should be also the charge for someone making you a sandwich. I think you're raping them.
Wait,
to
you
make
think
you a
that?
sandwich.
Wait, you think that if I force someone to make a sandwich, I should be charged with rape? I should. That's like this. I should.
I
Get
mean,
the same...
in the hypothetical where the two things are alongside, yes, these two people should be charged the same. It should be at the severity of the rape.
Wait, hold on. So if there is no rape alongside of it, why shouldn't the person who forced somebody to make a sandwich? Why shouldn't they be charged with rape?
Well, because there was no rape.
Okay, so so if a rape happens next door, then they should be charged with rape? Like, I don't understand.
And I'm just going with the hypothetical. There's not much to understand. I think the major charge would be coming from holding someone at gunpoint and making them do the work that they do. So now if this isn't a prostitute and it's just like a person, then yes, and that rape. But also we're just kind of the opinion that sex work and regular work are the same thing.
Yeah, these categories are just heuristics for
Yeah.
like crime categories are just heuristics about like things that we think are associated with some heightened level of trauma. So like Doobie, you would agree if I put a gun to somebody's head and force them to make a sandwich, and I could prove to you on paper this would be more detrimental to this person's life than if I put a gun to the hooker's head and force her to like suck my dick or whatever. Like if I could prove that, then you would agree it's more wrong to force somebody to make the sandwich, right?
Sure. But
Yeah,
I mean,
so all
but
of this is just based on how
you
much
could come
trauma
up
there
with some
is.
other like super like silly hypothetical. Like I say, if I can prove
Well,
it
though
harms
it's
someone
not-
more to give them a present like a hamburger, if that harms somebody more emotionally internally than
What if it's
torturing them and cutting
stripping
off their
versus
arms,
massage?
well then actually it's better to cut off their arms and torture them. Like it's just
Well, no,
pointless.
Doobie, it's not pointless because like you could imagine scenarios, and maybe this is where it gets controversial. You could imagine scenarios where there's a more reasonable understanding that if you do something to somebody in one situation, that would hurt them more and is thus therefore more wrong than if you do the same thing to somebody in a different scenario. So I think it's more unethical for me to punch Stephen Hawking than it is for me to punch Mike Tyson because I know Stephen Hawking's going to get hurt harder. In the same way, I think it's worse to sexually assault a non-prostitute because they're probably going to get more hurt than if you sexually assault a prostitute.
Hang on.
That's interesting. Oh boy. Go ahead, FQ.
So let me
I
ask you
warned you,
something.
controversial.
Okay, so let me ask you. So, do you think that it's worse then to shoot a civilian as opposed to shooting a cop or to shooting somebody who used to be a veteran?
Potentially. I think that if you, especially like a soldier, for example, if you shoot a soldier, that's much less bad than shooting like a random civilian.
Okay. And you would hold this to the
Do you
same
think-
for cops, the same for police officers?
Potentially cops too. I think there's like a level of. I actually think it like depends on the situation again. Like if the cop has like a family that's like gonna be like dependent on them, it could be worse as opposed to like a civilian that nobody knew. Then like it's still like is wrong, but like it's not as like wrong to kill.
Do you think they should be charged? So, do you think that if we found out right that Vosh was raping children, right, and he raped children who'd already been raped, right, many times. They were like been victims of child abuse for years, and then we found out the next day that Destiny raped a child too, but that child had never been raped before, right? Like, which one of these people do you think should be charged more harshly?
I guess I would have to combine the aggregate harm from one and compare it to the other. I don't know.
Well, I mean, if it's less bad for Vosh to rape that child because it had been raped before, right? Then obviously he should be charged.
Right,
for it,
yeah. So it would. My opinion would be entirely informed by the empirics of the situation, right? Like, and also because we're punishing a mindset, we're punishing the thought process of somebody. We also have to have like an understanding that this person had a reasonable belief that this was more harmful. So I think it's reasonable for most people to assume, based on all knowledge, that raping somebody causes a tremendous amount of harm, right? So
wait, so if Vosh didn't know that the child had been raped previously and had been like a victim of sexual abuse for years, then it would be as bad for him to rape that child as it would be for Destiny to rape a child who had never been raped before.
I'm having a hard time following the hypothetical. You're saying that you have Vosh who raped a kid who had been raped before, and then you had Destiny who raped a kid who had never.
A fresh brand new kid, right? Destiny raped a fresh brand new kid.
Please
but
don't
Vosh
use
had no
the word
idea.
fresh.
But Vosh had no idea that child had been raped before, right? He thought he had a fresh brand new kid. He was getting like used goods apparently, right? But they both raped the child. So obviously,
the monetized channel.
I'd probably punish those two equally, unless Vosh knew the kid had been raped before prior. Then he'd be punished less.
Oh my
god! But they both be punished. But they both be punished substantially.
I need to clarify.
Okay? And I would punish them both much more than how pedophiles are currently punished under American law.
Can I just ask another question? Okay, so the way we're talking about the charges is it's only about the impact. But the sentence that's given is only based off of the actions of these two people, of this specific situation, right? Is it true that like we pass sentences not just because of what this specific situation that happened, but as a detriment to other people to repeat this crime, to do this again? I can simplify it. We impose sentences not just because of the justice of the action, but as a detriment to disincentivize other people to rape.
Okay, sure. I suppose so. This is like a different thought process.
It is
like more of like the same reason why in some places, for example, porch pirates get punished worse than retail theft. If that area has been particularly hit hard by porch pirates, they might want to okay, we're seeing an uptick in this particular crime, and we really want to cut down on it, so we're gonna disproportionately punish it, even though the harm to the person's probably not as much. We just cut down on it.
It's not even just that the harm to this particular person is different. It's that what is going to be true for the majority of rape victims in most situations, in most cases. So you would agree with me that in most cases, like being forced to have sex against your will with a gun up to your head is probably going to be more traumatizing for most people as opposed to being forced to give a back massage with a gun against your head.
Not only would I agree with that, but I think that most people should know that, which is why, absent some kind of knowledge to the contrary, people should assume that forcing somebody to have sex with them is going to hurt them more than forcing somebody to give you a massage, and therefore I'm more comfortable punishing it even further. So I think that the pragmatic situation is, of course, the law is but again, everything's a case by case situation, and the reason why I keep emphasizing that is because I don't like this treatment of sex as this kind of ethereal, different spiritual thing. I think it's just a service done by someone's body.
Well, you say that, but remember we had the child slavery conversation and I asked you, well, why can't you own a person as property? And you said it was just simply a moral subjective preference. Why can't valuing sex as something that is different, that is something that we empirically do value differently? Why can't that just be a moral subjective preference?
You could, you could, right? So in the same way that I value persons independently of something else, you could just say, well, just goodness is good and persons are valuable. I think sex in of itself is a unique act that is defined by these specific parameters that tend to change over history about what is sex and what's not sex. But your definition, and I guess person has also changed definitions throughout history, so it's actually kind of a pretty good comparison. You could just assert that. I don't share your fundamental belief on that at all.
So if I can clarify your position, Lactoid, based off what you said earlier. if I'm understanding it correctly. So, as you might know, there are some interesting, let's say, families or individuals that have this pretty interesting genetic condition where they don't feel like any pain whatsoever. Where like these individuals like tend to like bite off their own tongue and like burn their
themselves a lot.
So do you think like if that individual is shot, that's like seen as a lesser, since they might not even feel it, as in like that should result in like less percent? Okay, interesting.
For sure. Yeah.
And
for example, like if I like I don't know, let's say there was like a piece of paper that if I put it on you, you felt immense pain, but the person didn't feel any pain. I think so. This person has one less of the bad thing that we're trying to punish. And like now, if you knew the person couldn't feel pain, then I'd be okay with you having a lesser sentence. But if you didn't know the person had the ability to feel less pain, then I still would punish you the same, because your mindset is still the same.
Well, okay, yeah, that's a fundamental disagreement. And I also wouldn't want to necessarily put it out there like, oh yeah, like individuals that don't feel pain, you will receive a lesser sentence.
You would still get a sentence, just a lesser one.
Yeah. And so would it also, I guess, hold true extrapolating? Again, there's probably, I'm speculating. There's probably not a lot of good empirics behind it, but there might be, let's say, some reasons to believe that someone who's sexually assaulted, during whatever, them being blackout drunk or asleep, may be less traumatized than someone who's forcibly sexually assaulted. So do you think those should be treated potentially differently?
They not only should they be, but like I can tell you with authority that they are. In terms of like, I'm a lawyer, not that I'm a rapist.
Yeah.
But like
I wasn't sure. I wasn't positive.
Yeah, was anybody jumping to that conclusion? No,
they are treated differently.
Yeah, that's
like, and honestly, like in most of the scenarios I've reviewed, like they certainly feel tremendously different. Like, oh, in one situation, like one of them got a little bit drunk or maybe really drunk, and then like they had sex. That's different. That carries, especially in my opinion, a whole different weight than like a forcible gunpoint or grabbing or ripping or that kind of more violent kind of rape.
I can maybe again intellectually understand, let's say, sort of like in the situation of a person is drunk and consent is, let's say, not explicitly stated, as opposed to like, I'm talking more about the person who's blackout drunk and like whatever, they're passed out and someone sexually assaults them. That to you is also different than someone who is forcibly sexually assaulted.
Yeah, still terrible, but different. Yeah.
And you're speaking from authority as a lawyer.
In the same way that like if I was to vaporize somebody instantly, I think that would be less bad than putting somebody where they die slowly, getting disintegrated in a vat of acid for the next 24 hours. Why? They both are killing somebody and both are bad, but one has more bad attributes. One has more elements of badness to it, which is inflicting tremendous amounts of pain, understanding that this person is going to be conscious of this pain, et cetera, as opposed to the vaporization, which, you're killing somebody, which is bad, but they don't feel any of that shit, right? All the other extra shit, which is why torture, if you kill someone by torturing them, you're going to get hit with a much harder sentence than like if you're like, a gangbanger shoots somebody on the side of the road. It's just different.
FQ?
I realize the evening's going to wrap up soon, so I just wanted to end like on the slavery note, because I had this thought earlier today and I thought it was kind of amusing. All right, do you remember when we talked about like why children can't be slaves or are not your slaves? And I said that it was like a form of collective property. Right, and I think I remember, like, I think it was you, Lactoy, that you said you agree. That I think you said that you believed in like the investment, like you invest your labor into your work, which therefore is part of what your time into what makes it yours, right? Well, you would agree with me that when it comes to actually making people, of course, the person that certainly invests more time would certainly be women, right? You would agree with that, wouldn't you?
I would agree that the woman probably puts in more time on average.
Okay, and more labor, literal labor, to bring them into the world.
Probably,
yes.
But we've already established that persons can't be owned.
Definitely, yes. Oh, we haven't established
not
that.
Definitely. You can imagine a scenario where the guy's working hard all day.
No, hang on, hang on. Let me.
And then he puts the food on her table, and she uses that food to grow
Oh,
the baby.
you don't know that.
So really, he's the one
okay. Okay, hang on. Okay, so let me just finish. Okay, so if she's investing her literal labor, right, more genetic material, more time into bringing this person into the world, right, then surely that would mean, of course, that people are really the property of women. In fact, all people are. And so, in fact, since, of course, the
I'm
first
okay
user
with this.
principle, right? Since, of course, the person with 60% of investment into the car gets to drive the car more than the person with the 40% investment, right? Well, that would mean, of course, that really there isn't such a thing as collective property. It's just that women own all the people and all the property.
This sounds
and
like
get
a
to make
big
all the
hold on,
like
decisions.
hold
R.
on.
Crumb nightmare scenario where it's
Hold
like
on, let me ask,
the women own everything and
hold
I'm
on,
their
hold on,
slave.
hold on,
It's
hold on.
true. It's
Hold
true.
on, let me
Okay.
ask you very quickly. Let me ask you a
Sounds
question.
Women
like a-
are the
Hold on,
slave
hold on.
masters of mankind. That's what this
No,
all means.
fake news.
Okay.
Sounds like a
Thank you.
paradise.
Okay.
Very quick. When you go, so like, let's just dumb down your scenario a little bit, right? When you go to a Pepsi,
I don't think it's pretty
You're
high
dumb
up there in IQ to start with. I
well,
don't
it's gonna get
know.
worse. It's gonna get worse. It's gonna get worse. You ready for this? If I go up to a Pepsi machine or a Coke machine, I put $1 in, and that
Okay.
dollar, and then I get a Coke out, right? Who
Okay.
owns that? Who owns that Coke? Me or the Pepsi machine?
Obviously, the Pepsi machine owns it far more than you
Fake
do. I'm
news, fake
sorry.
news, it's lies. It's lies.
Sorry.
That's why women should never get custody of kids. Because if I
I'm
put
sorry,
something
women
nice stuff in
machines?
there,
Is that
I
what
get
you
it.
think? You
I'm
put
just
in the
saying,
dollar and out
just
comes the
saying what I'm
Coke? Is
saying.
that how you
Yeah,
think
you know,
sex
pennies
works?
and dollars, it's all the same thing.
In Lebanon, the dad gets the custody of the kid during a divorce.
Exactly. You know, Lebanon's got something.
And that's bullshit because
again,
who
Lebanon
did
also
most of
can't
the
produce a
labor?
garbage
Who
can,
invested most of their time? Not the dad, biologically speaking, okay?
True. All true.
That's
It's
an
all
interesting
true. Yes.
idea.
Women are the slave masters of men,
It's like,
according to
how
a
far can-
libertarian understanding of property.
It's
Thank
like, how
you.
far
Nice to know.
can the transitive property be used, right? Like, how far can we actually push this thing? I don't know. Okay, so why don't we leave it here?
Wait. Hang on. I just saw something in chat. I got to respond to this. Women aren't even people. They can't join the selective service. Motherfucker, we're in charge of all of you, okay? We will send you out to war. You are our slaves, okay? Of course you will be first on the battlefield,
God.
okay? What do you think it means to be in charge, to be the makers of mankind? It means we get to decide who lives and who dies, okay? That's what it means.
So FQ, would it change your opinion if you as a white woman just found out you said it to a black person that we are slave masters?
Well,
would that change anything? Would that change anything at all?
Well, let me put it to you this way, Prime, okay? I would feel bad, given the history, to say that to you. But if I had, let's say some of my black female friends came on to this show and they said that to you, I would be in full support of them saying that.
Gotcha.
Absolutely.
Understood. All right. This has been amazing. I really enjoyed this conversation. This has been a lot of fun. So guys and gals, if you've been enjoying this conversation, consider supporting the channel. It would be really great if you did, because that's how I do all the things. So like, if you find yourself coming back here again, consider helping out the channel so we can continue going. I'll give an outro to all these amazing individuals, starting with my friend Lactoid, thank you for all of this. You are so great for conversations. Seriously, like, it's always really, I think you always add so much to these things, whether it's toxic or not. It's like the fun kind of toxic, right?
Thank you. That's what I'm looking for. I want to be known as the fun kind of toxic. Prime, as always, really appreciate you having me on. Everyone here, really appreciate all of you for talking with me. Old and new, love to see all your faces. You can find me at Lactoid TV on Twitch, Twitter, and YouTube if you liked what I had to say, and I'm looking forward to next time. Thanks.
Thank you. My friend Corey, thank you also for coming through. It was a lot of fun.
Yeah, as always, it's a lot of fun. Super grateful, as always, to be here and engaging with these fine and familiar faces. You can find me on Twitch, Corey Campbell 84, YouTube, Instagram, X, all of the platforms. It's Corey Campbell. And yeah, Ollie, Gibbs, Doobie, Fairy Queen, and Lactoid. Always a pleasure, and love you, Prime.
Thank you. Next we have FQ. FQ, this was really, really fun. We ended up recreating the first argument you had here when you came on the Reverie, which was extremely heated. I'd love to have this conversation with you one-on-one. My argument wasn't the same as Ali's here, but Ali got all the spotlight. Because I'd like to really dig into this topic. But this was fantastic. And thank you for everything that you contributed to this conversation.
Yeah, no, thank you so much for having me on Prime. It's always a banger of a fun, okay? I love coming on here. I love yelling at people. I love saying batshit crazy things, okay? It's always fun. And thank you so much for enabling me to say batshit crazy things. I look forward to the future where I get to say even nuttier things and more ridiculous hijinks. Maybe on the television screen, who knows, okay? But thank you so much. I had a lot of fun. Guys, you can find me at Fairy Queen's Cottage right here at this ticker. Thank you guys. Love you. Hearts.
Absolutely. Yeah. Next we have our friend Doobie, Dark Lord and Savior. Doobie, like, thanks for coming through. And thank you for giving this some great question. Right? Sparked a lot of conversation. And thanks for just always being a constant help to me. I have to remind you that all the time. You're great. Thank you so much.
Yeah, thanks for having me.
Over there. Let's go to our friend Admiral Gibbs. Admiral, like, you are a fucking treasure. Like, honestly, like, you are, and I say this like with like all the sincerity in the world. Like, you are a treasure. I'm really happy that you keep joining us. Because I'm never sure what you're gonna say, but I know I'm going to be astounded.
Gonna say whooping. No, for sure, he's gonna say
You
whooping.
know,
Oh, that
whooping's
100%. That's baked in. Yeah.
Yeah, I'm gonna be honest. I don't always know what I'm gonna say before I come on, but I'm really glad y'all enjoy having me. It's really fun, and like, I really come into these things with an open mind. Maybe I can be convinced. Maybe I like listen to halfway through the openings, and I decided it's definitely not that. It's always fun. But yeah, I really love coming on. Thanks for always having me. I really appreciate it. But yeah, I'm Admiral Gibbs. You can find me everywhere as Admiral Gibbs. The rest of the week's gonna be pretty exciting for me, panels wise. So I'm excited. I'm hoping that y'all's weeks go well too.
Yeah. All right. Let's check them out. Next and lastly, we have our friend Ali, who I'm really happy, accepted our invite. Ali is a lot. I think you also bring like a lot of energy to these, right? Like, it's really good energy, and it's fantastic. Whenever I see that, it makes me happy. So thank you for being around.
No, I appreciate it, man. I always love coming on, chatting with you guys, yelling with you guys. It's a great time. Much to Admiral Gibbs' point, I come in with an open mind, hoping something. It says I come in trying to be convinced. I'm the neutral thing, but I really love being here. It's a great time. Thanks for having me. Sociologic 2Cs on everything that you need to find me on.
Absolutely. Okay. All right. Gibbs, are you streaming? Or
Yeah, I'm gonna be streaming for a while. It's gonna be fun stuff.
we gotta support our friend Admiral Gibbs. Like I
Appreciate
said,
it.
the man's
say-
a treasure.
Gonna say one last thing as an outro. To answer Fairy Queen's question about video games and your moral character, it says something. Specifically, if you choose Oddjob in GoldenEye, you are an evil person.
I agree
That
with
is
that.
flat out true.
I agree with that.
Do you get that reference, Fairy Queen?
Not many people would. But
I don't. I'm laughing
I know Gibbs
along,
does.
so I don't look
Speaking of
stupid.
it, GoldenEye
why
is
it's a
free
reference.
now on the remake is free on Xbox Live right now. By the way, if y'all want to play the GoldenEye remake, it's fantastic. It's the original OG